believe you were really Jesus. You'd have to do so much work. And how many people would be convinced that it's Satan pretending to be Jesus? So then there'd be that battle. The same people that think Michelle Obama has a dick. There's going to be people that think they're going to think the nuttiest of things.
Yeah.
And then Jesus is going to be like, guys, I am not Satan. I'm actually Jesus. Nobody believed him. We would fucking crucify him again. And then people realize, God damn it, we did it again. We did it again. We could have kept him around and learned from him. And now they're going to have to rewrite Christianity. Every few thousand years he comes back and they fucking kill him again. That's
cycle of life.
Well, that's the really scary thing, to think that if the Son of God really did return, if that is a real true thing, how the fuck would we ever believe that? We don't believe anything anymore.
Yeah. I mean, the tradition, right, is this like, trumpet is going to sound, and you think the trumpet in the sky.
But we would be convinced as the government. That's air horns. They're tricking us.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate false flag. The Jesus returns false flag. I mean, that's what a lot of people think is going on with the UFO reports.
Yeah.
They think it's bullshit. They think it's the government. And the government's lying to us about that they're from another planet. Which is, they lie about everything. Like, if they're telling you something, these are off-world crafts. I'm like, oh, when did we make these? Like, shut the fuck up. When did we make these? You're saying they're out from another planet? For real? I don't believe you. I mean, it could be a case of crying wolf. Like, maybe they're telling the truth, but boy, seems a little suspicious. And that would be the same thing with the Jesus thing. Like, if Jesus really did come back, and there was some fundamentalist Christians that were in government that wanted the world to know, so they had a press conference, and we have definitive proof that Jesus has returned, and we need to listen to him. Everybody would be like, get the fuck out of here. No one would believe it. That's what's crazy about today. If Jesus came back today, and the world was in the middle of chaos, if we're in the middle of World War III and Jesus returns, there's a real likelihood that they would crucify him again or something similar. Real likelihood.
Can't disagree with
if he falls in the wrong group of people, the modern day version of the Romans, right? You could fall into the wrong group of people. And like, if Jesus accidentally landed in ISIS country, could you imagine?
I don't know if it would be an accident, but okay.
Right. Probably not an accident. But maybe, Jesus is just like, let me just go down there, and it wasn't specific enough. And God didn't say, like, where do you want to go? Like, send me to Manhattan. No. He said, just bring me to Earth. And he just dropped him off right in an ISIS camp.
Oh, yeah, that'd be very dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the whole thing starts all over again.
Yeah.
And then we have to tell the story about the guy who came from God. He was God's son, and ISIS killed him.
I don't think we've changed that much since the Pharisees and Sadducees and all that. Yeah.
I mean, we changed a little. But I think so much of our change is...
But not a human nature change.
Right. That's what's going to... So much of our change is technological. So much of our change is society and wooden buildings, and concrete structures and roads and...
Metal forks.
Phones and metal forks. Yeah. That's what's changed. But the actual tissue is real similar. It's real similar to people that lived 10,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So we've got the human nature more suppressed now than it's ever been before. But like we were talking about earlier, if you're in a crowd situation when things go chaos, then you go, oh, we're still this thing. We're programmed for war. We're still programmed for chaos. It's all in us.
Yeah. Yeah, and mob mentality, all of it, it's real. People change. They absolutely change when they're in a group. Their group dynamics are always different.
I think you see it online too. I think mob mentality exists not even just in a physical space, but I think it exists in a digital space too. I think when people gang up on people online, on Twitter and those kind of things, I think that's the same thing. I think it's the same kind of mob mentality. It's the same sort of energy that is in us. It's very creepy.
Yeah.
It's very creepy, and it's one of those things where you're like, how do we ever get that out? How do we ever get these ancient primate inclinations out of the modern human organism?
I think if we had an answer for that we would be very, very, very wealthy.
Maybe, or the government will kill you.
Yeah. It would be hard to control people if you had the answer to that.
Yeah, I think for individuals, the most important thing is exercise. It's one of the most important things, I should say, because you can induce enough stress voluntarily that the regular stress of the outside world is mitigated. Because you've already experienced a higher level of difficulty in your day by choice than the world can impose upon you. So if you have rigorous workout schedules, if you like to run, if you want to lift weights, if you want to do yoga, like you want to do something that's jujitsu, do something that's physically taxing, that's what you should do. Do something like that. And just the physical act of forcing yourself to do something extremely difficult that makes you uncomfortable for a short period of time, but makes the rest of the day much easier.
Yeah.
That's what it is. You got to just feed the monkey inside of you. You got to like, don't deny its existence. Just to do something to that thing to calm it down. Give it food, you know?
Yeah. I wonder statistically, those of us who exercise, if we are less inclined to get online and terrorize other people in mob mentality. I would guess that may be true.
I would bet that's true. Yeah. A lot of the people that I know that terrorize people in mob mentality, they're extremely unhealthy. They look terrible. They get addicted to it, and they get addicted to interacting online on Twitter all the time and like gauging, you know, the temperature socially of how people think about them based on this like verbose bullshit they just typed on Facebook. But it's like it becomes this integral part of the way they engage with other human beings, and it's very non-human. It's very recent. It's very non-human. It's too limited in the way you interact with it. It's just like you can get good information online and you can get interesting discussions on Twitter, but you could also get like, you're dealing with like legitimately mentally ill people. And I don't use that term lightly. Okay. I'm not saying schizophrenic. I'm not saying manic depressive, but if you are a person that has a gambling addiction, if you're a person that has an addiction to betting on the horses, you're mentally ill. You have this thing you're sick with, all right? If you can't stop smoking cigarettes, you're mentally ill. You have this thing that you can't stop. You're physically attracted to it. You're physically addicted to it, but you're also mentally ill because you don't recognize that you should stop before you get fucking lung cancer, right? That's the same thing with everything, I think. I think these are just like normal patterns, and I think people that are addicted to arguing with people on Twitter, they're mentally ill. This is serving the same thing as online poker. This is serving the same thing as fill in the blanks, whatever you like to do that you probably shouldn't be doing, scratch tickets, lottery, whatever it is that you just can't get out of your head because you got locked into it. You're mentally ill. You're mentally ill. Just like when you have a cough, you're physically ill. Yeah, when you're online 12 hours a day arguing with people, you're mentally ill. And maybe you're mentally ill and having good discussions. Maybe you're mentally ill and engaging in sometimes productive conversations, but you're heightening your levels of anxiety and this bizarre, non-natural way of interfacing with other human beings. And you're living in that most of the time. So you're going to suffer in the way you interact with people on a regular basis. And you see that bleed out too, right? You see people like act like they're on Twitter and to people in real life. And people are like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why are you acting like this? Because they're so used to communicating like that on Twitter and on Facebook and Instagram that they think it's normal to just be completely rude to people.
Yeah. Can't do that in the wilderness.
Right.
There's not enough cell reception to do that in the wilderness.
Right. And you can't do that face to face because it feels weird.
Yeah.
If you do that, if you talk to people face to face the way people talk to people just constantly on Twitter, you would have fistfights everywhere. People would be just fighting. They'd be pushing each other and hitting each other. You'd have murders. Like it's just a shitty way to talk. So if you're doing that, you're mentally ill. So if you have gangs of mentally ill people that are just constantly engaging with other gangs of mentally ill people online all day long, arguing over everything cultural, everything environmental, fill in the blanks, climate change, fill in the blank, Ukraine, whatever it is, free Palestine, fuck you. It's all day long. Yeah. Mentally ill people. Yeah. And I think China's laughing at us.
Oh, they said that yes. I mean, I don't know if they said it all out, but they have infiltrated it.
They have done a wonderful job. I say China, I say,
yeah.
Way to go. That TikTok
very effective.
Fucking genius.
Yeah.
What you've done is genius. Yeah, I mean, they definitely infiltrated universities. They grants and funds. They put money into things. They donate to things. It's what they've done is wild. It's wild. And
I would say that the same, I guess, impulses that make people do everything you're describing are really the same things that keep people in cults.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was a lot of the similar traits of people who become mentally ill because they are constantly only focusing on one person's definition of anything.
Yes.
And so if cults were online doing that to each other, that's what they would sound like.
Well, most certainly. When Mark Andreessen again talked about that as well, he said they have, if you look like the woke people online, they have all the characteristics of a cult. They have excommunications. They'll savagely attack former members.
Yeah.
They have rules, and there's things that there's a suspension of disbelief that you have to use in order to adopt certain things. You have to be willing to say things you know aren't really true, and they all get you to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Well, because it's part of the in group, right?
Yeah.
Like that's how you get status.
Yeah, but it's just fascinating to see how far that stuff goes up, you know? Like even with like people that run universities, like they believe it. People that are in Congress, they believe it. It's like, Jesus, like we're all in a cult. Cult thinking is not like, I think people have this thing in their head that cults are like small groups of people that are gullible.
No.
And I don't think that's true. I think you could have a cult of 150 million people easy. Easy.
If you have someone controlling your behavior, your information, your thoughts, and your emotions, then
yeah. And if you have a good system set up where everybody polices everybody else, like woke people on Twitter, and then you have like a good system of like the person who's in charge and the underlings and all the other people, and it's like, and people are benefited from it in a good way. Yeah, you can get a bunch of businesses going. You can infiltrate corporations with this nonsense. You can you can get in the Supreme Court. You can do wild things with it. You just need to have like a strong structure of support from the other members online.
Yeah, you just need to get people to police each other and police themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the big one, right? That's the North Korean model. Get people to police themselves. Yeah, get people to rat on each other. Whew.
Yeah. I think they just came full circle on that.
Yeah, I think your story is very important for people to hear, and I'm really happy that you had the courage to say it, because I would imagine it would be very, very hard to tell that story. Very hard to explain the vulnerabilities that you experienced and what it was like to be this 17-year-old kid who's still a kid, who's like, just becoming a woman out there in the world, and you just escaped from a cult where you couldn't even see movies. And all you sung was hymns, and you thought the end was near, and then you're out there in the world just interacting with all these people that went to like normal schools and had normal childhood American experiences, and you have to kind of relearn everything.
Yeah. And there's a lot of excommunication that still goes on in terms of, it's my family of origin. It's every single cousin I had was raised there. I did not have any cousins on the other side. 100% of my relatives were raised in there. And so, you have to be willing to, in a sense, step away from the acceptance that you get, which I think could relate to many, 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 many people who have nothing to do with religion. But all the different types of cults in the world. It's like being willing to stand back and say, wait, I don't believe this.
I think your story is really important too for people that may be vulnerable. They maybe they don't have the tools to discern. Like maybe they're being courted by a group. They don't have the tools to discern. Like what? And just fundamentally, if someone's telling you that they have secret information that only they have, and it comes from a mystical source, it either comes from aliens or it comes from God or. Probably not. It's probably not. I mean, it might be Jesus. Again, if Jesus came back, who's going to believe him? But most likely you're dealing with someone who's full of shit. So at least today, we know that. In 1930, when your grandpa first started, I mean, he was just running wild. Like there's no Wikipedia.
You can say anything.
You could just go, or Joseph Smith, who created the Book of Mormon. Like that fucking guy. Yeah. He was like 14 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. Said he found golden tablets that contained the lost work of Jesus, but only he could read it because he had a magic rock. And everybody's like, okay.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing my grandfather said too, and people believed it.
There was a lot of those guys back then.
Yeah, you could weigh up a lot back then.
What do you think is the motivation? Like, what is it about human beings, and almost always men? There's only a few women that have been successful cult leaders.
Yes, but it's pretty rare.
Yeah, that one that was on the HBO documentary. I haven't seen it yet, but everybody raves about it. You know what I'm talking about?
I do, but I haven't seen it.
The lady who became anorexic. What is it? Love? What was that one, Jamie? What's it called? It's supposed to be amazing, but I haven't seen it. But what is it that seems to be a recurring pattern?
So I've always found it really fascinating to say that anyone could be a cult member. Anyone could fall for that, especially if you're young.
Right.
But it's who would become a cult leader? Like,
Right.
that's the bigger question.
Who's Jim Jones?
Right. I feel like there's no simple answer for that. But in my grandfather's case and in many other of these young men cases, they were outsiders in some way and they had some bone to pick and they wanted, I think they maybe started out of wanting belonging, but then they got really drunk on the power so quickly. And
Like Manson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been teaching in prisons, by the way. It's part of it's been part of my career. And I worked with Leslie Van Houten, who was she's been released now, but she was the tutor in the program I was working in. And, she was 19 when she participated in, but she followed Manson as if he was a cult leader. It's very similar. And I'm not talking about the politics of all that, or I'm just saying that, I'm very grateful that nobody asked me to kill anybody. I'm not,
Right.
I would like to think I wouldn't, but I don't think any of us know.
Right. If you were 12 years old and your whole life you'd lived in that cult and you were told to kill some man because he's a demon.
Right.
And if you killed them and they were hugging you, you did it. You saved us. You saved us from the demon. You'd be pumped.
Yeah, I think it would be.
Of course, children like that, or especially if you
They're
get
trained
them,
in armies at that age.
Exactly. And that's also why people joining the army when they're young, not just because they're strong,
Right.
but also because they're mentally unaware of the conflicts of the world. It's really difficult to get a 60-year-old man to go to war.
Right.
Based on, we found weapons of mass destruction. Okay, he'll put on his reading glasses. Let me see this shit. What do you got? Show me what the fuck you got. I'm going to fly to Afghanistan. Show me what you have.
Yeah.
Yes, you need him 18. Yes, sir. We're going to go kill the bad guy, sir. That's what you need.
But the cult leaders have something that they really feel like they need. They need people's respect because I don't think they could get it in other ways. And so they create this whole world. And honestly, once people start believing you, it's probably a pretty big high. Yeah.
I had David Holthouse on the podcast the other day, and he did that documentary series that's on Peacock about the Hare Krishnas. And about this one guy that created this sect of the Hare Krishnas, and it was all child molestation and murder. They're killing people, and it's a really good doc. He's a really good director, and the documentary series is really interesting. But it's just God damn, that pattern just repeats itself over and over. Waco, holy hell, up there, wild, wild country. It's everywhere. The same sort of pattern repeats itself, and it almost always at least, falls apart.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to keep that stuff going because...
But you're a crazy person.
Yeah, and you have to keep upping the ante.
Right. It's not like Warren Buffett. He's not out there starting cults. It's not like people are good at organizing businesses. It's crazy people, wild, crazy people. But there's this inclination to get people to follow you and to tell them what to do and to tell them how to live life and to make them worship you. It's fucking strange that's just some sort of weird evolutionary response. Because in tribal cultures, there was always a leader, and that leader was generally the wisest person who had the most life experience, who could tell you, hey, this is a plant you can't eat. Don't go over there, they'll kill you. This thing runs faster than you. Get away from it. That snake's poisonous. You had to know how to make an arrow. This guy knew. So that was your leader. And if you listen to him, you're going to stay alive. And if you don't listen to him, you're going to watch people die right next to you, and you go, oh, they didn't listen. And you're going to experience that at a young age where people die because they used to die all the fucking time.
Of course.
Yeah, just infant mortality was 50% back then. And then you're what are the odds you're going to live to 30? Not so good, bro. There's jaguars in the fucking trees. You're fucked. You're in trouble. And that's why we had tribal leaders. And then as we expanded into these societies and cities and large groups of human beings, we still have the desire to have one individual leader. Because we have this primate genetic imprint in us of the alpha who runs the people, to the point where we'll pretend that someone's alpha. We'll pretend Joe Biden is really running the country. We'll pretend. And so many Democrats are all in on it. the most culty of cult members, the wokest of woke, are the ones who are the most likely to try to fucking gaslight you that he's fine and he's doing great and he's the best president ever. And just look at the economics and look at the economy's doing better and look at the, he's on top. He's never been sharper. Like, shut up. You're in a cult. You're in a cult. Just like if you were in the Moonies, just like if you're in the Holy Hell cult. It's the same thing. It's just patterns of belief. And we all have them. And we're susceptible to them because life is a massive mystery. It's a massive, scary, weird mystery with a lifespan. It's got a finite lifespan. Right. You have a certain amount of time here, and you never think like you have enough time, and you never think you did enough, and it always feels weird, and you never even know what the fuck is going on while you're driving your car or sitting on the bus. The whole time, you're like, what is this? What is this all about? So anytime you can get some relief from that, someone comes along and they go, I've got the answers.
Right.
Come with me, Michelle.
Okay, so that's not happening anymore.
No, of course not.
But when you said that too, I was thinking like it's the belief that there's answers instead of what I think you and I believe is that it's always more questions. Like we don't have the answers, and there will be continuing. There'll be questions that we never answer in our lifetime.
Well, also we exist in a certain frequency in reality. But there's subatomic reality that's so damn confusing that somehow or another a part of us that we can study. Like, what's all that magic? What's all that magic going on? Where you got particles that are both moving and still. They exist and reappear. They disappear. We don't know where the fuck they're going. What's happening there? What is that stuff? Yeah. What's all that stuff? There's so much that we don't know. There's so much weirdness just in the observable universe that it's the whole thing is a crazy mystery. And to not approach it that way and to approach it with some bizarre confidence that you have the answers, like you're not doing anybody any good because you're full of shit. You're full of shit with yourself. You're full of shit if you believe it. You're full of shit with yourself. You're definitely full of shit with other people if you're telling them you believe it. You can't know. We have guidelines and there's ways that we can live that are going to be better for everybody, and we should definitely go that way. Definitely don't try to harm people. Definitely try to be nice as much as possible. Try to be cool to your friends. Try to enjoy your time here. Try to leave people with a smile. Try to do your best. Do all that stuff. Like, if we do all that stuff, we're good. But as soon as someone comes along and tells you, no, you have to do this because this is the word of God, like, be suspicious. Because it's been around before. It's not like this is a unique thing.
I feel like be suspicious is some good advice.
Be suspicious.
Yeah.
Be suspicious of anybody that's trying to get you to do things. Like they're trying to tell you to do a thing. And that if you don't do a thing, you're a bad person. And that the people that are engaging in other things other than what they're telling you are all going to hell. I'm like, okay. Let me put my reading glass on. Let me see this hell. You got a fucking YouTube video I can watch? Like, how much do you know? How are you sure?
Do you have the GPS coordinates of that?
Do you have the Onyx maps of hell? I don't think you know what you're talking about. And if you don't say that, if you don't have the humility to say that this is at the very least a massive mystery, we know so much. I mean, we know so much more than we've ever known before. And thank God there's people out there that are trying to figure the world out. Thank God there's people out there that are doing the work and doing the fucking the theoretical physicists and all the quantum mechanics people and all the people that are like trying to make rocket ships. Thank God you're out there. But at the end of the day, this is a crazy mystery that you go to bed every night, you close your eyes, and you disappear. Hopefully for 8 hours, if you're getting your 8 hours, Michelle. And then that alarm clock goes off, and then you re-engage with reality and assume that this is the exact same world that you went to bed 8 hours ago for. You assume. But you just re-engage with reality. We look forward to it. Everyone's scared to die, but no one's scared to sleep. And we do it every night. No one's scared. I don't want to shut the lights out. I don't want to go to sleep. No one's scared to go to sleep. Everybody's like, oh my God, I can't wait to sleep. Can't wait to sleep and be recovered. And then you get up, you have to do it. It's a requirement. You have to go out. You have to stop. If you don't, you'll die. Yeah. The universe requires you to stop interfacing with it for long stretches of time. Yeah. Ideally, 8 hours.
So I hear.
Yeah, full 30 a day.
Yeah.
It's a wild thing.
Yeah.
Full 30 a day. You
We
reboot. Yeah.
We process in our dreams in ways that we don't understand.
It's very strange.
Yeah.
It's very strange. Just that alone is very strange.
There's many, many strange things.
Yeah, but that alone is a strange one that we've just accepted. Because if that didn't exist, and all of a sudden everybody said, listen, we have found a new thing, instead of just being awake all the time, if you can just go to sleep, you'll live longer and you'll be better. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're just going to shut off for 8 hours. And then what happens to me? Like, can I see? No. What if someone breaks in my house? Well, you're asleep. Fuck that. No one would want to do that.
Yeah.
But it's normal. So we just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mystery. This is a crazy ass mystery. And what happens in your dreams? Like, why are those damn things so realistic? What the
It depends
fuck?
on the night.
What the fuck is going on in dreams? One thing happens if you smoke pot. Your dreams kind of dull a little bit sometimes. But if you take long breaks off, like we do Sober October, and during Sober October, we don't do anything. And when you take long breaks off, you get wild dreams. Wild. And here's a little pro tip. If you want to have the wildest dreams, take nootropics before you go to bed. Take like Alpha Brain before you go to bed.
Because you want to have these dreams?
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
Even when I was a little kid, I used to love nightmares. When I was a little kid, I would look forward to a nightmare. I would try to make me have one.
Wow.
Because I like horror movies. So it's like, let's get some monsters in here. I would literally go to bed. I was like, God, I hope I get the fuck scared out of me. I look forward to like having a nightmare dream.
Wow.
I had a bunch of crazy ones too that I remember. I even wrote a bunch of them down because they were so nuts. Like plot of movies. They were so crazy. But it just was a thing where I thought of it as like an adventure ride. I would thought of like nightmares as an adventure ride. Like I knew I kept waking up. So, okay. All right. After I was like 4 or 5, I'm like, okay, I'm waking up. So I know they're not real, but it is pretty fun if they're scary. If I could just relax. So I was thinking that. I remember thinking that as a little kid. Thinking like, I think there's a way to just make yourself have nightmares and just do it for fun, just like watching a scary movie.
Wow. Is any of that lucid dreaming?
I've only done lucid dreaming accidentally a couple of times. And every time I've done it, I've recognized that I'm dreaming and then I wake up. Because I recognize it. That's the problem. I don't know how to chill.
Do you remember most of your dreams?
No. I remember a lot of them, though. I don't remember most of them. I would say I remember a small fraction of them, but I remember them for a long time. Yeah. What about you?
I do. I remember a lot of dreams. I mean, I could never. Nobody would know if you remember all of them. For one,
right?
How would you know?
How would you know?
But yeah, I still dream about the field.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because it's in your subconscious, and you just like, I'm still processing.
I didn't have a bad time in high school. It wasn't the worst. I had a pretty good time in high school, but I would have nightmares that I had to go back to high school, like legitimate nightmares. That like I didn't get enough credits, so I didn't graduate, so I had to go back. Nightmares. And high school was not that bad. Now, I can't imagine how much that would be multiplied leaving a cult at 17
They're very formative years, those years. So like even
all
you,
of them.
they're very formative, and your prefrontal cortex is not, completely formed. And so we probably all go back to whatever degree to that part of us.
But those nightmares must be very vivid for you, though, and must be very extreme. Because, like I said, I would get nightmares from high school, which was nothing. It was no big deal. It wasn't bad at all. I didn't have a bad time in high school, but it was just the idea of being trapped in that fucking school another year was scary. And that's nothing.
Yeah, it's the being trapped. I have a lot of dreams like that. Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah.
Do they subside with time?
They've gotten better. I just 2 days ago, I met this guy who I hadn't seen since I was a kid. So for me, I kind of met him for the first time, in the sense of I don't remember him. But he said that reading Forager, and he really said this, and he said he had nightmares. He's always had nightmares. This man is late 60s, probably, maybe even 70, I don't know. And he said that reading it stopped his nightmares because somebody validated. So he didn't feel like it was trapped in his head anymore. Someone validated and named his experience because he wasn't talking about it.
Wow.
Not even to his own family. Like his whole life, he's never talked about it. And so just seeing it in a book made him say, like, I'm not crazy,
Wow.
And so I just wonder sometimes if our nightmares are also I mean, it's great that you were like causing ones on purpose, but the kinds that like really deeply disturb us, I just wonder if they're parts of us that we haven't fully come to terms with. I don't know.
I wonder, but some of mine is like Godzilla chasing me when I'm on a skateboard. Like, they don't make any sense. I think
That doesn't sound that scary.
I think there's certainly like, I mean, I don't try to have nightmares now. I really only did that a few times when I was a kid. But the nightmares that I do have, almost all of them are like really primal ones. Like, I've had a lot of nightmares about wolves, like a lot over the years, like running from wolves. There's something about wolves because they're intelligent and they operate in packs and they have some sort of nonverbal communication where they understand each other. And some very
They're similar
weird
to us in a lot of ways.
Yeah. They freak me out. They really do.
You know, they're not that different from dogs.
Yeah, they're a lot different from dogs. They're a lot different from dogs.
Well, they are because they're wild, but
I have a golden retriever.
Okay, they're way different than a golden retriever.
Way different.
I have Australian shepherds, and they're
My
not that
dog
different.
is a love sponge. He loves everybody. If he came in here,
but you're part of his pack.
Oh yeah, no doubt. But he's not a wolf.
Okay.
There's a big difference. I mean, he used to be a wolf. If you go back 20,000 years ago or whatever it was when they started taking these bitch ass wolves who were willing to come by the forest fire or by the campfire rather. But the wolves that live and operate in the wild are these ruthless, majestic creatures who are intelligent.
Right. But the reason that you love your dog is the same reason that wolves love each other. You know, I mean, there is this, because they're part of a pack and because they understand relationships. And I think the wolves with each other, usually not in relationship with the wolf, but I mean, of course they're scary. But they're, because they're so good at what they do.
Right. But that's why we're scared of deer.
Well, yeah.
If you're in the woods with a rifle, deer should be fucking scared. Yeah. And that's why they jump and that's why they're running away real quick. And that's the thing with wolves and human beings. Like, we've been food for them for a long time. That's what Little Red Riding Hood's all about. That's what the big bad wolf is all about. That's the whole story. The story is about wolves that will eat your kids because that's what they did. Yeah, they eat people. World War I they had a ceasefire between the Germans and the Russians because too many of them were getting eaten by wolves.
That's why they had a ceasefire?
Yeah, they had a ceasefire. Wow. And they killed the wolves and they went back to killing each other.
They couldn't have just like taken a break and said like, oh, well, maybe we should be on the same side.
No, they were losing so many people to wolves that they had these packs of wolves in Russia. And this was trench warfare. So they had horrific wounds. So these people would be lying in the trenches with a bullet hole. And then you'd hear wolves tearing these people apart and they'd be screaming. Yeah, they would send people out on patrol and just find a boot with a foot in it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You should be scared of wolves.
You should be scared of wolves. Yeah, I mean, they're reintroducing wolves now to Colorado. They just did, and they just had the first wolf depredation, where a wolf killed a calf at a ranch. And that's just the beginning. There's a reason why they killed those things. I don't think they should have. I don't think they should have made wolves extinct in the western United States like they did. I think it was horrible. They put strychnine in horses and they left them out there and the wolves would eat it and die. They did horrible, terrible things. But you don't want wolves. You don't want them around. You don't want a lot of them, especially with these bitch ass people today. They just, you're going to fucking lose a lot of folks if those things get to high numbers. You're going to lose a lot of folks. A lot of people are going to be camping. They're going to get surrounded. Just needs certain numbers. It needs numbers where they think they can get away with stuff like that. You know, numbers where there's not enough people with guns. They find out that they think people are just hikers. They don't seem to have any weapons. They know what a weapon is. They figure that out. Over time, like wolves see enough rifles, they know what a rifle is. They're not stupid.
They're not stupid.
They're scary animals, but they're also amazing. But you got to keep an eye on them. People that live in cities don't think that.
Suspicious. Our theme for today, be suspicious.
Well, be suspicious of systems, right? Because that is a system of predator and prey. And if you're having a hard time walking up that hill, guess what? Guess what side you're on? Guess what side you're on? You think you're the predator? Well, you're not. You're not. You can't even get up the hill. Wolves run up a hill like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Like, whee! They just fucking go over that hill like it ain't shit. They can run 45 miles an hour and chase you down and eat you, stupid. Yeah.
Be suspicious.
Be suspicious. Did they teach you guys when you were doing the survival training how to like do everything, like get water, hunt for food, like make your own fire out of
I know
nothing?
how to distill, water in a pit from plants, and how to distill urine and all that great stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not really a very practical skill, though. You don't really have to do that
No, not
on a daily
normally.
basis.
But if you know how to distill water, it's like pretty wise.
Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot with dew, just like by putting, but you do need a piece of plastic. You can use like a rain jacket or like a windbreaker or whatever, but you dig a pit and you put all the vegetation and like whatever you can get, even in the desert, like you can get, yucca or whatever, and you put it in the pit, and then the condensation, when it rises, you need to collect it, and then you can collect the dew. And
so you get it off the bottom surface of the plastic?
Yeah, but you make a little like pool of it. And yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, and you can survive off of that.
Wow. How much water can you get out of dew?
Well, it depends on how ideally you have more than one pit of this, but you are going to need to at some point move on a little and forage where there's more plants, but you can live. And you also, of course, want to know what plants can give you water.
Right.
Until you can find a source
What's
of
the
water.
good ones?
Like which good plants?
What's the good ones that'll get you water?
Well, the darker green and the bigger the leaf. But in the desert, I mean, generally, if you have the things that give you a lot of water are already at water sources, right? Because they're water rich. Right. So it's in the desert where you need it. And anything that has, I mean, cactus can give you water, but you're not going to get as much dew as you do off of, let's say, sagebrush. Yeah.
So sage bushes.
Yeah, you can get some dew.
So what do? You take them out of the dirt, you bury them?
Yeah. You dig a pit. You don't bury them like they would grow. You leave them like lush. So you dig this pit so you can use it over and over. And you take the brush and you put it in the pit, and then you cover it with whatever, sort of plastic you have. If you have a tarp, that's great. I just don't know why you'd have a tarp.
Are you planting it, or are you just leaving it there?
You're not planting it because you didn't. Yeah, it's just you don't need the roots or whatever.
And so it's just sucking the water out of that plant as it dehydrates in the heat. With the plastic over it and the water.
But it's overnight, so it's not really I mean, it's so it'll, like, you've seen condensation, like even on your car, right? And so you're just collecting that. It's just a source of collecting it. And you put more of it in one place so you can collect more.
How much can you get?
Well, I mean, if you get a quarter cup, you're pretty lucky.
Wow.
But, you just can't move around a lot if you don't want to dehydrate. But if you do that enough, you can live. You'll survive for a while. Water's really important, way more important than food.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know that.
Yeah. You can survive a long time without food.
Yeah.
We talked about this dude that was really fat, and he went on a fasting diet with IV vitamins, and he did it for 300 and something days. You can do a whole
year if you're heavy enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
But most people could go a month pretty easily.
Yeah.
Like even if you're not fat.
Yeah, you'd look like shit.
Of course. But you could live. You can't do that with water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm sure you hope you don't ever have to use those skills.
I do hope that. And I am sure my skills are not as good as they used to be.
Yeah, but just what you've told so far, if the shit hits the fan, I'm calling you.
You should.
I would.
You should, Joe.
I bet I should.
Yeah.
I mean, how many years did you have to learn that stuff?
I mean, I learned them for a lot of years. And it gets inside of you. And I think that's the thing about muscle memory, right? And I believe in exercise, by the way, too. I mean, I was trained like that's why I can't not exercise. And I think that just like exercise, like I'm sure you feel like shit if you don't exercise, and as do I, but I also feel like when it gets inside of you, like what survival is, you feel, I think, without doing some of those things that you're not really fully human. At least I feel that way.
Wow.
Yeah, I like to eat off the earth even now. Like when I can, I still fork.
I mean, that's what picnics about, aren't they?
No, I meant like actually picking things out of the ground that I didn't plant. I don't mean gardening. I mean,
I see what you're saying.
Like foraging off the land. If you know what to eat, it's still really great to have something that grew there naturally, like indigenous plants.
Yeah, it's rewarding. If you can find a blueberry bush and pick blueberries, it's rewarding.
Yeah, or elderberries.
Yeah, I think it's a part of our past too, like in our DNA. You get excited.
Yeah. Every chapter of my book has like these descriptions of something you can eat in the Angeles National Forest. And
oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, not to say that, somebody would need a little bit of training. Like I'm not advocating that you just go out there and but I mean, if you know what you're doing, yeah. Yeah,
you always hear that with mushrooms. Like people fuck up and they eat the wrong mushrooms and wind up dying.
Yeah.
Mushrooms are scary.
They are.
There's a lot of them that'll kill you.
Yes, and then there's a lot of them will keep you alive.
Yeah.
So if you're going to survive, you should know the difference.
Yeah. See this Argaricon that Paul Stamets gave me? This is a giant.
Wow, that's a real mushroom? Oh my God.
It's huge.
Let me see.
Check it out.
Wow.
Came off old growth forest.
Wow.
That's a real mushroom.
That's incredible.
Not nuts.
Don't eat it.
No, you don't eat that one. That one's staying on the
I'm
table.
just giving you some advice.
No, but he sells them in pills. He
Wow.
actually, his company is called Host Defense.
Beautiful.
You get it in pill form. It's good for your immune system. All right.
Says foraging, I think.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure even just getting dirt on you and being in the wild, and like that's what we're supposed to do, right?
Yeah.
Like being in sterile environments is probably the worst thing for your immune system.
Yeah. I mean,
like
that's
atrophy.
actually been studied. Yes.
Yeah, like just sort of like exercise, right? Like if you don't exercise, you atrophy. If you don't experience some other organisms, we're a host of organisms. We're not just
all interconnected.
Yes, we're all interconnected.
Yeah.
Listen, I really enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you.
I
I've enjoyed
think
it too.
Your journey is remarkable. It's very unusual, and I think you came out of on the other end a very interesting person.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having me on. It's been wonderful hanging out with you.
I enjoyed it very much. Thank you.
Right.
So tell everybody how to get your book.
Oh, right. So Forager, Field Notes for Surviving a Family Cult. It's available anywhere books are sold. So you can get it online. And
do you have social media? Do you have Instagram?
I do. I have Instagram. I'm on Substack. I am on Twitter, but not a whole lot. And
What is your Instagram?
Michelle Dowd.
Michelle Dowd Z?
Yeah,
okay.
There's a Z at the
Got
end.
it. All right, beautiful. All right.
I wasn't the first Michelle Dowd on Instagram, unfortunately.
Well, thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
All right. Well, this took a lot of time to organize, but I'm very excited, and I'm happy you're both here. Thank you. Flint, please introduce yourself, tell everybody what you do. And
Yeah, hi, my name is Flint, and I'm an archaeologist. I've done archaeology my whole life. My dad was an archaeologist, and I'm just very passionate about sharing archaeology and what we do. I find in general that people don't really understand what modern archaeology is about. And so I'm going to try to get that across while here. You know, that's my goal.
Fantastic. Take that microphone and try to keep it about a fist from your face.
1 second. We have to. His HDMI is not working. It's not going through.
Mine is not.
Okay. All right. We had a bit of a technical issue, but we're up. So Flint, you were just explaining how your passion is archaeologist. You're an archaeologist, and you have this opportunity to sort of educate people on how archaeology is done.
Yeah, that's my goal, is to try to share what we do, why we do it, and what our goals are with it. Yeah.
Okay, terrific. And Graham, everybody knows you. You've been on this podcast about 10 times.
Largely thanks to you, Joe.
Oh, I'm very happy to introduce the world to it. Are we okay, Flint, with the HDMI?
I think we've been doing shows together since 2011.
You, I think, were one of my first real guests. You might be the first real guest. Because before that, it was just my friends, just comedians.
Yeah.
And it was all in my house, and we ate pizza, and it was fantastic. Jamie's setting everything up, making sure we're good to go. Okay. The way we'd agreed to do this is, Flint, you wanted to open, and you wanted to do about 10 minutes and just sort of explain things.
Yeah.
And so we'll let you do that, and then Graham, you'll have an opportunity to respond.
Yeah. Thank you. Jamie, do you mind pulling up my screen?
Here we go.
All right. So look, one of the things that I see when I'm online or in person sharing archaeology is I find it's tough to get across what it is. And so I wanted to start with a fun example. So I understand that maybe not everybody can see the screen. So Joe, do you mind actually just kind of describing what this artifact is?
Oh, you're putting this on me, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this says Athenian red figure from 470 BC. And it is two people having sex. It's a man on top of a woman. You see his penis. You see it's it's very graphic.
It is very graphic. So what do you think this shares about what archaeology is? Any ideas?
Well, I mean, you're finding artwork and parts of civilization that were left behind and, have been around in this case since over 2,000 years.
Yeah, and for a long time, scholars thought that a piece like this described sort of life in Athens, and they connected to Athenian texts, sort of like Plato describing people having sex even, right? And on the other hand, however, every single piece of Athenian artwork with graphic sex like this, couples actually fucking with penises and stuff like that, ends up in Italy. It's part of an Athenian pornographic export market. And Kathleen Lynch and Sean Lewis and others have published on this. And so the real point is that what we're looking at is the painters are designing something for consumers in Italy, and particularly in Etruria. And this instead fits better in with telling us about life in Etruscans and the kind of stuff that they show in their tombs, sort of romance between people, or the kind of sexual scenes that they design themselves in Italy as well. And the whole point here is that archaeology is not really about an artifact. It's not about a monument. It's about our patterns. And so when we sort of look at how much archaeology there is in the world, this is a map that shows the Horn of Africa with every single archaeological site that's been surveyed there. And there's 171,000 of them.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It just looks amazing.
It's just, and this is just because of the terrain. Many of these are tombs, for example, Islamic and pre-Islamic tombs, and so they're visible on the surface. And so in many ways, when we think about archaeology today in the 21st century, we're thinking about big data sets and trying to analyze them statistically and understand the kind of patterns they put together. And we use innovative technology, sort of LiDAR, lasers from the sky, to see these things underground. For example, here are this publication by Canuto in 2018 records 61,480 structures still to be excavated, found with LiDAR and surface survey, right? And so at the same time,
this is for people listening, it says ancient lowland Maya complex as revealed by airborne laser scanning of northern Guatemala. That's amazing.
Yeah. And so, I mean, we have this huge data set, and with it, we get high resolution. For example, the bottom image in red, it shows looters' trenches, because while there's a lot of archaeology, because people have been everywhere, it's very fragile and it's at risk. And that's something I also want to take some time to get across a bit while I'm here. And my own research is very much big data oriented too. I've studied nearly 1 million animal bones and teeth and horn fragments from ancient Greece, like this pile here from the island of Crete, from Azoria. And in particular, I also want to get across the kind of precision we have right now. I do what's called isotope analysis. I look at oxygen and carbon isotopes in the teeth of these animals. And by taking multiple samples on different parts of the teeth, you can see the different areas that I've drilled on that tooth on the right? And what that does is it lets me understand the diet of the animal and where it's moving in the landscape seasonally. So in different seasons of the year, I can understand the kind of ways that people are raising animals. We can do this with human remains too. And we can get this high level of resolution and precision that people don't always realize that we have, right? And so in this case, I'm here to try to discuss with Graham and to test his lost civilization hypothesis. He has this, he's written about it in many books, and he's given many talks here and on Netflix, and he's talked about this idea of a lost advanced civilization from the Ice Age, an advanced civilization that's around the globe, right? And in particular, he thinks there was a global cataclysm at that time, and the survivors introduced agriculture, architecture, astronomy, and arts to hunter-gatherers. And so I'm trying to tackle this with an open mind. And I want to tackle this with the perspective of my own experience and my own expertise. And so in that sense, if you think about what Carl Sagan says, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Graham is in many ways the first person to admit that the evidence he has is fingerprints. It's kind of what he thinks is this technological transmission to hunter-gatherers, but he does not have any direct dated evidence of this civilization. It's, after all, a lost civilization, right? And so what I've been thinking through is, how can my own experience and expertise kind of test this hypothesis in a fair way? That's kind of my goal here while here. And so I'm here doing a lot of research. I'm here to present what I see are two clear disproofs of a lost advanced Ice Age civilization. And I mean, archaeologists were fairly sure this does not exist. We've been looking for this kind of civilization for several hundred years. This idea of a pre-flood civilization has been around for several hundred years. And so what I want to do is focus on where my own experience and expertise is. My dad was an Ice Age archaeologist. He studied Neanderthal caves. And so I want to dig into some of the stuff that he's excavated and surveyed. These are, for example, 100,000-year-old stone tools from Egypt. And so we have just so much Ice Age evidence. And Graham usually ignores it. And he claims that his
Do
civilization.
you have your notifications on or something?
I don't know what that is.
The dongle is doing that?
Sorry.
If you hit mute, maybe it might stop.
Yeah, I just muted it.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries.
And so this
So your claim was that Graham ignores this?
my claim is that he ignores most of the evidence for hunter-gatherers in the Ice Age, which is
He ignores it, or that he doesn't focus on it as much as he's focused on this ancient advanced civilization?
I mean, I think that's one and the same. I think if you're going to look at the Ice Age, we need to look at the totality of evidence to understand what's there. And so, for example, he proposes the reason why the Ice Age civilization isn't there is because it's underwater. It's been, we've had 200 feet of sea level rise since the Younger Dryas, and therefore it's not accessible. And so I really want to focus on Ice Age coastlines, evidence from Ice Age coastlines and excavations, underwater evidence from the Ice Age, things like that. These areas where he says that archaeologists don't look, but we are looking, and what we find is the ephemeral traces of hunter-gatherers rather than some sort of advanced civilization. And so that's one thing I want to show. I want to share this kind of evidence. Some of it's new, some of it's not, but I think it's the kind of thing that it has a direct bearing on looking for such an Ice Age civilization.
When you're studying these coastal areas where these Ice Age people lived, and you're studying these underwater whatever, what would you call them? Are they cities? Are they towns? Are they villages?
No, these are. So in this case, this is a really brand new find from like a month ago. It's actually a hunting lodge off the coast of Germany.
So it's where they have their camp.
Yeah, or maybe just where they drove game along to hunt them. But most of what's underwater are lithic scatters of stone tools, stuff like this.
What do you have there?
I have a series of different stone tools. I'll
Come on,
show them off a little later. But
Let me
yeah,
touch one of them.
yeah, sure.
How old is this?
These are all modern replicas
Oh,
made by archaeologists. Some of them made by my dad, and some of them have been made
I thought you
by.
were gonna hook us up with some real stuff.
Sorry, no, I can't bring real stuff.
I have a real arrowhead. It's from here.
I do have an ancient corn cob right here.
Oh,
From
that's
about
not nearly as
1,200 years
interesting.
ago from the Southern Methodist University Archaeology Collection, and I'll explain why this is here in a bit. But
my question for you, though, was how much of the ground do you think has actually been studied? When you're looking at these ancient Ice Age Neanderthal populations, or were they Homo sapiens as well?
These are Homo sapiens. This is from, right at the end of the Ice Age. So this is
Okay.
modern humans, yeah.
So these, when you're finding remnants of ancient hunter-gatherers, how much evidence, how much of the ground do you think you've studied?
We've definitely not studied most of the ground,
Right.
but as I'll show, we've studied a lot, and we actually put together predictive models on how to find this stuff. And so because it's really expensive to go diving, right? And so
how many dives do you think have been done? Like how many times?
thousands, yeah. Oh yeah, and lots of different sites have been found from all over the world.
And specifically, it was done to try to locate these.
To try to locate
Ancient
Stone Age,
civilizations.
Ice Age stuff, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then my second thing I'd like to focus on is food. I am an archaeologist who studies ancient food. I'm an environmental archaeologist. I've studied millions of animal bones from the past. I've helped collect thousands and thousands of seeds like these. And it's something that people don't realize we can get. We've developed sampling methods, and we now at this point have millions of archaeobotanical remains, so seeds from ancient civilizations and ancient societies all over the world. And I want to sort of show you how we understand domestication as a process. And we can see where it happened in real time, in real space, this sort of evolution from a wild plant to a domestic plant, because that counters Graham's idea that the civilization introduced agriculture. It was not an introduction. It's something that happened in a real space. And we'll track how we can see humans taking control of the reproductive life cycle of these plants is what I want to show
Can
you.
I pause you for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Is that in a particular region? Like right now on Earth, there are people that are living in essentially a Stone Age manner, right?
I wouldn't call it a Stone Age man.
Well, okay,
No.
let's say people in uncontacted indigenous tribes in the Amazon.
Mhm.
I mean, they essentially are living with animal skins and bows and arrows, and they're living very similar to the way people lived 10,000 years ago.
I think there's plenty of people living today in their traditional
Yeah.
lifestyles. Yeah,
Right, but then there's also people that live in Tokyo.
of course.
Right? So the world is huge. So if you find evidence of agriculture that dates back to a specific period where you can see the wild plants, you can see this transition into domesticated plants, is it possible that we're dealing with a region? And I think part of the theory about the Younger Dryas impact theory was that although it probably devastated the entire human race, it didn't impact all the places the same way. Just like like right now, if a volcano goes off in Iceland, we don't even notice it, right? But over there, it's devastating.
Yes, but in this case, what I'm thinking about is, unlike, I know you guys have mentioned at times you can't radiocarbon date stone. We can date these seeds. So we can date that transition from domestic to...
And
from
what are
wild
the
to
oldest
domestic.
seeds that you found?
Oh, the oldest seeds we have go back tens of thousands of years. The oldest domesticated crops we have go back about 11,000 years.
And where are those from?
From Syria, Turkey, the Fertile Crescent area, yeah.
Is it possible that there was domestication before that in other parts of the world?
I'm going to show you why that's not possible.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's kind of my goal there.
Okay.
Yeah, because, and it's not even a disproof of an advanced civilization. It's a disproof of agriculture, period, in the Ice Age. There's a lot of reasons why there was no agriculture, and so I want to get into the weeds on that. Let's say, yeah.
Okay.
So just to kind of go off, I also want to explain.
More penises.
I know, man.
Flint, what are you doing to us here?
Hey, you got to get the audience somehow,
These are
right?
penis pipes? Is that a pipe?
Yeah, they are.
That's
Yeah.
a rough,
not pipe. It's a lamp.
pull.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, a lamp.
Yeah.
Okay.
But so, archaeology,
Those are cool.
I think archaeology should be open. But of course, in the 20th century, the mores of certain Italian museums, like here in Naples, they kept this stuff hidden.
So did they hide this just because of the graphic nature of it?
Yeah, but it's now open. For the last 20 years,
Oh,
if you
okay.
go to the museum in Naples, they have what's called the Gabinetto Segreto, and it has all the erotic art from Pompeii and Herculaneum and things like that. And archaeologists, look, we're underfunded, we're not perfect, but our goal, most of us, is to publish everything open data. And we have at this point millions upon millions of archaeological records available from things like Open Context, the Archaeology Data Service, the Digital Archaeological Record, even the Radiocarbon Paleolithic Europe database. So when you're talking about the Ice Age, we have radiocarbon dates directly dated from 13,000 sites in Europe and Siberia. We have quite a bit of evidence of this ephemeral evidence for hunter-gatherers, if you see what I mean. And so the evidence is just enormous, this database for hunter-gatherers. And so I think it's important that we deal with the existing evidence and see where it leads us, if you see what I mean.
And what is the oldest evidence for hunter-gatherers, just for the audience?
Oh, God. I mean, that goes back, million years or something. They're pre-Homo sapiens.
Okay.
Yeah.
And but in terms of what we would consider Stone Age man or early Homo sapien, what is like the earliest buildings that we know of? What's the earliest tools that we know of? What do we have?
The earliest tools we know of are many hundreds of thousands of years, right? Before modern.
Similar to the
Homo
ones you
sapiens.
just showed us?
Yeah, well, they're bigger. They're probably, this isn't quite it either. This is a Middle Paleolithic style core that my dad made. But the earliest stone tools are quite large, many of them. But as time goes on, they become smaller and smaller because humans become more efficient at using this raw material. Right, because there's only a few different kinds of stones that you can nap. That's what's called a conchoidal fracture. I'll pass some of these around at some point. We'll do a show and tell, and I'll show you how we can tell the difference between kind of a man-made stone tool versus just a piece of shatter.
I actually just watched a documentary on it, or a YouTube video, I should say, and it was really fascinating watching them nap them.
Yeah, exactly.
How they do it with like a piece of leather on their leg, and they knock the top of it. It's very interesting.
You even have some lovely deer antler that could be used for that, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so continue. So you were saying that we have a very clear chain. Essentially, you're saying there's a clear chain between what we know of in terms of like hunter-gatherers and then more modern civilizations. It's a pretty linear line.
No, I don't see it as a linear line. I actually
not linear. That's a bad, but that at what point in time it started, I should say.
I think what we can say is we can start pinpointing the starts of domestication and things like that. But I think that what this big data set that we now have shows is there is no linear trajectory to human culture. It's actually very heterogeneous what happens. It's different in different areas of the world, and therefore we need to understand the local context to understand them. And that's really what it's picturing. I mean, in many ways, like I think Graham's TV show is fun and interesting TV, but I think it misrepresents what we think of as the birth of civilization. We don't really write or teach about that anymore. It's very different in different places. Even the very term civilization is something that everybody has a different definition for. So we almost never use it. I never use the term civilization while teaching or writing, for example. It's a term that you can use to mean anything. And so it's like this grand narrative approach to human prehistory is something that's from the 20th century. and not really a component of 21st century archaeology, is what I would say.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. And so I just want to end with a couple questions for Graham, if he's willing. At different times, he's described that the civilization that he's looking for from 12,000 years ago, it was advanced to, say, our own civilization in the late 18th or early 19th century. And so, as an archaeologist, we study technology, we study the material remains of the past. And so I wonder what we're trying to look for, right? And so I know that this is kind of how the last conversation with Michael Shermer started. And so I get that, but I do want to just quickly say Graham has acknowledged that there's a good chance there's no metallurgy, for example, with this civilization. He said maybe a decision was made not to use metals. And I'd say we could definitively prove there was no large-scale metallurgy in the Ice Age. If you look at ice cores in the Arctic, right, we can track metallurgy of the Roman period, of medieval periods, based on lead emissions that end up in these ice cores. And there are no emissions from metallurgy in the Ice Age. So we can be sure that there's no global metallurgical civilization that's doing a lot of mining and smelting. Certainly they're not burning fossil fuels like they might be in the 18th or 19th century. So we know that could not have been around that early because it would show up in the atmosphere. Likewise, we can think about shipwrecks, right? Graham has mentioned that the bulk of marine archaeology has focused on shipwrecks and not the continental shelves. And so the thing is, at this point, we have something like 3 million shipwrecks from around the world. And so one of my questions for Graham is, if this is a global civilization with ships, why is it that we don't have shipwrecks from this global civilization? I see this as a big, big problem. If we're looking for a civilization that's traversing the oceans, we should find these shipwrecks. And similarly, these shipwrecks are located near the coast. They're located on the submerged continental shelves. We are actually exploring these submerged continental shelves in detail. We're able to find scattered ephemeral shipwrecks, but not monuments of some sort of civilization.
And the shipwrecks, what's the oldest one that we've found so far?
Well, there was one that was just published from about, I think it was about 7,000 years ago off the coast of Italy that I saw. Something around there would say what I'd say is around the oldest that we have, yeah.
And at what point in time these are mostly wooden boats?
Yeah, these are mostly wooden boats, yeah.
At what point in time would they deteriorate completely?
Well, so actually...
Yo, can you hear me? Dude, you're the sickest motherfucker of all time. This is so sick. Oh my god. Motherfucker, this is the sickest shit. Time. You're so cool. I know. Fuck you. Word. Hey, remember when we do that thing where I was like,
Dog, remember that time when it was like, hey everybody, let's not have this talk, and everybody was like, yeah. That was so fucking sick. So sick. Let's go 1 to 10 then. George 10. Yeah, no. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. 5 seconds on the shot clock. 4 seconds on the shot clock. There are only 3 seconds on this fucking shot clock. 2 seconds on the shot clock. 1 second on the shot clock. 1 shot. Everybody. Oh, man, this phone is doing that thing. Maybe turn it down so it doesn't start calling. Everybody knows that thing sucks. Cool. Hey everybody. When everybody knows that thing sucks, I like how I'm so focused on everybody who listening to Joe Rogan. Good microphone over there. So sick. Dog. I like that. Hey, you haven't. Well, guess what? I don't give a flying fuck. Hey, Rabbi. Did you know you have an echo? Hey, dude. Did you know you give a flying fuck? Hey, Rabbi. You know you got some bad feedback? Hey, guess what? I don't fucking care. Dog. This shit's so much horsepower. Oh. Dog, you got fucking 4 different screens going there. And you Can't really say. So, I like how he uses a speaker of one. Dude, I think we're going to see stuff again. Speaker of one. The camera's at another. Why don't you just use that one? Oh, because then you're over. Oh, okay. It's like, hey, we'd rather see Joe Rogan than you. No. Dude, I love it. Hey, did you know that you have an Did you know that I don't give a fuck? Alright, so what you thinking, dog? Take that one. Put it there. That gives us Joe Rogan. And then what? That one. Well, for real, this one should fucking work. Dude, I don't even ever look at everybody's fucking Yo, dog. This shit sucks. Skill 1 and 2. Georgetown. This guy sucks. Oh, hey. Everybody remember. Oh, God, that was so great. When your own fucking thing went down, dog. Yo, you're really good. Alright, well, fuck you. Hey, when I give it to you. Suck these balls. That sounds like a you problem. Hey, Rabbi, did you know that I can't hear you? Oh, that sounds like a you problem. Actually, if anything, it's a both of us. Because I can't hear you. I gotta stick around. Oh, go fuck yourself. I love how you scare myself. Yo, dog. Are you done? I wonder if I can see myself with this one. And I wonder if it would be sick as fuck. Oh yeah, I can see myself on that. Dude, I don't know anything other than that. And it doesn't even yeah, that's tough. It's cool. It's actually really cool. It's the coolest fucking sickest shit of all time. Pretty fucking cool. Dog, that Chromebook shit is baller. Sick as fuck. Dog, this shit is sick as fuck. That's fine. I'm good. I really just gotta work at myself. Amazing. Yo, my Russia TV, the baddest girl on the planet. This bitch so bad. This bitch so bad. She's the baddest girl. Yo, dog. Is this like her as a real person? No, I don't. But it could be. Yo. This shit, son. Yo. I need to get some motherfucker in this bitch. I like how people are like, dude, you make it something you can't even do TP. Like, oh, sorry? I feel like whenever that happens, Really? Alright, so are you done? Oh, cool. I like how it's like, hey everybody, want to get some feedback? Side, bitch. It's like that. What shit? Yeah, bitch. The fuck this guy do? Hey, Alice, suck this shit. If this bitch is fearlessly. Alright, so you think you're gonna stand up and be a pimp? Oh, don't do that bullshit. Hey, everybody. Hey, Rabbi. Thanks. I wonder what happens if you only have one fucking microphone. But then you go, nobody can hear Joe Rogan. Everybody's like, dude, we can watch Joe Rogan on our own. Dog, just mute this one. There. Now all your sound is going to be fucking amazing. For Riz? Dog, for sure. Really? Yeah. So then why did I need that? I don't know. Yo. Can you hear yourself? Yeah, I can hear myself really well. I don't think I have to do anything. That's the fucking thing. Dog, my recent TV is getting it, girl. Hey everybody, my name is Recent TV. Everybody, Rothschild's on my ass. Alright, cool. Yo. Oh, you can have that one. Showing video. Dude, oh my god, is that those coppers? Wow, shit. Yo. So, dog, are you gonna do the thing? What? I come over here, dude. Do it like fucking ninja. All right. So what are we doing? We're gonna open up an activity. Why? Why the fuck not? We're gonna go to YouTube. I call it YouTubers. Why? Why not? Next question. Hey everybody. Then I'm gonna go to documentaries. Remember when you were like, hey, watch Trailer Park Boys, and everybody was like, psych. Oh my fucking dudes. No, not that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is this bullshit? Dog. They have some sick ass documentaries. Scale 1 to 10. I mean, scale 1 to 10 the documentaries of the world. John Daly. Yo, so then what? Is this shit still going? No one knows, and I think you know the answer to this, kid. No one cares. If they did care, they would be here. They literally aren't here. No one is here. And straight up, everyone hates you. Sick. You see Joe Rogan? Dude, shut the fuck up about Joe Rogan, man. No one is watching the thing. God, that little was pretty cool. Hey, look, Rabbi's got 5 of his own fucking account tickets. That is fucking dumb. He loves himself so much that he wants everybody to be able to see him. Fucking times. It's redonk. Yo, are you happy with this shit? I'm pretty satisfied. Pretty cool. Wow, this place is really something. It would be like if people
people
cared, they would be here. But they don't. So they're not. Well, but can you hear Joe Rogan?
It was eventually vindicated. Now, what I want to do, if you don't mind, is just play a tiny little clip from Tom Dillahay himself.
I don't have the audio set up for you to do that.
Can you send it to him?
I just have the HDMI cable.
Rapid, if he sends it to you, can you do that? Okay.
How do I send it to you?
Can you drop it to him? We'll pause.
For a slight technical hitch.
Okay, we're back.
After a slight technical hitch, let's play this clip from Tom Dillahay, who was the discoverer and excavator of Monte Verde.
I put together an interdisciplinary research team of people, got National Geographic funding and National Science Foundation funding. And that went pretty well the way we expected it to. And I found that the scientists were open-minded. This includes archaeologists. We had Australian, Chilean, and Argentinian archaeologists working with us. Cumulatively speaking, those people, besides myself, probably have close to 100 years of experience amongst them. What surprised me on the other side of the coin was the stiff, closed-mindedness of many North American archaeologists. But some of the North American colleagues were very difficult to deal with, and I think at times presenting a very unhealthy atmosphere, cutting us off before we could present the data at meetings, not talking with us about it, refusing to look at the data, this sort of thing.
So, I think I've got a few minutes left of my presentation time, and I would like to deal with the issue that Flint has mentioned of archaeology somehow knowing that there was no lost civilization. If we could call this up on the screen. So the Society for American Archaeology, of which Flint is a member, wrote an open letter to Netflix shortly after the release of my show, Ancient Apocalypse, really asking Netflix to cancel the show. Not to cancel, this is quite cleverly put. They said reclassify it as science fiction. Now, to my mind, what is the result of 30 plus years of work on my part being reclassified as science fiction is as good as canceling it. Netflix did not reclassify it as science fiction, but archaeology, the Society for American Archaeology, says that it really sees no evidence for an advanced lost civilization of the Ice Age, and that it's simply, my series is simply entertainment with ideological goals. So I want to get into the parts of the world that that archaeology has not looked at. That have been
It's kind of interesting, though, from that statement, just the last thing. Contrary to Hancock's claims, archaeology does not willfully ignore credible evidence, nor does it seek to suppress it in a conspiratorial fashion. But we just showed that.
Yeah, we just showed in the case of Tom Dillahay that his evidence was suppressed, but in the case of Jacques Saint-Mars, his evidence was suppressed, that archaeology was not open-minded about the work of these guys, that they suffered humiliation and great difficulty in advancing their work. And furthermore, I'd like to make another point at this point, friend. I don't think there's an archaeological conspiracy against me. I'm not so conceited. I don't imagine there's a conspiracy. I don't think archaeologists are sitting together in a combine.
How you living?
man?
CLB, you're a legend.
You're a legend.
I'm a legend.
Word, dog.
Word, dog.
So are you.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I know who you
I
are
know who you are because you are famous
on
on
Kick,
Kick,
but also you have a very good reputation amongst other streamers, which is really hard to hold.
Wait, what about me?
Let's see
Let's
here.
see here.
John Relax.
Down to us.
Gotta be honest.
Gotta be
with you.
honest.
It's my first
My
time
first
seeing
time
you.
seeing you.
But
But
you have
you have
the
the
potential
potential
to outdo
to outdo
my man
my man
CLB.
CLB.
What is
What is
people's
people's
reputation
reputation
Or what is your reputation? Or what do other people think about you?
I am first ignored, then I'm hated, then I'm beloved.
What makes you think
Lots of people. Well, firstly, let me say this. I stream like 24/7, 365. I've been doing so for more than 3 years, and I do it for world peace. So all of my bots and all of my spam has a good core message. I don't want people to have war with you. And so some things that we discuss on my street, if you don't mind, can I share them with you? Excellent. Ending world hunger through the use of cloud seeding, vertical farming, hydroponics, plus a litany of other things. Ending world thirst through digging of wells, through life strife, and through desalination plants, where you take water from the world's oceans and make it potable for people on land. Additionally, some things that we talked about on the stream that are very important, I think like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology. These are really big ideas. My man John, relax. I'm going to give you the gift that I'm not giving CLB yet. Do you know that I don't think you're going to die? Word, dog. Word. And let me say this. Bear with me. You both are young men. I don't think either of you are going to die. So CLB drinks the Guinness. When I say I don't think you're going to die, because of life extension technology, the ability to extend the average lifespan of an individual from, say, 80 years to 100 years to 120 to 200 years eventually, we're going to get to the point as well. There's a hypothetical technology that is becoming real time. In addition to life extension technology for use human growth hormone and cryogenic and stem cells to prolong life. In addition to many other things, there is something called mind-uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer. That upload is saved indefinitely for later download into a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an ethereal being. Anything that you may want. So what I'm saying here is that because both of you are positioned in such a way as creators, I think that you'll have the influence that you need in the future to be able to afford this technology. And it's a very exciting future when you think, well, if Rabbi's right, that might be a really cool feature. So with that, what do you think?
interesting? A lot and one's real. How are you going to end world hunger?
Excellent. Well, if you're familiar with hydroponics, the use of water and providing nutrition to the roots of plants, you can really increase the production of agriculture. And when you do that vertically as well, you don't have to use as much horizontal acreage, and you can create essentially greenhouses. Additionally, there are many other opportunities to end global hunger through use of some types of technology known as a seawater greenhouse. This is where you build a greenhouse out near the ocean, but then you're not really confined to some of the traditional issues that you may experience on land. Traditional greenhouses also are a great way to raise crops. We can just increase the size and the acreage that we're able to use. And then there are other things that we can do with genetically modified organisms to have larger production. So that's just when it comes to world hunger. And I recognize that if we put our minds to any of these projects, we could eventually achieve them if the powers that be want us to. So what I've done is create the world's largest platform. I'm basically on cancer over there. I have right now streaming on 33 different platforms. I'm live on 5 different Discords. I'm live on 8 different YouTubes. I am always creating content. And if I am canceled on one platform, and I have another 32 platforms to back it up. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 TikTok accounts. Word dog. Here, let me show you my robot. This is inside base talk. Absolutely. So I have more of them going and giving attention. There's one
there.
I also have a Discord. This is the second one. Third one's here. Fourth one's here. You're gonna see this pink pointer. And this is a very intelligent bot. It can recognize where on the page a follow button is, or that button that says you must be 18 years old to watch this. So watch what this pink pointer's going to do. It just went on the follow button and clicked. It's devastating. So as you know, many times that creates an animation from someone's page. Additionally, we're going to come over here. We're going to create a clip. And this is, I'm sure you guys are familiar. This is the very devastating addition that we've made recently. And while this is advantageous, I recognize this is really annoying, and I apologize for it. But you should know that, and I'm sure you know, the creator has to be the one to delete these. It can't be a moderator. So I get to live rent free in their head. Word dog. I'm in agreement with you. I think you should be able to have moderators in this kind of stuff. So if anything, we're just going to improve some of the features that it has, and I'll show you all of the loopholes. So
like, I'm at what 1.2. If you give me 2K, I mean, if you just, I'm just doing
Word dog.
Hey, it's one of those things. I can feed a man for a day, and I feed a man and he'll eat for a day, or teach a man to fish and eat for a lifetime. I can teach you how to make the bot yourself. You can create.
Okay, I understand.
I got you. Well, so like, you know how you spam that? Can you start doing that with John Relax?
I can.
You want to make sure that you're streaming, and if you are streaming, you're going to get at least a dozen or so followers every single day. That's just an average. And aside from that, you
Sure. Hey, John, relax. Hold on a second.
I do recognize. Now I do recognize.
That's
beautiful. Good on you.
Yeah, I need you to be. You're now a part of my. So you're hired. Okay.
Excellent.
What I need you to do is I would need you to now start doing what you're doing for yourself, but now include John relaxing, right? Make sure everybody's in line.
I got you.
Yeah. I want to see some beer lab.
Sure.
I can show you that.
Welcome,
hey,
Hans.
welcome, Hans. How are you?
I'm great. How you doing?
Kicking ass,
my man.
Okay,
just one moment.
Don't forget about what I'm. Put that in your notes.
John, relax. It's up here, baby. You got it. Excellent. Yeah, I'll give you a ring. Just one moment. Okay, so over here in the corner. So let me explain. I have six. Five Chromebooks and another four laptops and another like potentially at any given time with 30 other devices that are tablets. So back here, we're live on YouTube. Let me tell you on what platforms are. YouTube, DLive, Trovo, Billy. I know you're like, I've never heard of it. I understand, but they're huge in China. Africa TV. I'm live on. There's a Billy. There's a Novo, I'm live on Campfire, and then of course like Twitter, Rumble, everything but Twitch.
That can't help, right? You go live on Twitter now?
Yeah, you can.
I know, that's what I was going to ask. Wait, how do you pay rent?
I am a certified project management professional. So I've had six-figure. I'm a certified project management professional. I've had six-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies. And additionally, I do this on the App Store and Google Play. So whenever I need to make money, I can pick up a freelance position whenever I need and generate 4 to 5 figures and then live out that for a little while longer. Thank you. Okay, additionally, if you can see over here, I little zones of devices. Usually that's just because we're the right, got like the surge protector or the power outlet. Okay. So over here we have I'm live until so a lot of people may wonder, Rabbi, why do you have Sonic the Hedgehog? What's up with that? It's a cryptocurrency that I met on Twitter over a year ago. And so it's called Credit Powder. It's worth like 19 cents now. It's doing really well. It's had like 100x over the course of the year. And I've been live in their Telegram now for more than a year. So for literally more than a year, this entire community has had a portal into my life. They can ask me anything they want. We watch UFC events, Super Bowl, fantasy football, all that. Over here, we've got Discord, and then also Rumble Studio. All of my Chromebooks I use in the studio. And I'm just going to give you guys some alpha. I know you stream on Kick, so it's different. But if you ever need to multi-stream for whatever reason, in my opinion, Rumble Studio has superior software as of right now. You can multi-stream on unlimited RTMP. Normally you have to pay. Like there are some services like Streamlabs and some others that allow you to maybe multi-stream from 2 or 3 maximum using a free account. Rumble as many as you want. And then also Rumble launched a creator program as well. It's not I would say it's different than the Kick program. The Kick program is like you make a certain amount and you meet all these credentials. Rumble seems to be easier, and it's basically up to you and what you want to participate, but it's like they have like a whole menu. If you have 2 people in your live, you get like 30 cents per user. You have a certain code in your description. So there are some ways to make money from that as well. What else do we have over here? I'm also live on Instagram here. Now, one thing I've done on Instagram is create a robot that automatically uploads my life using an automatic timer. So I'm also live on Instagram and the reason why I'm live on Instagram is because I want to have redundant streams. If ever one reason the stream goes down or I lose an account, I want to make sure everything is covered. One other thing I'd like to say about Twitter is that in addition to being able to live stream using multi-stream capabilities on Twitter, Twitter Spaces now has the capability of hosting a Twitter Space using video. So that's an excellent addition as well. Just one moment. I had a friend of mine who joined my Discord. Welcome, Kiwi. I hope you're doing well.
Oh no, you know me. Are you still following children on Instagram, you fucking pedophile? Those young girls? The ones that supposedly sell nudes? You remember me, right?
Hold on.
What'd you say? You're a fucking retard, dude. You like touching children? I like tracking you down.
Okay.
So seriously, you're fucked in the head, bro.
Okay, so over here we have another set of.
You're an absolute fucking retard.
Over here,
you're more retarded than Trump.
Thank you.
I'm getting
a bunch of
hate in my own chat,
which is
fucking pedophile piece of shit. Seriously, how many accounts do you have on fucking Kick? He's banned, right?
Anyway, I give people the opportunity to say whatever they want, and also I give people the opportunity to spam whatever they want. I have a free speech channel, so anyone who wants to spam in there, they're more than welcome to. Over here, I've got.
Where's your free speech channel? What's that on?
In my Discord.
Oh, on your Discord. Okay.
So over here.
Spam hard ER?
Yeah, dude, I had somebody spamming someone who was giving themselves a circumcision. Yeah, dude. It's really what changed my Discord in general. I was allowed people to post whatever they wanted, post whatever you want in general, but somebody went through my whole Discord and just posted this GIF of this guy giving himself a circumcision, and it was like, oh, dude, this is the bloodiest fucking thing I've ever seen. I personally am an anti-circumcision rabbi. I don't think we should be cutting our dicks off anymore. Sure. And so that was just enlightening. Anyway, over here we've got another 3 Chromebooks, and then I also have another Discord and another Instagram.
Rabbi Charles a fucking pedophile. He likes children. asshole.
I wish I
I'll
could
get
wait
on my
till
next
you last.
you fucking retard piece of shit. You fat.
What do you mean?
I bet
they think I have a computer lab because it looks like that.
I get it. A lot of computer. Back in the day, a computer lab. He does, yeah. And the
Dude, I do
post on Reddit. I have like the largest AMA in the history of AMAs going right now.
Check out
Rabbi Rothschild AMA in Reddit.
In fact,
that's how
Exodus Apollo
found me.
He asked me the question, hey dude, why do you spam my chat so much? And I answered him, and you can see our exchange. It's really nice. My account that's linked in Reddit. Just type Rabbi Rothschild AMA in the search. It should still be up unless it got banned in the last 24 hours. It looks to
still be up.
It's got
476 comments.
Now read some of them.
They're really interesting.
It's like
100
100
ways that we can travel faster than the speed of light.
And it's like
one question for you. Is it true that New York is you lucky you was jerking? Yeah. A lot of people said they saw you jerking off one time online. Yeah.
If you go
on my Instagram,
you can see
that
it was like 2.5
years ago
when I was
living my life very naturally. Yeah.
And
everybody does it, so I don't have an issue with it.
I don't know about everybody just jerking on live. I don't know if everybody just do it. I never did that.
That's okay. And it's a legend. Could have been a deep fake. But yeah, like 2.5 years ago, when I first started this, more than that, I was just doing it naked. Just feeling like, hey, I can take showers on camera. And basically, if you can have like OnlyFans naked on the internet, why can't I? You can have Pornhub on the internet, so why can't I? So I just began like not caring if I was naked on camera, and basically treated it as if it were a human zoo. I wanted people to be able to see everything that a human does, whether it's go to the bathroom, whether it's take a shower, whether it's take a bath, whatever a human does, they have sex. Yep.
Did you just call yourself a human zoo?
Exactly.
Rabbi.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, also, we go. Let's take it back a couple steps. So back to what I was saying. So can you spam John Relax style?
Word, dog.
Capital J, capital R.
Thank you. No, capital R. Not I.
That's what I said.
John Relax, not John E-Relax.
Okay. Capital J,
capital R.
Yeah, I just want to get that out there. So you definitely finna start now doing the John Relax method, right?
Word, dog.
Okay, thank you. But past that now, okay. Number one, you're getting on live. Call yourself a human zoo.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
This is
the
cryptocurrency.
That's their character.
Oh, so you just rich. Also, okay, that's is number one. Now you signed to the John Relax deal, right? It's kind of just like same as
Dog, I
have a strict 51-49%, where I get 51 on everything. You get 49%, but I'll take you to the top.
Thank you. So, just as long as I get,
capital J,
capital R.
Okay. And then second is, I definitely need some subs.
Word, dog.
Let me see what I can do about that.
You're rich as a motherfucker.
Yeah,
I wish, dog. I wish.
I'm poor
than everybody here.
Definitely.
Hey,
I see
my man, him.
Look how polite he is.
Him. Go ahead, you're raising your hand.
I was just wondering, yesterday I asked the question, what would you rate me 1 to 10?
Dog, you're moving closer and closer to that 12 range. If you didn't know, 1 through 10, he was at 11 yesterday. He's moving into that 12 range. And I've got to say right now, my man John Relax and my man CLB, CLB, you're both looking like solid 11s right now. So that's pretty good. Dog,
I think you guys,
if you went
in
IRL,
IRL,
you would just
you
be
would just
swinging
be
dick
swinging dick the whole time. Women wouldn't be able to keep their hands off you.
That's what
That's what I'm saying.
I think
that
we don't have the
we don't have the server capacity on the internet yet.
Well, friends,
I want you to know it's been a pleasure to be here. I've got some things that I have to do. But I do want you to know I'm always available in my Discord. You can find that discord.me/rabbi. I'm there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're watching documentaries right now. Feel free to come in, check it out. And if I can ever do anything to help you guys, I would certainly do so in the future. Capital J, capital R. Don't worry, we'll get you some followers and do what I can do. Potentially get you a sub or two. To my man, Tim, keep working on that 12 and CLB 69. Again, you've got a really great reputation. That's not an easy thing to do. That tells me you're a good-hearted individual. You take care.
Bye, friends.
Bye, friends.
This person
This
told me
person told me to jerk onto my stream.
John's a big way. No, I'm not. Bro, last time I saw you ask for VODs, you asked fucking Snicker for fucking view bots, and he bought you. What was the name? In stream, you're at 800. Wait, what was the name? What was the name? I was just scared. What was the name? Nice. No. My ring is good. Why do you have why me out of all people, bro? Why? Well, please don't go in other people's chat talking crazy, bro. Please, bro. At least don't do that, bro. Please don't go in other people's chat talking crazy, bro. Please. John, relax, man. I got him too, don't worry. Bro, you're amazing. Oh, thank you. Can you tell him to go live and stop being a...
Yo. There you go. Yo. There you go. You can hear yourself. Hey, there's Shelby.
Oh, here's Rabbi. Showing Rabbi. John is. John is. Oh, you connected him. Fucking stop.
listened to the phone a little bit as news was kind of coming out this week, and I said, when you talk about the whatever is happening at the top or whatever is happening behind the scenes, I said, can you tie that into half of what Trump kind of gave me some information that I haven't heard. Caliber experts and saying where that bullet might have actually come from. I haven't heard that under these people. Do you feel comfortable enough to share that? No, we don't. Conspiracy theorist, but it's probably a good idea in this day and age to question the things that you, if it doesn't feel right, probably question it. Let's take some more phone calls here. Let's go to the wild card line. Steve in Albany, East Coast. Okay, make it brief. Who was the witness that saw well, there was a witness claimed at first saw a hospital story fire a guy. Their reason is there's really one has ever said that actually not on fire. And I will say, I'd like to add this. While I was doing all the research, I was trying to figure out why the prosecution thought the 3 shots had been fired, and they said the 3 shots had been fired was that put on the motorcycle and left the radio on, recorded the entire thing. And in that recording, they heard 3 shots. So I got the recording, and I put it on my television, and I couldn't see any light. I couldn't figure out why they 3 shots fired. And then I found forensic investigation by the FBI in 1980 of that same recording, and the FBI said there are no shots recorded on the recording. No shots, not just 1, not just 2, but none. None. No shots. Interesting. So from the FBI. When you talk about that splice in the Zapruder film, which like I've never heard anybody talk about that except for you, but you can clearly see it. You can clearly see something jump. Are you suggesting that maybe perhaps whatever happened the first time through, they like shot again? What could be? Why does it look so different? It could be. I mean, it really could be that they did multiple takes to make sure they got it right. That's in fact when so my valley pick isn't like building into like deep conspiracy and all that. My valley pick is that I'm a filmmaker and I look
time calling line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Rich toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. International callers can reach Rich by calling their in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll free 800-893-0903. Send Rich a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with Rich Vera.
Well, we've been all over some odd conversations tonight, talking about the astrological effects of what's happening with that Microsoft outbreak and how the world's gone crazy. It's because of an alignment, a planetary alignment. And we've talked to Jay Weiger tonight, who's on the phone with us right now. He's got a documentary that just came out called JFKX, and we talked a little bit about that. And with the 55th anniversary of the moon landing, we talked about how he believes that Stanley Kubrick, the director who directed 2001: Space Odyssey, also filmed the footage that you see of the moon landing. He's not saying anything good on the movie, just saying the videos you see, that's not real. Or it's real, but it's a film made by Stanley Kubrick. And he is evidence to all things. It's pretty interesting. Let's try to get a few phone calls in this last hour. Let's go to the wild card line. Michael in disgusting.
No way.
absolutely delicious. Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and receive a free bag of Hot Krispies. Go to drmartycris.com. All dogs suffer from anxiety, depression, or PTSD, an increasing number of Americans do. As Big Pharma touts the effectiveness of drugs that work as long as you keep taking them, and suffering. Introducing Vibe, a revolutionary device that's smaller than your smartphone and uses pulse resonance frequency to achieve study-backed results on par, or in many cases better than traditional drugs. Magnetic frequency therapy from Vibe, eye-opening study data. Oh, and Vibe's now for only $249 at NoDrugTherapy.com. While a crime is committed every 24 seconds, the U.S. Concealed Carry Association exists to provide you with firearm education, training, and access to self-defense liability insurance. So when trouble comes, you'll be ready. Over 800,000 Americans trust the USCCA, and right now, it's an exclusive limited-time offer for radio listeners. Go to defendfamily.com. This guy, survival secrets training video from a retired FBI agent. See all the benefits of membership. Go to defendfamily.com now. Yes, Jane Wagner. JFK Next on Amazon Prime. No matter what you think about Looking Down, this is such an interesting documentary to watch. I watched it twice actually, and I've been so sucked in and intrigued by it. I still don't know what I think. In fact, I think I want to ask Jay. The chances are Kennedy was shot that day based on what you've discovered by watching that film. 0%. Pretty big. That's pretty high. We're pretty low. But let's do some phone calls. We've got a lot of people want to talk to. Let's go east of the Rockies. We haven't been there yet. Let's talk to Jim in New York. Welcome to Coast to Coast, Jim. months ago to the colored line. It really became a shadow of the village. The best thing to me is I get to say hello. In Alexandria, Louisiana, to coast circle. I really enjoy it. We'll go through all that's going on so that we can tell you just that you need to know. KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles County live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Don't mention a Biden project realized the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Nancy Pelosi spoke at a Democratic fundraiser and barely mentioned President Biden. Former U.S. House Speaker spoke at the North Carolina Democratic Party's annual unity dinner last night. Talked about why the 2024 election is important for reproductive rights, affordable child care, and child tax credit, and other issues. Pelosi said elections are not about rewarding you for what you have done, they're about what you are going to do next. This news report is brought to you by System Paving. Former President Trump held his first public campaign rally in Michigan since he was hurt in an assassination attempt. The joint rally with Ohio Senator J.D. Vance is the first for the pair since they became the Republican nominees at the Republican National Convention. The Los Angeles Police Commission says the names of the candidates for the chief's jobs have not been officially released. Despite recent stories in the media, any reported list of finalists is premature, unofficial, and unconfirmed. The commission says it recognizes the selection process has garnered a lot of excitement and speculation, but the process is confidential. KFI News has independently confirmed 3 deputy chiefs in the LAPD have been interviewed for the job, including Alan Hamilton, Don Graham, and Imada Tikarides. A list of vetted candidates will be submitted to the commission, which will eventually narrow down a list of 3 finalists to be considered by Mayor Bass. Steve Gregory, KFI News. A man has been stabbed at the airport in Miami. Stabbing happened inside one of the terminals last night. Police say a man and a woman got into a fight and then stabbed the woman several times. Airport operations were briefly disrupted. The woman was taken to the hospital and the man was arrested. LA's public healthcare system is paying for medical school for some students to help counter a nationwide doctor shortage. A recent report from the Association of Medical Colleges projects a physician shortage of 86,000 doctors by 2036. Medical student Sergio Vazquez says he's one of 56 students to get a scholarship from LA Care's Elevating the Safety Net program, which is also about diversity. I never had a doctor that looked like me or spoke the same language as my parents, and so I knew I wanted to do something about it. LA Care says almost all of the scholarships awarded in the last 7 years of the program have gone to people of color, and half have gone to Urban Carson, KFI News. I have a major degree on 110 at Gardena. In fact, yeah, we have to take a couple of kids to start on that content sound down to Nelson at the Walmart main the green company. I believe you don't want to hit that. But even before you get there, sound down, I looked at sound up before Manchester Avenue, look out for an E-bike in the left lane, and going to Silmar, San Diego, freeway to connect from 405 northbound to the 5 northbound, partially blocked by a solo injury crash against the center fighter. Southern California's local airport traffic reports. I'm Aaron. SoCal weather from KFI, sunny and hot, highs in the mid-70s to around 80 at the beaches, upper 70s to around 90 for Metro LA and Orange County, low 90s to around over 100 in the valleys. Temps will be over 100 in the Inland Empire and the Antelope Valley. Right now, it's 65 in Cypress, 65 in Dana Point, 68 in Signal Hill, and 64 in Inglewood. Was a local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jackie Ray. It's almost here. Team USA is headed to Paris. iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. It's the only way to listen to exclusive NBC live reaction of the games, plus NBC's top Olympic moments and live hourly updates from Paris. Bring the summer games with you everywhere you go. Download the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. Free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Alright, so one message. I saw your post and I got through and breakdown work today. I am another number on that list. Fall 2011 after it's come pick up for this month. I am. I'm not quite sure what to write or how much to write. For me, I was 21 years old and went to Spain to intern for the company for 6 months.
wish I could go back in time and explain to myself that this wasn't okay, but I had the right to speak up. Thank you for having the courage to move forward and help the rest of us find something. At WBEZ Chicago, I'm Candace Telcon, and a new season of WBEZ's investigative series, Motive. At this point, we're not just waiting for a second. It's a story about use of silence, broken, and young women desperately get justice. I definitely want him to go to jail. I look into Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. One for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
KFI 640 iHeartRadio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. Sacrifice. God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, and whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. What if today you and I could talk voice to voice, and you could ask me anything? You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. It is the Jesus Christ Show. I am your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday, as I do every single Sunday, right here answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life, and of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to the phone with your theology question, your life situation question, anywhere in the U.S. of A. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. A study has found that the wealthy, particularly wealthy that's motivated by there's a difference, but wealthy motivated by greed are likely to be unethical, lying, cheating, things of that nature. Some of the findings, like people driving expensive cars, more likely than other roads to cut off drivers and pedestrians at four-way stop intersection. Those findings led to a series of experiments that revealed that people with higher socioeconomic status were also more likely to cheat, to win a prize, take candy from children, and say that they would pocket extra change in that mirror rather than give it back. that sounds incredibly selfish on one hand, but in another way, you learn that life is not in a bubble. That you live in such a way that others are important to you and a necessity. When you get to a level, socioeconomic level, where you have less need, kind of can pay people to do things for you. You have someone you're relying on so much of this money that you tend not to interact with people in the same way. Because you don't need to. Oh, I don't even need to be nice. It's almost as if you're telling yourself you need to be nice and make friends because you don't have anything else to offer or what have you. But you get to a place where you're more self-contained and you don't care what people think, and therefore you kind of do away with niceties or other types of things. And they call social bonds that deal with your survival. And if you think of it this way, a child, at the beginning of their life, so precious, so absolutely has to rely on that which is given to them by his or her parents, right? So in small children, a child, male, female, are often more compliant with the rules of the household than a child who is going through that process of turning into a young adult, feels he or she is self-sufficient, even though you know in reality they certainly are not self-sufficient. They get to that place, and that child now sees themselves as a young adult, sees that they have more, probably more than they think they do. In reality, they're still growing and learning. They can see themselves as having more. This happens a lot with teens, and they start to rebel. They think, I don't need my parents. I can do all this myself. Similarly, as you obtain wealth, and if that is your sole goal, if that's what you're, the only thing you are completely, utterly sold on, obtaining all of this wealth, once you start to obtain it, you will start pushing away those, other people in your life where you won't see a need for them. So this study is pointing out that people with wealth start to get rude, more rude, and ignore others, don't interact the same way because they feel they don't need to. You think you could buy some of the skills that it takes to obtain that in everyday life in a real deep and true way. The strange thing about this story is that this study itself is nothing new. Think about this for a moment. As a matter of fact, Scripture is filled with examples of people trading ethics, their own character, for money and power. This has been around forever. Scripture makes it clear if your goal is just life, and your motivation is greed, you should not be trusted. You never think of God. It's not that in Scripture I pick on people that are rich. That's not the case. If you know the stories about it's easier to get a camel through an eye of a needle than it is to get a rich man into heaven. Is that to mock the rich? Absolutely not. It's to say that there is something else going on in that process of gaining money. If it is based solely on compelled by greed, then you get lost in the pattern. You get lost in not to the things that God has created them. It's the character building, the ethics, the morals. You go with doing the right thing, not because there is something to be gained on the right thing, like a monetary gain. Doing the right thing because the right thing is right to do. Period. Scripture takes the time to point these things out, not to pummel those that have wealth. But it sets out to tell you those who desire to be rich. If that's your only focus, if that's what you have in your mind, it's the ultimate goal. Fall into temptation because everything around you is saying, hey, pick me, I will get you to that place. I'm the one that will get you that money you want. First Timothy goes on to admonish you that it's not that money itself corrupts, but it's the love of money that corrupts. Often this verse is misquoted over and over. It's quoted First Timothy 6:10. For the love of money is the root of all kinds of evils. It is through this craving that some have wandered away from the faith and have pierced themselves with many pangs. So what does that mean? It means that if your focus is only about making them, if all you is to accumulate wealth, there will be problems. Because that kind of love for money is just the beginning, the starting point for evil in your life. Temptation, having that coveting mind, being envious of those around you, inside of the things of God. And it is through this craving, it says in 1 Timothy 6:10, that some, not all, keep in mind, it's not saying all, and it's not saying money is the root, it's saying the love of money, and some have wandered away from the faith. Because these things will capture your mind, capture your eyes, capture your heart, and take them away from the things of God. You are listening to the Jesus Gray Show. To ask your question, dial 800-520-1534.
Never sounded so good. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku Smart Soundbar speaker, or Roku players. And with Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with simple voice request. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts are now on your big screen TV with Roku. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Where you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Taking them on their first real roller coaster.
Just hold off. Yes.
Getting back to the moments you miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by Get Your Stream On. Starting us off this week, once again, is the new season of Mayor of Kingstown on Paramount Plus. That's followed by season 2 of Interview with the Vampire on AMC Plus. Staying at 8 for the second straight week is the new British superhero drama Supercell on Netflix. The Star Wars series The Acolyte on Disney Plus falls back to 7 this week, while Dark Matter on Apple TV Plus hangs tight at number 6. My Lady Jane, the new fantasy romance on Amazon Prime Video, stays at number 5 for a second week, followed by House of the Dragon on HBO and Max, falling out of the top 3 back to number 4. The top 3 starts with the debut of the new Apple TV Plus drama Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by another Apple TV Plus drama, Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal.
Center divider for up electric car ground. Taking the Harper Freeway in South LA and South 110 southbound before Manchester Avenue. We still have an electric bicycle in the left lane. And moving to downtown LA on the Santa Monica Freeway, look out for bumper in the middle lane, 10 westbound before San Jose Avenue. The Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm your report. A study says that healthy people, if you're motivated to run, to me, it's an interesting, that's interesting to think of things that way. You know, that somebody just based on how much money they have might treat others differently. And a lot of this was done through observation and experimentation, some of which was just looking at certain areas. So saying, well, this is how people react to certain things, sort of, if you will, just by sitting along observing. But also there was other experimentation that went along with it. Their conclusions were interesting about people with abundance of financial resources tend to be kind of separate from others. They don't feel the need to have those social bonds that you may have with somebody if you don't have that kind of, because those bonds really are about community, and because you believe there's a need for community and a need for one another. Well, if you're motivated just by greed and you're building that wealth up and you feel like you have such an abundance of it, what is anybody else going to bring you? That'll joke when you get somebody that has everything, nothing. So in this sense, it's interesting to see those things. However, this is nothing new. Thousands of years ago, a scripture was being written. God was reminding you of these things. 1 Timothy 6:9. But those who desire to be rich fall into temptation, into a snare, into many senseless and harmful desires, plunge people into ruin and destruction. Is supposed to turn you away from those things. You've heard many times about money is important. Do that over and over. Scripture says the love of money is all kinds of evil. And if that is what you're craving, then you will get lost in it. Being wealthy doesn't automatically mean that you are greedy, therefore unethical. Many wealthy people use their money for good and give to others, and don't just hoard it for themselves. This is a good thing. Verse 11:24. One gives freely.
hope of surviving a global cataclysm like the Younger Dryas, because we are spoiled children of the world. We do not have the survival techniques. The people in the world who know how to survive are the hunter-gatherers in the world today. And if I were a survivor of this civilization, I would head for hunter-gatherers, and I would try and make my home amongst them, so that I could have some hope of surviving. And that's all that I'm suggesting, is that a civilization which had quite advanced astronomy, which was able to map the world, had a knowledge of longitude. I'm not saying they had machines. I'm not saying they had motor cars. I'm not saying they sent spaceship to the moon. I'm saying that they were destroyed at the end of the Ice Age, that there were a very small number of survivors, that those survivors settled amongst other hunter-gatherer peoples and benefited from their knowledge and exchanged knowledge with them. I am not saying that they introduced agricultural products to those people. I'm not saying they brought agriculture from where they came from. I'm saying that they helped to nurture the idea of agriculture amongst those people.
I suggest we take a little bathroom break, clear our heads, relax, come back, and let's discuss some of the ancient construction. Let's discuss.
Before we do that, can I just the issue of the Olmec heads?
Yes.
I have no view actually on what they are, but can I just show some pictures,
please? Yeah,
Jamie. Let me get the. So these are the Olmec heads. Santa photographed these in Mexico way back in the early 1990s. They're certainly intriguing looking. I'm not sure whether they're Africans, whether they're Polynesians, or whether they're Maya. They could well be Maya. I'm just interested. Yes, they're Olmec.
When their periods are looks medication, and ideally they could have periods twice a year. Basically equinoxes, that's just an idea. It could be whenever they want. But it's a basic cleaning out of the system. And also they could be normal when they want. But if they think about reproducing, twice a year is adequate. And they can reproduce. Within Judaism, we're definitely that women, instead of having to visit
make one likely. We don't have to do it twice a year. Or as often or as not often as it was. Within women would no longer have to go to the monthly. They could use this whenever they want. Twice a year. And it would have enough time like that. Yeah.
And dominated the society, that they would have a great influence on a lot of the myths and cultures. And not only that, but that they would heavily discourage deviation from the changes that they've made to those myths. And if you did that over the course of one generation, you would have a complete different narrative.
What intrigues me is that whether he's described as having white skin or a beard or not, we have a tradition of a civilizing hero, Quetzalcoatl in Mexico, Huachica in Colombia, Viracocha in Bolivia, depicted as a bearded individual who comes in a time of chaos, who teaches certain skills, and then leaves. This tradition is a Pan-American tradition.
No,
David Carrasco, I think you have to respect the work of David Carrasco, has drawn attention to this, and to the notion that the magical pen of Cortez could somehow have hoodwinked an entire continent into making up myths. And I just don't think that's credible at all. I don't understand what your video is telling us either.
My video is trying to explain the complexity or difficulty of interpreting Spanish sources. Can I show a different video that talks about the complexity of Quetzalcoatl as a figure?
Sure.
Can you play the video by, the one by Marika Stoll, but not the hallucinogens one, the other one.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marika Stoll. I'm an archaeologist and research associate at Indiana University. I also live in Oaxaca and work closely with rural indigenous communities. It's been claimed that archaeologists do not engage with indigenous myths. This is simply not true. But once again, context matters. For example, the Quetzalcoatl myth that Graham frequently cites was written 100 years after the conquest by Hispanicized indigenous scribes who were educated by Spanish priests. Hence, the overtly Christian overtones of this myth. But let's examine an indigenous Mixtec story recorded prior to the conquest. Several gods, including Quetzalcoatl, or Lord Nine-Winged in Mixtec mythology, perform a mushroom ceremony and create the known world at Apoola. During this ceremony, Lord Nine-Winged plays music by scraping a stone around a human skull. This is a completely different picture of Quetzalcoatl than the one we get in the post-conquest myth preferred by Graham. In fact, in the Mixteca Alta today, when asked by anthropologist John Monahan to draw Quetzalcoatl, his indigenous volunteers drew a plumed serpent surrounded by clouds. Again, context matters.
And so the key thing I'm trying to say here is that Quetzalcoatl, all these different figures, they're not all one thing that you lump together. There's a variety of different traditions. You pick and choose the one that you prefer for your story, which is fine. I think that your investigations and your beliefs are totally cool. I'm not going to convince you otherwise. Same with people listening. I'm trying to show the facts here and just how complex the situation is of indigenous myths, of archaeological evidence. We have a lot of different evidence.
A Pan-American myth of a bearded civilizer could not have been imposed on the indigenous population entirely by Spaniards. So that's my view. That's David Carrasco's view as well. Again, if you look at my response to the SAA's attempt to get Netflix to reclassify my show as science fiction, you'll find detailed information on that there.
Let's mind sharing my screen really quick?
Can I pause you for a second? No, we know that once indigenous people are colonized, that they try to at least alter their beliefs and, if not indoctrinate them into whatever beliefs they have. And we have recent evidence for that in North America, with how Native Americans were treated when they were put on reservations and brought into school systems and forced Christianity and told that they couldn't use their language. I mean, we have very recent evidence of human beings trying to impose their ideas on the people that they've conquered. It makes sense to me that that would be something that would also have been done by the Spaniards that entered Mexico.
Yeah, I'm not persuaded by that. In this case, the myth is too widespread, and that constant reference to a bearded figure is very odd. And as a civilization bringer in a time of chaos, in a time of disaster after a great cataclysm, again, I mean, Flint and I can disagree on this. I'm intrigued by that information, and I don't think that the indigenous peoples of the Americas were so easily hoodwinked by the Spaniards.
It's not like it's hoodwinked. I think it's conquered.
And I also think it's a lot more complex than that. So I study ancient Greek mythology, and you can see how these oral traditions change over time anyway, even without being conquered, right? You can see, for example, the weapons, the spears and the shields that Homeric heroes use. Sue Sherritt has an article on this. And so, you can see how Achilles' spear changes its description from a big Bronze Age style spear, the kind of spear that we see in Bronze Age graves. And then the next line, he has a smaller Iron Age style spear, the kind of thing that we see painted on Iron Age pots. And so, you can see how these oral traditions adapt to what's going on around them. And I think that that's important to recognize here with these kind of traditions that are written down by, Spanish and educated indigenous people and by Spanish priests as well.
Also, that you must take into consideration, I would imagine that a lot of these people can't read. And that they're actually probably not only being conquered by the Spaniards, but they're also being imposed upon with their language, which we know to be fact, which is why Mexicans speak Spanish.
Some of these traditions were recorded by Bernardino de Sahagún within 20 years of the conquest. Bernardino de Sahagún is relied upon extensively by archaeologists.
Within 20 years after the conquest, though? Right, but you could do a lot in 20 years.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, there's just no evidence for these kind of culture heroes with this color skin or those kind of.
Let's take a bathroom break.
I don't care about the color skin. I do care about the culture heroes.
Okay, we'll take a bathroom break. We'll come back. Much more to talk about. Okay.
Thank you all.
All right, we're back.
I'd like to pick up on this finally on this issue of Quetzalcoatl and on Sahagún and on the interpretation of indigenous traditions. And this is in my reply to the Society for American Archaeology and their attempt to have my series reclassified as science fiction, where they suggest that all these stories were made up. David Carrasco is a leading scholar of the Americas, and he writes, "I have no doubt that Cortes was striving to impress the royal mind with his extraordinary management skills, or that his literary craft was elegant and profoundly political. What is challenging to me is Glendinnin's, she's just another one of these archaeologists who say that it was all made up. Glendinnin's claim that this Spanish political fiction of both Quetzalcoatl returning and Moctezuma's vacillation and collapse was picked up by Sahagún, who powerfully reinforced it, erroneously thinking it was an Indian belief when in fact the ruler's gesture of abdication was a very late dawning story, making its first appearance 30 or more years after the conquest. The stunning implication is that this Spanish fiction, the story of Moctezuma's paralysis, parades down the years through the literature and scholarship and is internalized by commentators less wary than Glendinnin, all the way to Leon Portilla, who falls unconsciously under Cortez's charismatic pen along with the rest of us. This means that Leon Portilla's extensive Nahuatl training and sense of the Aztec ethos, not to mention Sahagún's profound familiarity with Spanish native exchanges, contribute no effective critical stance in relation to the Spanish literary craft, which later Spaniards were not aware of and which a number of Indians internalized as their own." I'm quoting from David Carrasco here. I'm simply stating that this issue about Quetzalcoatl is more complicated than Flint would perhaps wish us to believe.
Well, no, I've stated from the very beginning that it's extremely complicated, that there's a lot of different versions of Quetzalcoatl mythology, and so I think that it's wrong to say that there's only one version of that. And
I don't say there's only one.
Well, you only use one in your argument, and so I tend to think, though, also that this is fairly irrelevant at this point, because I think what we're still missing is any kind of accurate archaeological evidence with dates. So when you go, for example, to the Olmec heads, or you talk about Quetzalcoatl, or when you talk about any of the kind of evidence that you have in Yonaguni and underwater, we're still missing dates and how this relates to your larger hypothesis of a lost Ice Age civilization. And so I think that that's important to think about well-dated evidence. So do you mind if I go into my argument about the domestication of plants and food and things like that?
Sure.
Okay.
Could I just, since we talked about Danny Hillman and Gunnar Padan, I do have a major article on my site where Danny refutes the retraction of his paper. And there are some images with that, which will perhaps help us to understand what he's talking about. Sorry, I'm having to scroll through an enormous amount of material here. There's a very long article on my website.
Like you, I've probably created like 500 slides for this conversation.
This is not a slide. I'm live on my website here. I don't know how to get to the bottom of this enormous piece of work.
You don't have a slider on the right-hand side?
I tried to use it, and when I used it, it did something weird with the screen. I'm very old tech.
Can you do like a search for a text?
Yeah, this is a Mac.
I just want to get to the end of it. There we are. Yeah. I just want to show some of these pictures that Danny puts up.
Okay.
And I would urge those who are interested in getting into this matter in depth to look in more detail at what Danny has to say in this article. There's that so-called Kujang stone or man-made artifact. But it's really, these are the different units that have been identified with the remote sensing.
Not actually with remote sensing. Those units were identified from a scarp that was exposed. But that's okay.
45
I'm not finding the pictures I want here.
What are you trying to find?
I'm trying to find the imagery of
older women return.
the natural column rocks, Gunung Padang column rocks. It's the way when you get down deep that this material is referenced. That Danny and his team have concluded that even in the 27,000-year-old parts of Grand Padang, we are dealing with man-made workmanship. I won't take it further than that.
Which flags are these? Are you talking like B8, B9, and B10?
Yeah.
And those are at 27,000 years.
Those are not. But he's pointing out that as we go deeper, we get material which is not in its natural formation, but is in a formation that was placed by human beings. And
we sort of covered that before, but like, yeah, what's showing that it was placed by human beings? Is this what they're? What was that last image that you had up there? A little higher up, above that? What is not above that? The one that shut down the outline of the area. What is that?
That's the 5 terraces. It's a terrace slope in a sense.
Right, so that's what has been.
That's what's been excavated by Luffy.
And at the base of that, it's been dated to about 2100 years.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right, and Danny doesn't dispute that. It's the deeper material that's of interest.
Right, but what evidence is it that shows that deeper material has been manipulated by humans?
Well, if we can pause for a minute, let me run through this enormous article, and I will see if I can find it.
Is any of the evidence visual?
Yes.
So is it the same sort of thing that, like the imagery that showed?
Yes, it's like that Rorschach test. That's what I call it. Yeah.
So it's.
I'm sorry, it's too big. It's too big an article for me to go through. It's there on my website. It's Danny's retraction. It's Danny's refutation of the retraction.
But what are you specifically looking for in this?
I'm looking for his ground penetrating radar and his seismic.
Why not just do a search for ground penetrating radar on this page? Just what is it? Command F. Jamie looked it up. Okay, ground penetrating radar. Okay, how many versions of it? There's 2. There's only 2.
Yeah, this is the correspondence between him and the editorial team from Archaeological Prospecting, which unfortunately ended up in the article being retracted instead of.
I want to point out, when I interviewed Dr. Yondri, his goal talking to me was to write a response. Like, we never got in touch with the journal to retract. It was other people that did that. We wanted to write a response, and I think we're still aiming to do so. So that's our goal. I don't know
about
about the yeah.
And while we're on my website, I'd just like to say that I've recently put up a major article concerning Göbekli Tepe and the issue of whether we're looking at a transfer of technology or gradual evolution or both. There's been a huge amount of research done around Göbekli Tepe. Archaeologists have suggested that research vitiates my argument that Göbekli Tepe was a transfer of technology. I've been investigating that research in depth, and my view is it strengthens my argument enormously. But again, we're getting into material that's too far and too deep to go into here. I would just like,
I think we should get into.
I'd like. What makes you think it's a transfer of technology?
Well, I start off my Netflix series by saying it's an enormous site. You can't just wake up one morning with no prior skills, no prior knowledge, no background in working with stone and create something like Göbekli Tepe. There has to be a long history behind it, and that history is completely missing. To me, it very strongly speaks of a lost civilization, transferring their technology, their skills, their knowledge to hunter-gatherers. And what I've done in this article is I've brought up to date my investigation into Göbekli Tepe. Of course, the Natufians have dealt with at great length in this article. How do I search Natufian? There are many predecessor cultures. The question is
who worked in stone.
The question is, when did this stonework? If you look at the research by Huckley and Gopher, for example, and of the introduction of geometric elements into the stonework in pre-Göbekli Tepe cultures, you find that almost all of it comes after the beginning of the Younger Dryas, not before the beginning of the Younger Dryas. There is an interesting development at Ain Malaha in Israel, also called Ainan, where some kind of geometric plan seems to have been put into place. But the bulk of the work, the bulk of the I hate to use the word that archaeologists dislike, a Neolithic revolution, but the bulk of the revolution took place after the Younger Dryas.
So that's why you think it's evidence of a transfer.
Yes, I do.
Except that the fact that there's no domesticated plants or animals at Göbekli Tepe. So if there's a transfer of knowledge, why are they not transferring agriculture?
Well, there was actually agriculture in Abu Huraira, for
But
example.
not at Göbekli Tepe. Abu Huraira is a Natufian site that was occupied before Göbekli Tepe.
Would you find agriculture around Notre Dame?
Yeah,
It was a sacred site. Göbekli Tepe was a sacred site.
And we know that they're hunting gazelles by the thousands and harvesting wild plants.
Yeah.
This has been published ad nauseum by people like Laura Dietrich, who have talked about the kind of plants that they're harvesting and the
Right, but
isotopes.
was it possible that they just didn't bring food to this area because it was a sacred site for ceremony and ritual, and perhaps not at all for people to live in?
No, it seems more like they were there about half a year. So they're there during the warm months. If you look at the harvesting season from the plant remains we have, and then the wild plants that are gathered, and then if you look at the isotope evidence and the mortality profile from the teeth of the animals that they're slaughtering, we see that they're there basically during the warm 6 months of the year. So this is still
But not at Göbekli Tepe.
at Göbekli Tepe I'm talking about. Yeah, for about 6 months out of the year, that's when people are there harvesting these. And so I sort of say they found an ecological niche and they've learned how to exploit this. And to sort of stay there for half the year, they probably went to the lowlands during the other half of the year, which is a fairly common mobile pastoral or hunter-gatherer strategy, which is where you move to where the food is in different seasons, right? And so that area is a very naturally abundant area during the warm months. And so, there's so much more that's under excavation right now by Lee Clare and other colleagues that shows sort of domestic spaces around this ceremonial center that we have. I sort of think of it as like Washington, D.C. We have the ceremonial center in downtown, and then we have the less nice-looking areas outside.
Is it possible that there was a sophisticated culture that also was hunter-gatherers because the resources were so rich that they didn't need agriculture?
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing in this period. It's sort of
there was no need to grow plants. Because
I
plants
think they found a successful niche and they really exploited it and did a great job with it. And so I think that that's what's going on right in this period. And it's also the period where we can start to see the start of domestication.
And so do you think that also explains the resources that were required to build such immense stone structures, that they had the time to do this because they had abundant food?
Yeah, they had abundant food 6 months out of the year, and while they're there, they had the time to build those kind of structures. Exactly.
But were they the first of those kinds of structures, you think, that were?
Well, I mean, that's a tough question to ask. So, I mean, we certainly have T-shaped pillars from other sites in the region. In fact, there were some that were found by Klaus Schmidt before he found Göbekli Tepe at Navali Chori. And
It's a younger site. Navali Chori is a younger site.
It is a younger site, and so I think there's more investment. But what we do have is good monumental architecture from that period that we've known about for 60 years. If you go to Tel Sultan or Jericho, there's a pre-pottery Neolithic tower there. And so it's an enormous, not megalithic, but enormous monumental structure that we've known about in that area from the exact same period. And so
this is pre-metallurgy. This is
all pre-metallurgy.
Pre-wheel.
Yeah, well, yeah, probably pre-wheel.
And where are they getting these stones from?
From the area. Most of them seem to be local. The quarries at Göbekli Tepe are right nearby.
And how do you think they moved those things?
There's so many different ways to move large stones. There's been so many different experiments that show rollers or ropes. You can get enough people and know-how, levers, and you can do that. And so, there's so many videos on YouTube of Wally Wallington and others that show you how you can move stones weighing many, many, many tons.
I don't think there's any mystery around the moving of the stones.
Yeah.
I don't claim that there is. I think what's intriguing.
I go back to Tepe, but there certainly is in Egypt.
Yes, Egypt's a bigger mystery, and we can go into that.
Sure,
But what intrigues me about Göbekli Tepe is the precision, the underlying geometrical plan of the site, and the astronomical alignments of Göbekli Tepe. And I think that the transfer of technology that I referred to did take place. It took place gradually. There's a site called Tal Karamal. You've spoken of Jericho. The Tower of Jericho is fascinating. It's sort of Neolithic skyscraper in a way, but it's after the Younger Dryas. There's Tal Karamal, which has got 5 towers. Kotik Tepe, One Tukli Tara Abu Huraira. Abu Huraira is a fascinating site, and it was hit by an airburst. According to the team working on the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, Abu Huraira, the destruction of Abu Huraira took place because one of those comet fragments, 12,800 plus years ago, exploded over Abu Huraira within 100 or 200 miles of Göbekli Tepe.
This is certainly a controversial point. I'm not an expert on this particular topic, but I know a lot of people that believe that the evidence is not there for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
Yeah, there's a huge dispute going on about it. It's an interesting discussion in science.
I would like to say that destruction is an archaeologist's best friend. So when sort of a site is destroyed suddenly from earthquakes, from volcanoes, from warfare, from fire, it actually helps preserve material for us. And so, if there is this kind of global catastrophe, that should make things more preserved and easier for archaeologists to find.
But isn't that dependent upon the scale of the catastrophe?
Well, no, because even it's not going to be what.
Please. Please tell me everything you know about the CLB-69.
Wait, when you said that, Diamond Child?
More brothers have been missing for almost 3 weeks in Palmdale have been found. Police say the kids were found at a family member's house in California City. They are now in the care of the Department of Children and Family Services. The parents were arrested on charges unrelated to the discovery of the boys. A new film production campus is opening in LA.
The city's known the world over for its entertainment business, but dual strikes by writers and actors last year have been dragging entertainment industry and cheaper locations elsewhere being available have hurt the local economy. So the groundbreaking this week on the new campus for East End Studios in downtown's Arts District was welcomed news to Mayor Karen Bass. She says the city's signature business needed a boost, and the project creates hundreds of new jobs. East End already has 3 other campuses in the LA area and 1 in New York. It was to open next year in downtown LA. Michael Monks, KFI News.
Let's get to traffic. There's a car off the road on the 210.
This is an Arcadians. It's a loaded for crash 210 eastbound or Huntington Drive. This car was apparently speeding and waiting on traffic. 5 just flew off the road and went down the embankment. Ends up on the Old State Freeway in Armida. It sounds out
That's a plot twist.
GM, sir.
Basically,
Bro. Say what you want. Weather from KFI sunny. Mid-70s to around 80 at the beaches. Upper 70s to around 90 for Metro LA and Orange County. Low 90s to well over 100 in the valleys. Temps will be over 100 in the Inland Empire and the Antelope Valley as well. Right now it's 66 in Long Beach, 66 in Hollywood, 89 in Lake Forest, 68 in Fullerton. We leave local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jackie Ray.
Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration. It's the U.S.
Radio and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Tragedy.
Judy Garland almost certainly being starved to death. Turns out the king himself, Elvis Presley, was obsessive.
Marilyn Monroe
He was talking about the amount of forest that was flattened by the Tunguska.
I misheard him. I thought he was
and
talking
it did happen during the Torrid meteor shower.
I guess it happened recently, like 100 years ago.
Yeah, but it did happen. But it did happen during the same time of the year where the Earth passes through.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not debating Tunguska.
Okay. Yeah, that was what it seemed like.
I apologize.
I think this would be a good moment for me to just give a little bit of information about the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. Can we do that? Because it's very important to my feelings about it.
Okay.
God, these short sight. I tell you, being 73 is no joke. So the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. Since 2007, it's been a compelling and thoroughly documented case. It's been put together by more than 60 eminent scientists. Of course, some scientists oppose them as well. It was hit 12,800 years ago by multiple fragments of a disintegrating comet. Mark Boslow is one of the authors of that refutation piece that you've just put in. Here he is saying that Graham Hancock's use of the impact hypothesis in Netflix is all wet. Here we have a post responding to that. Graham Hancock is a charlatan and a fraud. Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is widely debunked. I'm sorry, it's not. If you want to learn about the work done, go see Mark Boslow. Here's that paper you're talking about, Flint, the comprehensive refutation of the Younger Dryas hypothesis. Because something is called something does not mean it is something.
Have you read it? It's very detailed.
I have read it in great detail, and I've also read James Lawrence Powell, who the authors of this paper largely ignore, but who is a highly respected figure, and in whose view the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis has been prematurely rejected. Bill Napier is a member of the Comet Research Group. He's the person who's connected it to the Torrid meteor stream. He's talking about the evidence of a large comet about entering the inner solar system about 20,000 years ago, going into fragmentation, creating a wide debris trail through which the Earth passes twice a year. And it's a catastrophe of celestial origin which occurred around 12,900 BP, before the present. Now, you're referring to a refutation paper, but would you really so quickly accept it when you look at the credentials of the people in the Comet Research? I mean, James Kennett, marine geologist, professor at the University of California, he's a world expert in paleoceanography. Dr. Richard Firestone, James Whitker, Albert Goodyear, Alan West. There I am with Alan West at the Younger Dryas boundary in Murray Springs. And the Younger Dryas boundary is full of the signatures of a massive cosmic impact, probably an airburst, rather like the airburst that took place over Abu Huraira. I'm not expecting anybody to read these papers I'm putting up here. I'm just saying that the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis has been widely published, extensively published over the last decade, that there's a huge amount of information in support of it. There we're looking at the Younger Dryas boundary field extending on the right as far as Abu Huraira, and on the left covering most of North America. It's also found in Belgium, by the way. It's found in the deep south of Chile. It's found in Antarctica. It's found all over the world. This platinum anomaly documented that the Younger Dryas onset is particularly important. But the evidence of a cosmic impact at Abu Huraira, that one, I mean, we know that Michael Shermer is an opponent of my work, but even Michael Shermer, in my view, by the way, I want to thank Michael for this, a true gentleman. When he realizes he's got something wrong, he says so. And here he says, in the light of the work at Abu Huraira, he says he's going to adjust his priors about my theory in the light of this evidence from a massive cosmic impact over Abu Huraira. So the fact that a paper has been published which claims to refute the Younger Dryas impact is really not anything at all. The question is, what's the depth to that refutation? Is it a solid refutation? Does it really work? And why is it that the same team who claimed to have refuted the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis in 2023 also published a requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis in 2011? Clearly, there was something wrong with their 2011 requiem.
I am not a scholar that focuses on these kind of questions. I focus on archaeological evidence. So I'm going to try to reply from that perspective. And so one of the examples you give is if this is Abu Huraira, for example, the site is still there for us to excavate. We understand that it has some of the earliest domesticated crops there. And so the entire point is that this kind of, even if this hypothesis is true, it would not have wiped out the evidence for the civilization that you're looking for, because we can see very clearly that if it's true at Abu Huraira, it did not wipe out the entire settlement. It's there. We're excavating it now.
Isn't Abu Huraira one of the first places that show evidence of real agriculture?
Yeah, so let's talk about some
that's part of the evidence.
Yeah, so can we talk about some agriculture? Sure. All right, cool. Can you boot up my HDMI?
You got all excited?
Yeah, this is like my stuff finally. I did my dad's stuff earlier. Now I get to do some of my stuff. In fact, this is some of the sites I work on. Okay, I want to be clear that we have a lot of evidence for ancient plants and seeds, right? We have, I'll show you the statistics. We have hundreds of thousands, millions of these just from the time period of thinking about domestication. So how do we even collect tiny little seeds of grains and beans and peas? Any idea, Joe?
No.
Okay, so you know how wood floats? So does carbonized plant material. So basically we collect samples from every single unit that we excavate, and we put it in what's called a flotation tank, where we pump up a bunch of air to separate any charred plant material from the soil and the sediment. And then it sort of drains out right around here into a mesh, and then we can start to study it under a microscope. So all right, big question. What the heck is the difference between wild and domesticated wheat? Any ideas? No? Graham?
Yes, the domesticated wheat depends on human beings helping it continue.
And how do we identify it?
Not quite sure.
Okay, that's important though. So, all right, let's go to the bottom here. It's the scar, right where that wheat kernel or the spikelet that the wheat seed is attached on, it attaches to the plant. And the reason for this is in wild plants like wheat or beans or peas, it's going to propagate itself by falling off the plant easily. If birds or humans are harvesting it, it's not that it wants to, it doesn't have agency, but it propagates itself more easily by shattering easily off of the stem of the plant. On the other hand, as soon as humans start gathering it, that does nothing, because some seeds fall, it replants itself in the field. But as soon as humans start gathering it and planting it in new fields, then all of a sudden there's an evolutionary sort of impact on the plant itself. And so what's selected for is the mutation for a seed that hangs onto the plant. Do you see what I mean? Because you're cutting off the plant, taking it with you, and then planting it somewhere else. And so this is a shift in grains that we call brittle to a tough raucous. And you can see it's kind of a clean scar right here on the left in wild wheat, while it's a much sort of tougher scar on the right.
Do we know what the evolutionary mechanism is that would cause it to do that?
Yeah, so there's two different genes that actually control this in wheat, for example. And so we actually know, just statistically speaking, and by sampling wild wheat today, that this is going to exist within any field of wild wheat. There's going to be a few seeds with this genetic mutation. And then as soon as humans start collecting it and cultivating it, planting it somewhere, it's going to automatically put evolutionary pressure on that. And it's over time. And we see this shift from shattering to non-shattering in barley, in wheat, in rice, in every single grain species that we have domesticated. And so you can see this statistically, for example, in China, where over time, A, we have 35,000 of these now that we're studying. B, you can see the population of rice at archaeological sites. It starts off mostly as brittle, meaning it shatters easily, and over time it takes about 1,500 years for rice to evolve to become fully domesticated, where it hangs onto the plant more easily. And so we see this repeatedly. We can see this later on in the Holocene. So we're talking several thousand years later, like 5,000 years ago, in sort of the Sahara Desert during the Green Sahara periods, where we see the domestication of pearl millet. Same exact transition is what happens. And you can see the statistics of it happening, changing statistically over time, the population of millets in these regions from, you know, a brittle raucous that breaks off easily to a tough raucous where the seed hangs on.
How does it figure out that?
It's just selectionary pressure. It's the pressure of humans now collecting it and then planting it. So as soon as there's one seed that's like that with that mutation, it slowly proliferates every single time humans replant it in a new field.
And it just takes
thousands of years, yeah. And we see this in wheat, barley, rice, oats, teosinte, which becomes corn. We see it in millet, sorghum. We see it with the pods for beans and peas. So the pod changes how it breaks off the plant. And again, it goes from shattering to tough. And so we see that with lentils, chickpeas, peas, common beans, runner beans, soybeans, fava, vetch. All of these species, dozens of them, it's the first sign of human domestication. And so that's what we can see. The second sign is actually...
How many thousands of years does it take before this starts showing?
Well, it starts showing up fairly quickly, immediately. So you get small percentages of it, for example. You can see this with the rice graph here, with all of them. So at Abu Huraira, for example, it's a small percentage of the crops that are actually have this feature.
So it's like just 150 years it starts changing.
Yeah, it slowly starts changing over. In fact, Gordon Hillman first worked out this would happen really rapidly, that it would take just a few hundred years for the population of these plants to change over. Now we know it takes a few thousand years for it to the full population at archaeological sites to go from wild, breaking off easy types to domesticated, hanging onto the plant types.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
It's fascinating how the plant somehow or another adapts and figures it out that this is the way to survive.
It's really cool because it's not human selection either. In fact, 40 years ago when we first started studying domestication, we thought that all this was due to conscious human selection. And now we know that it's actually the plant adapting to us and what we do. Yeah, it's cool as hell, isn't it?
I agree with you on all of that. I don't want to stop you with your presentation, but how does that, what bearing does that have on getting rid of a lost civilization?
I'm going to get there. Again, it's not about getting rid of a lost civilization. I'm actually here to show that there's no agriculture at all in the Ice Age. It doesn't have to do with a lost civilization, but that's a key component of your civilization. So the second...
Well, there's no agriculture at all amongst the Inuit either, right?
No.
Right.
But in his books and in his Netflix series, he describes this civilization as introducing agriculture. He talks about seed banks and things like that. And the Magicians of the Gods. I have a quote in here.
Show me.
Okay, you want me to?
Yeah. I see it. I want to see it.
Give me a second. It seems fanciful to... You want to use it? I can't do your accent.
You want to read it?
It seems fanciful to imagine that we might, in an almost high-tech sense, be looking at the specifications of a seed bank here. Oh, this is from Fingerprints of the Gods.
No, it's from Magicians of the Gods.
Oh, maybe I repeated it in Magicians. And this is about the underground Vara that Yima is said in myth to have created following a disastrous cataclysm.
But is it possible that this cycle of domesticating wheat and beans and all these different things has taken place many, many times? And that if you left them alone, they would go back to the wild form, where if there was a disaster and people stopped growing them in this particular region, how long would it take for them to revert back to their original state?
Thousands of years.
How many thousands of years do you think?
Well, I don't know, because I'd have to look that up, because I know that we've observed this kind of stuff, feral, domesticates going feral, but I don't have that.
And you said how many years from the original till the whole crop?
Something like 3,000 years. Dorian Fuller's actually published a lot on estimating the time ranges of this.
So if you had agriculture in 12,800 years ago, around around the time of the Younger Dryas impact theory, and then people are resorted to hunter-gatherers again. And it takes a long time before they start using agriculture again. Is it
That's
possible?
not what he's claiming. He's claiming that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking, is it possible that those plants would revert and then the process would happen again once people started growing them intentionally?
That's tough to tell because what we see is it's exactly at that time, at least in Southwest Asia, where this domestication starts.
So we haven't seen the reverse happen.
No.
But is it possible?
Well, I mean, it would have had to have happened a lot earlier.
If people weren't cultivating it anymore, wouldn't the natural selection revert back to the
Yes, it
original
would.
state?
I agree with that. It would revert back.
But it would take a long time.
It would take a long time. And so I want to get into how the next trait size takes thousands of years after that, which is the selection for large seeds. So we measure these seeds, and we can see their change over time. And I have here a really cool...
Is this a selection by farmers and by people that are...
That's such a great question, because actually we think at first it's not. So this is the plants adapting to the fact that they're being planted in plowed and tilled and cleared fields. And so larger seeds actually grow faster. So they outcompete their neighbors that might have been planted with smaller seeds.
Oh, because it's monocrop, because they're constantly surrounded by other plants that are similar, and so they're competing for resources.
They're competing for resources, and the ones with larger seeds on average grow. So this is done from a lot of experimental archaeology. Yeah. Guinness Jones, Dorian Fuller, and others. Guinness Jones at Sheffield, who's retired now, has taught me this.
That is just the fact. I mean, I know we're in the middle of this crazy debate, but just the wonder of nature itself. The complexity involved in these natural life forms adapting to their environment is so fascinating. And the fact that it's such a contentious issue amongst biological creatures, specifically human beings, because of religious implications. But if you just look at it in terms of what we know for sure with plants, it is such a bizarre process. It's so fascinating and complex, and there's so much going on. And just with our understanding of the communication the plants have with each other through mycelium and through the different organisms that exist in the earth, and that they're sharing resources, and like, what a bizarre, fascinating world.
Almost mysterious. Well, there's a lot to learn.
So mysterious. Well, there's a lot to learn for sure. But
I think that's what's cool, because we have this kind of stuff. So you asked about selection.
Yeah.
So this is maize cob from about 1250 AD. This is part of the Southern Methodist University Archaeological
that's how
Research
little they were
Collection.
back then.
That's how little they were. So if you want to hold it, you can.
Check it over here.
Be
So
careful.
how old is this?
That's from about 800 years ago. Yeah. And so I want to thank Matthew Bullinger. Yeah, that's a full cob. Yeah.
Folks, this is like a thumb. Not even my thumb. It's like one of my smaller fingers.
And just to get
It's
a
crazy. Like, I think of a corn cob today. It's just, I mean, I had one over Thanksgiving. It was massive. It was like this big.
Yeah, exactly. Now that's human selection. That's human selection at that point.
It's crazy. That's amazing.
And to give you a sense of just how much we find, this is our charred corn kernels. Again,
wow.
from Southern Methodist University.
And how old are these?
So they're not exactly sure where they come from. They think they're subsampled from collections at Powell Creek Pueblo in New Mexico. So several hundred years old for sure. But yeah, they were collected a long time ago, so they're not sure. Yeah,
the kernels are so tiny.
And the
are
only
these
way
like dehydrated?
they're charred.
They're charred, right? But would
That's
they be
how it's
larger?
Yeah, they probably would have been larger. So we study how charring impacts these things as well. Yeah, so we do a lot of experiments to understand that, so that we can see the shape and the size and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's so cool.
So to get back to your question, though, because I think you asked a good question. When we think about sort of this change over time with domestication, we also see a change in time in the kind of stone tools that people are using. So it takes thousands of years before we start seeing these sickle-type blades associated with harvesting these crops, right? And then the next step we can take is this introduction, this sort of transfer of technology that agriculturalists do when they move into Europe and elsewhere. And we can track this in real time. So this is from a project, I was actually doing the flotation to collect the plants from this project when I was a student. And this is in Albania, directed by University of Cincinnati. So these are the trenches that we excavated. But this is one of the earliest agricultural sites in Europe from about 6400 BC, right? And what's really cool is we can see what this kind of introduction looks like. We see a full package introduced at the same time. We see multiple different domesticated plants, multiple different domesticated animals, as well as new types of artifacts like stone tools and pottery of different different types than what the hunter-gatherers were using there. And so this is kind of a parallel. This is where we see this transfer of technology, is when agriculturalists spread out and they take a whole package with them. We call it the Neolithic package, right? And so that's one of the key things, is we have parallels for this. And so when we go back to this sort of end of the Stone Age type period, where we're maybe looking for something like a seed bank or a shelter that's keeping these Noah's Ark or something like that, what we can also look at is it doesn't look like anything's introduced. These plants and animals get domesticated in their natural regions where their wild progenitors were growing and living. And so there's not like an introduction of a new species that was not there. Instead, we already saw these wild plants in place in the Ice Age in these spaces, and then we can date directly these with radiocarbon, right? There's no reason to assume anything else. We date plant remains and bones directly. And then lastly, I just want to talk about not archaeological evidence, but paleoecological evidence. So these are kind of cores taken in lakes, lagoons, swamps, on the sea floor. And this is what palynologists, so those are people that study pollen, look at. And so this map is from an article that I was actually a co-author on, looking at different paleoecological proxies around the Greek Peninsula. So we're looking at a real image of pollen. Yeah, this is pollen under an electron microscope from Dartmouth College, I think it is, this image. And so, we have these kind of cores that give us a sense of the landscape. And, we can track, for example, the rise of different agricultural societies from pollen that floats through the air. We can track, for example, tree crops when they start getting introduced and when they become common. We can track grains and when they come in and become very common in these different regions. And the key thing I want to draw your attention to is a lot of these proxies, these cores, are taken from coastal areas, and some are even taken from underwater. So we have underwater cores from the seabed, and we can reconstruct these sunken landscapes and the sort of ecosystem that was there. And nowhere do we see an ecosystem of agriculture, arboriculture, or anything like that. Instead, we see very natural landscapes, the type of landscapes that hunter-gatherers would live in. And so this, I think, is really important, because there really is, it's not just that there's no evidence for agriculture that early. We have evidence against it from those pollen cores, but also this article by Peter Richardson and colleagues points out that agriculture, it was probably too hostile of a condition for agriculture in the Ice Age. The reason why is because there's too little CO2. Plants need carbon dioxide to be able to propagate and grow and be grown intensively in particular. It's also a period of aridity. It's very dry because so much of the fresh water is trapped at the poles in the ice sheets.
Yeah, but this is not the case of the Amazon, right? Then the equator, the environment would be different.
But we have pollen cores from those areas, and again, we have no evidence of any kind of intensive agriculture.
Those vastly understudied areas. I never.
But they are vastly understudied, right?
Well, sure, but you have to imagine that a pollen core is actually tracking a larger landscape, right? Because pollen travels really far, and so you're able to, with one core, track a much larger landscape and put that together. And so, I just cannot emphasize this enough. We need to, I have a phrase I like to use about archaeology. We work from the known to the unknown. So this is true when we excavate. We come down on the stub of a wall, and we change what we're doing to follow what we know, which is that wall, and we expose it. When we found the Griffin Warrior tomb at Pylos, for example, we found the corner on the very first day. And by the third day, we already expanded the trench so that we could catch what we know is there. And so it's the same kind of thing when you dig a layer. It's the same thing when you sort of test a hypothesis like Graham's, which is we want to work from what we do know. What we do know from the Ice Age and what we do know from right after this period of domestication. And so what we do know is all this kind of natural evidence about the climate, about the ecology, and about how domestication actually happens. And so that's why I think that, unlike the other part with the Ice Age sort of coastal stuff, I think that's sort of like, why do we keep finding tens of thousands of Ice Age sites that are hunter-gatherers? It's a bit of a coincidence we don't find your civilization. Here,
it's not tens of thousands, it's 3,000 sites.
That's not true. We have 13,000 different sites in the Paleolithic radiocarbon database.
No, I'm talking about underwater.
Okay, but we have 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped.
Not relevant.
According to UNESCO, and they're on the continental shelves.
Can I pick up on some points you've made, or are you not quite finished yet?
Sure, you can pick up, Graham.
I don't ever claim that the very small numbers of survivors of my proposed lost civilization introduced plant species. What I'm saying is that they introduced the concept of domesticating plants. There is evidence of early, very early agriculture, more than 20,000 years ago at the Hollow.
Gatherers.
Yeah, of Hollow too.
Yeah.
They weren't. It never reached the stage of domestication.
Yeah.
And
They're gathering, not planting.
That goes back 24,000 years ago. They gathered, but they did not domesticate. And there are a number of attempts at domestication, but it's after the Younger Dryas that we see this sudden surge in domestication. Now, I'm not saying, and I've never said, and you will not be able to find a quote where I've said that they introduced agriculture. They introduced the idea of agriculture. And we're talking about a very small number of people. The myths speak of 7 sages again and again in multiple locations around the world, bringing the idea of agriculture, but that agriculture is then applied to locally available plant species. And we do then see the long process of domestication beginning after the Younger Dryas, not before it. We don't see that domestication occurring before 12,900 years ago. We see some attempts at gathering crops. We see some sheen on sickles that show that people were cutting wild grasses and using the seeds. We do see all of that, but we don't see domestication. The steps that begin to lead us towards domestication begin after the Younger Dryas, and I think that's the elephant in the room. I think that what happened there during the Younger Dryas is extremely mysterious, and I don't think we have the whole story. And I'm simply proposing that the survivors of a civilization who were in very small numbers traveled around the world seeking refuge, sharing their knowledge with those they took refuge amongst, and sharing the knowledge of those they took refuge amongst. It was an exchange, not a one-way trip, and they did not bring plants and seeds with them. They worked with what was locally available, and that's precisely what we see happening after 12,900 years ago in this whole area of hundreds, thousands of square miles around Göbekli Tepe, going right down into the Jordan Valley. Abu Huraira being a particularly interesting example, very close to Göbekli Tepe, is the first steps being taken towards domestication. There have been multiple attempts to harvest wild grains before that, but no domestication. Suddenly we see the domestication happening, and of course it's happening with locally available plants. I've never said that they introduced plant species from elsewhere.
But if they're introducing the technology of agriculture, that would imply that they had agriculture beforehand, which, as I'm trying to show, it doesn't make any sense. You need to invent new species of plants. You need to go against all the evidence that we have.
What new species of plants? Why do you need to?
Well, because
they were using wild grasses in the area of where they were too, in the Jordan Valley. They were using them 23,000 years ago.
Of those wild plants,
but they did not domesticate them.
But then what was your civilization growing?
I don't know. What I do know is I don't know. What do you not understand about the word lost? I don't know what they were growing, but what I'm mystified by is this sudden surge towards domestication, which you rightly say is a long, slow process. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes a long time, but we see those first steps being taken after, not before, the Younger Dryas.
And that's not so sudden. We're talking about thousands of years when agriculture starts in different places. So it's very early in Southwest Asia, but it's 1,000 or plus year lag in East Asia or Mesoamerica. So when people say suddenly, I think that's a misinterpretation of the evidence. In terms of human generations, what I'm referring
to suddenly is the transition from harvesting wild grasses to setting in process a project that will lead to domestication of wild grasses. And that cannot be demonstrated before the Younger Dryas. It can only be demonstrated after the Younger Dryas.
It's not a project, it's just planting them in the ground.
And that's why I think that there's something odd about the Younger Dryas episode. And to me, that's something odd when I combine it with mythology from all around the world about the destruction of a great civilization in a global cataclysm, about the fact that there were a few survivors, about the suggestion that they traveled around the world sharing their knowledge and ideas. That's why I think that the spark for the agricultural revolution that we see in that area was introduced. Not the agriculture itself, not the plants themselves. They used locally available plants. They'd be daft.
But to play devil's advocate, if they did do that, would immediately show up as agriculture?
No.
Why would it take thousands of years for it to take hold?
Because it takes a long time to domesticate plants, as Flint has been saying. It's not something.
Well, but you see the shift starting immediately.
You see the shift in 150 years.
And you see it immediately at Abu Huraira.
Yes, and then elsewhere, not as early.
But is it also possible that the younger dry ice impact theory affected the climate and it made agriculture more possible, and then they figured it out after that because it was colder before that, right?
Yeah, we've had lots of cold periods in the past. If you go back through the Ice Age, 400,000 years or so.
Right, but that's a different species of human almost.
No.
They had 400,000 years ago.
400,000 years ago.
Right, but they hadn't figured out anything.
The earliest evidence so far for anatomically modern humans is from Jebel Ehud in Morocco. It's about 320,000 years old, 315,000 years old, something like that, anatomically modern humans. So I think it makes sense.
But my point is they hadn't figured out anything that we figured out.
No,
so it makes sense that at one point in time, the human species would figure out agriculture. And if that transition would take place for over a period of thousands of years after a massive shift in the climate.
The mystery to me is why during the previous massive shifts in the climate that took place multiple times over the 400,000 years.
Because humans hadn't evolved to do any of the things that they evolved to do eventually. Build structures, dams, boats, seafaring, all those things took place afterwards, right?
Sure.
So there has to be a timeline for all innovation.
And I'm responding to your point. Was the climate shift the trigger for agriculture?
It had to be the trigger for something, right?
What I'm saying
whenever
is
there's a massive change in the environment, people adapt to that change. And if you look at the sophistication levels of societies over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, they always move towards a more sophisticated. They figure out new ways, new methods to get better at things. It just makes sense that they would eventually figure out agriculture.
In this area, there were multiple attempts to figure out agriculture.
Right, but there was also probably multiple attempts to figure out how to make a boat before they figured out how to make a submarine.
Yes,
right?
I mean, so I tend to think that what we see with our record is it's very heterogeneous. So that's why we see agriculture showing up at different times in different places. And so I think that that's really key to get across. I do think that this climatic change, it introduced more CO2, it introduced more humidity and rainfall, that it made agriculture actually possible, sort of as an intensive undertaking to do. And so I think that that's really important to acknowledge, but I don't want to sort of say that human agency didn't have something to do with that, because humans were the ones that chose to change from just gathering to planting. And so I think that's really, really key to demonstrate.
I want to get to Egypt. Because I think it's one of the most bizarre accomplishments of human beings. And the age of Egypt is a fascinating piece of discussion, because whatever it is, one of the more fascinating things is Robert Schoch out of Boston University, the geologist who examined the erosion in the Temple of the Sphinx and determined it to be thousands of years of rainfall, and which would predate the Sphinx by quite a bit, because this is all stone that had been moved by human beings, and it had been used to construct the Sphinx. And this Temple of the Sphinx had been carved out. It's very clear that it was carved out, and you see these massive fissures that look exactly like water erosion. He specifically said that he showed these images to other geologists without telling them what they were looking at, and they almost unanimously said that it was water erosion over thousands of years of rainfall. And then when he would show them exactly what he was telling them to describe, and they didn't want to have any part of it, because they're like, okay, now you're saying something that's really crazy, because now you're saying that this structure is 11,000 years old as opposed to 4,500 years old.
Surprise, surprise! I'm going to disagree with you.
Shall we look at?
Robert Schoch.
Shall we look at some images?
Yes. Let's look at images of the water erosion, because it's.
And then I'll show some images of the quarries nearby.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
So if you could hook me up again, Rabbi, to the HDMI. And again, credit to my wife Santa, who has taken every risk with me, every step, every dive for the last 30 plus years. This is her aerial photograph of the Sphinx enclosure and of the Sphinx temple, so-called, in a helicopter.
Wow.
back in the mid-90s somewhere. Sphinx Temple directly in front of the Sphinx, so-called, and the Valley Temple to the left as we view it. And you can see that the Sphinx is a rock-hewn structure cut out of the bedrock with a trench around it. And if we go in here, the notion that the Sphinx bears the marks of precipitation-induced weathering is an evolution of an idea that the late, great John Anthony West had many, many years ago. You've had John on your show.
Yeah.
He's a dear friend of mine.
He was great. Magical Egypt. I can't recommend enough. It's such a fascinating
material.
He has two of them, two series. I think there's like 3 DVDs in each one, and it's just incredible stuff. Just on the undisputable things about the construction methods and how fascinating it is that they built these things.
Marvelous, out of the box thinker. I miss him so much. He was a dear friend. It was he who brought Robert Schoch to the Giza Plateau. And Robert took a look at the erosion around the Sphinx and eventually came to the conclusion that the best explanation for it was that this Sphinx enclosure had been subjected to at least 1,000 years of extremely heavy rainfall. And Robert Schoch right now puts that back to around the 10,000 BC date, 12,000 plus years ago, during the Ember-Dryas, when indeed there were heavy rains in Egypt. And it's these deep vertical fissures in the side of the enclosure wall which most clearly demonstrate what he's talking about. The rainwater pouring off the edge of the plateau would have selectively cut out the softer areas of rock and created these fissures that we see through it, and this rounded scallop profile in Robert Schoch's view and in mine.
And I've had Robert Schoch on as well.
Yeah.
We talked about it for a long time.
And I want to pay tribute to Robert Schoch here. He and I have had our differences, but Robert Schoch, in my view, is a hero. Robert Schoch is a mainstream academic who has stuck his neck out for an idea that is very unpopular with mainstream academics. He's taken all the risks for his career, he's put himself out there, and he's spoken his truth. And I want to respect Robert Schoch. I want to express that respect and kudos to Robert Schoch for everything he's done. He's helped to advance this field enormously and to allow people to think previously unthinkable thoughts.
And I've seen him attacked mercilessly.
This happens again and again with archaeologists, unfortunately. Now, I'll just complete this point, because it's often said that the Sphinx was the work of the pharaoh Khafre, and that these two temples were the work of the pharaoh Khafre, particularly the Valley Temple that we see on the right there. There's no inscriptions in the Sphinx Temple, but when we come to the Valley Temple, what we're looking at is a limestone core, and those limestone blocks were actually taken out of the Sphinx trench, which was then faced in a later time with granite. And there's a quote from Robert Schoch there, who's saying that the original temples were limestone and that they were faced with granite. Now, that's the interior of the temple. You can see that there's definitely two phases of construction there. There's the granite, no dispute that that's Old Kingdom Egypt. And then there's the limestone, massive megalithic walls behind it, which are heavily eroded, as you can see even from here. Now, interestingly, is that temple really associated with the pharaoh Khafre? In 1947, I.E.S. Edwards, who was one of the leading Egyptologists of his time, wrote this: around each doorway is a band of hieroglyphic inscription giving the name and titles of the king. No other inscriptions or relief occur anywhere else in the building. That's been taken to assume that the name of the king was given as Khafre. Actually, Edwards corrected himself in 1993. Around each doorway was carved a band of hieroglyphic inscription giving the name and titles of the king, but only the last words, beloved of the goddess Bastet and beloved of the goddess Hathor, are preserved. No other inscriptions occur anywhere else in the building. In other words, there's nothing in that temple that directly connects it to the pharaoh Khafre. But what's interesting is the way that granite facing, which certainly was done in the Old Kingdom, has actually been, the interior of the granite has actually been cut to match the heavily weathered limestone that it's covering. It's been cut to shape that, and they're honoring and respecting that ancient structure. And so, in my opinion, the geological evidence on the antiquity of the Sphinx is strong. There's no doubt that the ancient Egyptians were there. that they did work on the Sphinx. The head of the Sphinx was recarved into a human head. I and my colleagues believe it was originally the head of a lion, that the Sphinx was an entire lion.
But the evidence that it's been carved is that it has far less erosion than the rest of the body. Correct.
And also the head is way out of proportion to the rest of the body. That's an issue, because one thing the ancient Egyptians were pretty good at when they put their minds to it was proportion.
Yeah.
And the disproportionate size of the head of the Sphinx in relation to the whole body of the Sphinx.
I mean, if you look at other ancient Egyptian sphinxes, they also have small heads. If you put my head on a lion, it would look small. And they all look relatively small.
Indeed, it would look small. That's the point. It was a lion before, and it was cut. It was heavily eroded, and it was then cut down into a human head.
But it does have a distinctly different form of erosion.
No, that's actually where I come and disagree with you. I have some theories as well.
What's your evidence that it was connected to Khafre?
The head. Oh yeah, and I can show you why. Yeah, because it's a different stratum of the natural limestone. So if you look at the geology of the area, are you finished, Graham? If not, I'll put up some slides.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, let's do this. So first off, I want to sort of show this is what it looks like, even the neck. You don't see the neck today because because they expanded the headdress as a support for the head. And so the point is that there's these different layers of this limestone here that we can understand geologically. And so there's this very dense limestone that's up by the head, and then the rest of the limestone is much more fragile and porous. So I do want to be clear, how do we date the Sphinx? What kind of evidence archaeologically are we using? And so what that comes from is largely radiocarbon dates from the pyramids themselves. So pieces of wood that were in between the blocks of the pyramids have been radiocarbon dated and definitively tell us that the pyramids were built during the Old Kingdom, right?
Didn't they do work on the pyramids at multiple stages where they would probably like reseal things and surface things and clean things? If they were constructed 12, 13, 20,000 years ago and people were still inhabiting them 5,000 years ago, wouldn't it make sense that they would do things to them?
Well, we have inscriptions in there from areas that are sealed off from the actual construction, graffiti from the workmen, referring to, for example, Friends of Khufu and different workmen gangs that are in there. And these are in areas. Exactly.
You know that particular graffiti in the Khufu cartouche has long been suggested as a forgery by Howard Files.
Except it uses versions of Khufu's name that were not known until later by scholars. And so that's
what versions are those?
I don't know, man. I don't read hieroglyphs. I read Egyptologists.
Where'd you get that information?
I got that. No, Zahi. I've never met Zahi. I got that information from reading, man. But okay, so let's go back. How do we know that these radiocarbon dates with the blocks in the pyramid relate to the Sphinx itself? Because the Sphinx is just hewn out of natural stone, right? These different layers here. So the reason we know is because geochemists have done stone sourcing on the chemistry of these stones in the pyramids, and they've been able to trace them to different quarries at Giza. And so this is photos of different quarries and cuttings for the quarries. And so they've taken samples from the quarries themselves and from the stones in the pyramids. They do different kinds of geochemical analyses to show the ratios of, in this case, magnesium and iron. And then they trace them back to specific quarries there. And so they know that a bunch of the stones from Khafre, for example, come from the area of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is from a quarry. It's a quarry site for those stones. And so one of the things...
Go back to that slide for a second.
Yeah.
We're cut into the quarry walls.
Okay. And so this is a photo of some of these quarries, and I want to point out that the quarry walls look a lot like exactly the walls of the Sphinx itself. It has the same kind of erosion on it. It has the same kind of rough working on it. And so what you're actually seeing with the Sphinx is you're seeing this roughened shape from quarrying, which is then built with nicer stones around it.
Right, but we're talking about the temple of the Sphinx, the outside structures, what Robert Schock was discussing. That shows a much more clear indication of the water erosion. Not necessarily this, which shows a lot of kind of different erosion.
By the way, this restoration on the pores of the Sphinx is modern.
Yes, that is modern. I'm not going to deny that. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that we can't... A, I don't think that anybody really agrees with Schock that it is erosion. B, if it is erosion, a lot of geologists do not know that.
Many geologists do. Many geologists do.
Very few.
I think it's quite a bit. Graham, you would know more than I do.
I think it's quite a bit too, but it doesn't really matter to me. I think whether geologists agree with him or not, whether archaeologists agree with him or not, he's spoken his truth. He's made his case, and I think it's a strong and compelling.
And what I'm trying to do is present the evidence that goes against him, right?
But when you look at those fissures that are in that wall,
you see the same thing on quarries there. You know, it's the same exact kind of fissures on this. Is just a completely different quarry in a different area.
That's not the most specific example of it, though. If you show other examples of that wall.
And so, I mean,
there's other examples of the wall that are much more rounded out.
So I have been to Giza, by the way.
See, this just doesn't look the same to me.
Wait, but I have a reason for saying that. I've been to Giza. The one time I went to Giza, it rained. In fact, the taxi got into an accident because the oil on the road got so slick that we were hit from behind.
Right, it does.
Very minor fender bender, but the point
but you're
is,
not denying
but
that
how do you
the climate radically changed.
how do you date erosion like this? That takes a lot of experimentation, and I've seen no evidence that shows how to date this kind of erosion to 12,000 years ago or something.
Are you in control of the thing now?
I am, and I was going to show
Graham, can you show images from what you were looking at when it shows the water erosion? Because it looks very different. The images that Graham was showing from where Robert Schoch did his work, it's much more extreme. The ones that you have are from a distance, and the other ones are kind of blurry, and you're looking at it and it looks similar. But like
I was there in 2003. So
I'm sure you were. I'm sure you were. But this is different. The fissures in there are different. They really look like water flow. And if you're talking about the different layers of stone, which are softer in some layers and harder in other, if you did have that kind of water flowing through it, it would make sense that the softer layers would be more eroded. And that's Robert Schoch's contention.
And how are you going to date that, though, to however long ago? One of the other key
But don't you date it though by the amount of rainfall that we know took place at a certain time?
Because a small amount of rainfall can also cause erosion, especially in a dry environment. So in very dry environments, a tiny amount of rainfall can actually damage things even worse because things are so dry.
But that level of erosion?
Well, but you need to come up with some independent way of dating it, right? And that's where the issue is. What we do have is independent confirmation that the blocks in the pyramids came from the quarry right there.
Right.
And we have dates on those blocks from radiocarbon dates of wood in between those.
There's an area where my work is misunderstood. I strongly support Robert Schoch on the 12,000-year-old dating of the Sphinx and of the megalithic temples in front of the Sphinx. I've never claimed that the pyramids are 12,000 years old.
Oh, I know. It didn't say.
I didn't say.
I know some people do, though.
Some people do.
Yes,
I've never claimed that. I do not seek to divorce the ancient
That's
Egyptians
why I brought up
from
the notion that they've been resurfaced, because that's the claim.
Yeah, I've heard that claim as
That
well.
people have been living in them for thousands of years, and so that the material that you're dating is from that time period.
Yeah.
And what do you make of the hieroglyphs that show kingdoms going back 30,000 years?
I've never heard that, so I have no comment.
It's in all the king lists of the.
Oh, you mean the dating of that? Yeah, well, so there's a lot of issues with the way that those are dated because they're not precisely dated. It's just generations. So it's about how you interpret that kind of stuff. But it becomes an issue of mythology. Are they adding in extra generations there and stuff like that?
Or are they actually reporting their truthful memory of their past?
Well, but we want to have directly dated evidence of that.
You might want to have that.
Well, yeah, I think if we're going to talk about archaeological evidence, we need directly dated stuff.
And one of the things that's fascinating about Egypt is the discovery of older construction methods that are below and very sophisticated, below the surface. That they different temples were built on previous construction.
I mean, that happens in every culture, where you see sort of spaces being reused in different ways.
Right.
Temple of Horus at Edfu, where the Atlantis story is told in an ancient Egyptian context, is a good example of that, because the Temple of Horus at Edfu was just the latest incarnation of a series of older temples that had stood on that site. It is a regular issue,
right? And so, how much time are we talking about then? So, if we go back to 4,500 years ago, which is the established date of the construction of the Great Pyramid, right? Somewhere around there.
Edfu dates to the Ptolemaic period, so it's actually after Plato. So, can I talk a second about that?
But no, when you come to that, I think it'd be really good to talk about Edfu and Atlantis.
All right, briefly. We've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, I know. It's great. Everybody's hanging in there. But these temples that were built on these older temples, what time period is ascribed to them? Like, what's the oldest construction?
Oh, in the case of Edfu, it comes into the early Old Kingdom. the earliest, not prehistoric.
So what year?
Maybe 4,000 years ago.
And so what is the oldest construction that we're aware of in Egypt?
I mean, we have Neolithic buildings that go back, 8,000 years or something, 9,000 years. Yeah.
I think the oldest construction we're aware of in Egypt is the Great Sphinx and the megalithic temples in front of it. That's my view.
But we have no evidence from the Giza Plateau of any occupation that early, and that's one of the most intensively explored archaeological landscapes in the world.
In terms of food, seeds,
in terms of anything, yeah. In terms of artifacts or seeds or food, we have nothing that dates back that old.
The question is, like, what would be left?
Well, we'd find stuff just like we find stuff everywhere. I mean,
is there a point of no return though? Like, is there a time period where there's 20,000 or 30,000 years ago where all the stuff you're looking for would have already been consumed by the earth?
No, because when you work in stone, this survives. Stone tools.
What about
fire pottery? Bones themselves are going to survive in that kind of
What do we think they used to transport these stones, cut these stones, place them, and how did they have a mathematical understanding of geometry to the point where they could put together this immense structure of 2,300,000 stones? If you think about everybody else that was alive 4,500 years ago, you don't think of anything even remotely as sophisticated as Egypt.
I don't know. I think what we're starting to see is that there is a lot more stuff that's very
right, but there's nothing like the Great Pyramid.
Look, in terms of like visual striking stuff, I agree.
Also accomplishment.
Yeah, and I mean, but the Egyptians tell us that they do it. They tell us the names of their engineers that designed it, like Imhotep, and they have depictions of them moving enormous stones and statues that take 50, 60 people. They do it on sand. Here, wait, I have this booted up in my Google if you want, Jamie. This is from later, but sorry, I hate Google sometimes. But this is from a little later. I think it's New Kingdom, but it shows people moving this enormous statue, and so what they're actually doing is doing it on sand. Come on, Washington Post.
And what year is this image from?
Oh God, I think it's New Kingdom, so maybe 2,500 years ago, something. No, more than that, 3,000 years ago-ish. But what they're showing is they do it on a sledge right here.
A sledge.
And then they pour water on the sand so that it can actually help move it. And so it makes it actually doable to move something that large. And so, I mean, I just want to get back to the point that, look, humans are smart people.
Can I ask you this, though? Is this is 2,000 years ago?
Probably more like 3,000.
Isn't that after these things were made?
Well, no, because the Egyptians kept constructing large things.
So they did have things like this that they made during this time
They stopped building pyramids, but they still built enormous temples like a Karnak.
And these enormous statues.
Yeah, exactly.
Sliding megalithic statues on wet sand. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm wondering is how you get a series of actually dozens of 70-ton granite blocks up to 300 feet above the base of the pyramid to form the ceiling of the king's chamber and the floor and the ceilings of the relieving chambers above the king's chamber. No matter how much wet sand you've got, you're not going to get them 300 feet in the air.
Levers?
Levers? What levers?
Yeah, well, levers made of wood. We can find this online.
Hang on. Levers made of wood. You've been to Giza, so you know what the Great Pyramid looks like. We're envisaging a ramp, right?
It's possible, yeah.
A ramp to bring the stones up to that.
I'm envisaging very smart people with large labor forces and the equipment.
Me too. I'm envisaging that too, but I find it difficult to see how your wet sand example gets 70-ton granite blocks 300 feet in the air.
But you've got to make the concession that there's such a jump between what these people were able to do and what everybody else was able to do. There's such a difference.
I mean, I think there's such a difference. Something different is how I put it.
It's not just doing something different. It's doing something on a scale that no one is doing 4,500 years ago. That scale's insane. I mean, it's cool as hell, but it's also, it's so different.
Yeah.
It's as different to the rest of the world as to hunter-gatherer civilizations that are in the Amazon to people that are living in Manhattan.
And that's why even in the Roman period, Egypt was a tourist destination, you know, to go there and see these marvels. And so ever since they've been built, it's become a tourist destination because they're so visually striking and they really grab at everybody's imagination, right? And so there's something very enigmatic about that. But I don't want to sort of say, just because it's enigmatic, and mysterious that we should not give credit to these people because they were
it's the same
smart
people.
people.
No one's saying don't give credit to these people. I think even people that are dating Egypt back, like if the hieroglyphs are dated back to more than 30,000 years, it's the same people. No one's saying it's different people that did it. What everyone's saying is like, how did they achieve the level of sophistication that they absolutely, undeniably had at the very most recent 4,500 years ago? So just that alone, like, what the fuck was going on there?
There's a date stamp at these. And this concerns another issue between archaeology and me, is what counts as evidence? What can we regard as evidence? Archaeology dismisses the Great Sphinx as evidence for an older civilization on the grounds that you've put. Can't be presented as evidence for an older civilization. And the other thing that archaeology tends to dismiss is mythology and tradition. Can I give a small, quick presentation which is much to do with Egypt and much to do with what impassions me about this subject, and then we'll come back to Flint. So this is another one of Santa's amazing pictures of the Great Pyramid from the air. The ancient Egyptians spoke of a time called Zep Tepi, the first time, when the gods walked the earth. If we're going to find out when that was, you need to have knowledge of an obscure astronomical phenomenon called the precession of the equinoxes. Now, we all know that everybody's heard the song, we live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Actually, this connects to this idea. Because the Earth wobbles on its axis and it's the viewing platform from which we observe the stars, it changes the times that particular stars rise in times of year, and it changes the positions of those stars in the sky as viewed from the Earth. Right now, at dawn on the spring equinox, the sun rises against the background of the constellation of Pisces. We live, if you like, in the age of Pisces, and we will do for the next 100 years or so. Because of the precessional wobble, we're going to move into the age of Aquarius in about 100 years. That just means that the constellation of Aquarius will house the sun on the spring equinox in that time because of the precessional wobble. And these shifts take place at the rate of about 1 degree every 72 years. Now, the discoverer of precession is attributed to a Greek astronomer and mathematician called Hipparchus. And we're looking at 127 BC. But these guys, Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschend, in an amazing piece of work called Hamlet's Mill, strongly dispute that. And they suggest that we're looking at an extremely ancient knowledge of precession, worldwide heritage of a lost civilization to which all subsequent civilizations in all parts of the globe, forgetful of the source of the precious legacy they received, are the ungrateful heirs. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of the history of science at MIT. Hertha von Deschend was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University, so they're no lightweights. They refer to the fact that a series of numbers keep cropping up in ancient myths all around the world, associated with imagery. And those numbers are all based on the number 72. I have to be quick about this, but 72 divided by 2 is 36. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. There's a whole series of numbers in ancient mythology, far more ancient than the Greeks, which deploy these numbers. They go back into the Rig Veda in written forms and much earlier than that. If we go to Angkor in Cambodia, an amazing site, again, Santa took this from a helicopter way back in the 90s, you'll find at Angkor a myth displayed on the walls, and that's called the churning of the Milky Ocean. And here we see the great serpent wrapped around the body of Mount Mandara, and teams of demons and angels are pulling on the body of the serpent. And this is seen as an image of precession, of the precessional wobble by Santillana and von Deschend. And they point out that it's not only expressed in myth, but also in architecture. So at Angkor Thom, we've got 108 statues on the bridge. That's a precessional number. It's 72 plus 36, 54 on each side. And it's the churning of the Milky Ocean by Mount Mandara that's being displayed there. Angkor Wat is, like the Great Pyramid, is aligned to within.
Yo.
Observe this, and you'll only observe it then. You'll observe the sun rising directly over the central tower and sitting on top of the central tower of Angkor Wat. This site, nobody disputes it, is an equinoctial marker. It's designed to celebrate the spring equinox, and that's what you see at that time and at that time only. Let's jump over to Egypt now. When we come to the Nile Delta, here's the Great Pyramid. Now, I'll give you some statistics. It's 481.39 feet high originally. It's a bit lower today. It lost some 30 feet from its top in an earthquake. Footprint of the base, 13.1 acres. Weight, 6 million tons. 2.3 million blocks. Lost casing stones also came off in that earthquake, 115,000 of them weighing 10 tons each, covering an area of 22 acres. Angle of slope is 52 degrees. And this monument is aligned to within 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. Why do I pick 3/60ths? Because degrees are divided into 60 minutes. So we're talking about 3 arc minutes, a tiny fraction of a single degree of error in the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid seems to be speaking to the earth. It's not only aligned almost precisely to true north, it's placed very close to latitude 30, 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. And most mysteriously of all, if you take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, which is a precessional number, it's one of those numbers, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by the same number, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So we have a monument that is perfectly aligned to geographical north, and that encodes the dimensions of the Earth on a scale based on a key motion of the Earth itself, the precession of the Earth's axis. This to me is very clever. Now, I'm not going to support that here, there's not much time, but if anybody wants to freeze the frame and look at this slide, all this information comes from IES Edwards about the statistics of the Great Pyramid, and the calculations are there. Now, there's the Giza Plateau, there's our 3 Great Pyramids. It's hard to, can you see the Sphinx in this, Flint?
No, maybe I'm
How about you, Joe?
Was that in the left-hand corner?
Yeah, it's in the left there. It's in the left there. It's 270 feet long, but you can see how it's kind of dwarfed by the pyramids in the background. The Great Sphinx looks over the Nile Valley. That's the Nile Valley we're looking at. And the Great Sphinx is oriented perfectly due east. We've talked about the erosion of the Sphinx. This is the view from the back of the Sphinx's head. If you were there at the summer solstice, you would see the sun rising very...
Welcome. How are you?
Yo, Rabbi, it's Banjo.
How you living,
Pimp? Living great, dude.
Hell yeah. Dude, you look
wonderful. Oh, thanks, dude. You look good, too. Glad to see you're awake, dude.
Absolutely. I'm so glad you're here. Do you know that you have an M1CR haplotype?
An M1, what does that mean? M1CR? What?
It's your DNA.
What? Why? How do you know that? Because I have red hair?
Yeah, because you have brown hair with a red beard. I do as well. It's a very special haplotype. We're like related somehow. So let me tell you about it. What'd you say?
Hybrid.
No, exactly. No, definitely. So let me tell you about it. Apparently, we have some kind of ancestor that makes the women in our lives in particular, but also just the people within our bloodline a little stronger, like 20% stronger. There's something like if we were like in a video game, it's like we get plus 20 hit points. And the reason why this is important is it makes us tougher individuals, but also for reproduction purposes, it means that the women don't die as often during childhood. So that means that we can have more children.
Yeah.
Who knew you were
M1CR?
M1CR. Yeah, you just look up M1CR DNA, and you'll learn all kinds of things. So, how did I know this about you? Because you distinctively have brown hair, red beard. I'm the same. And it doesn't have to be that way, though. It can be just red patches of hair that people have, but there's something about this gene that's very strong. some famous people have had it. I think Frederick Barbarossa was one of them. Like other leaders of history. So you're in good company. Have you been here and had a chance to check out the Discord?
No. I was on your before you got banned on Kick like 2 months ago. Me and my buddy Father Johnson were in your chat one time when you were awake, and we were chopping it up with you for a couple hours.
Did I drink a Yoo-hoo on camera?
Yes, you did.
Oh my word! I know exactly who you are. Isn't that amazing? I knew that exact moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know exactly who you are. I'm so glad that you're back. I was thinking about you yesterday. You in particular, that little time. And why was it? Because it was like this short period of time when I was on Kick, and I'm like, wow, I could maybe build a little bit of a community here before. They just came after me with the chopping block. And then we just.
Why? Was it because they're like you had 4 accounts live at the same? Why did you get banned?
In reality, I created robots that are taking over the
Oh, I see them in every motherfucker's chat, dog. I see them, dude.
Yes. You were there when I was just a seedling, and I have become a mighty oak. Brandon, I'm so glad you're here. Okay, so you know my spiel. I stream 24/7, 365. I have more content than any person in global history. This is the biggest event in global history. Have you seen my AMA?
No, is it on YouTube?
It's on Reddit. If you just go to Reddit and type Rabbi Rothschild AMA, I've answered like 250 questions, but they're really good questions. Like, what are ways that humans can travel faster than the speed of light? What are ways that we can extend our life? What are your views on the decriminalization of drugs? This
so you bet, yeah, so it's good shit.
I'm gonna blow up because of this AMA. I'm gonna start tagging people in it now that it's pretty big. Like it's got 500 comments. They're all just my post and me replying to it. But it's a good start, a skeleton of questions. Then what I'm gonna do is start tagging real Redditors. And then they're gonna see it and be like, whoa, why does this have 3 upvotes but 500 comments? What kind of post is this? And they can go through and see. These are really amazing questions that I've had. Using AI is my best to answer. So within this Discord, let's explain what we got. Below here, we have some radio stations. You can check out podcasts that are going. I've got bots in there. I'm playing oldies music. I'm playing classical music. And sometimes the bots shut off. I turn on.
Medieval chill. I was listening to Medieval chill for a minute or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can check out all that stuff. Usually I've got like once a week I go through and reset the bots. I don't sit there and babysit. Okay, then what we have in no particular order, we've got more information on Rabbi Rothschild, where you can get all my links and such. Did you know that I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,100 Twitter accounts, and like 5,000 Kick accounts at this point?
I'm sure you do, man. That shit don't matter to me, but I'm glad you're doing you, dude.
I know it doesn't matter to you, but it should when it comes to me being uncancelable and the ability to allow this to continue for as long as possible. Do you want to see my robots?
You showed me one of them, and like I said, every person I know on Kick they know about you. Everyone's just like, it's like, dude, I've talked to him before. He's a pretty cool guy when he's not asleep. And he just got banned. I don't know why. He said he was not going to spam my chat, and you never have. You never came in mine, dude, and I appreciate that.
Excellent, man. That's phenomenal. Well, I do my best to avoid it if I can with anybody who can. Look, people get to be a certain size. There's nothing that I can do because they will become very popular on the front page and such. But I do what I can to help the people. So other things that we discussed on this, which I'm sure you're aware of some of them. But let me just say, I don't think you're going to die, Banjo. Has anyone
told you that? That I'm not going to die?
That's correct.
I would disagree with you because of the way my body is. It's over time. It's gonna degrade, dude. I'm gonna die.
Let's talk about it. There's something called life extension technology.
I don't like life extension. I don't want any of that shit, dude. I'm not trying to be a transhumanist.
Maybe perhaps I misspoke. I don't think you will die unless you want to.
I think I'm gonna want to die at some point. It's like, all right, I'm 85. That was pretty good.
Absolutely. But what if today's 85 is tomorrow's like 50 or you would be 55 years old and 85 in the future, with a very valuable life perhaps that you could continue to live for decades further.
I'm okay with dying, dude. It's just a part of it, man.
Okay, so there are other options. Let's talk about this. You may want to die, and I know that has been traditionally what people have done. And very few people are going to come to you and say, look, I want to talk to you about a life-changing technology that within a generation or two may become realistic, that it may become affordable for someone like. And particularly because you are a creator, you are an influencer, you're going to be a very important person in the future. Not that you aren't already. So just know that you may be up to the moons in the future to be able to afford some things that perhaps you wouldn't have previously. So all I'm saying is this: don't close your mind to anything. That's all.
Excellent. I got you, dog. All right, wait. So is it MC1R? Is that the melanocortin? Is that the thing?
Yeah. MC1R.
Okay, I found it. I got a lot of reading to do now, dude.
Yeah, you do.
There's a lot.
Isn't there? But as you read it, doesn't that describe what you are?
Yeah, and it's like the coloration in mammals and birds and everything, dude.
Word, dog. So when you were like, man, I'm hybrid. Somehow, some way, we have some kind of mutation that made us like a little bit stronger than average people.
Rabbi, I'm glad I found out how to actually find you, because I can find you on YouTube. You can find you on live, but every time I'm there, you're always
sleeping.
So
I'm not paying attention to the chat because there are so many different laptops and screens to see. I can't keep track of them all. So finally, after 3 years of effort, I said to myself, you know what? It's time for me to start spamming the world with this Discord link, letting everybody know that I got it. And something like 21 days, we have over 1,000 people in here, and that's really exciting. When you walk in whenever you want, we've got documentaries going at any time. I mean, it's really a hub of things. As you know, there's always something going on. I do want you to do something. If you have a chance, go look in the VCs below and look in the chat of the VC. And you'll find like I've got 50 different music genres. You can see what I think are the 50 best rappers, 50 best classic rock bands, 50 best pop stars, all that stuff. There's always a little something here. And I want to make sure that we have a little something for everyone. And perhaps you go against the grain. You want to go to your indie band. Well, we have 50, not 100 indie band. If you want to have like world music, you like some kind of avant-garde genre, we've got it for you. So
if there are any suggestions that you think I can have, please let me know. A lot of people want to know, hey, Rabbi, why don't you have like a general chat where everybody can come in and spam whatever they want.
I had that at first, and some people put some really gory things in here. You have to understand, because I spam so many people,
you get a lot of hatred coming at you. I know.
And I invited. Most people would just say you can't say anything. I invited. I'll let people have their piece so long as they bring respectful, and then they can spam whatever they want. I have what's called a free speech channel. Put whatever you want in there. If you want to put in their stuff on Hitler, you can. I allow it. Free speech is very important. I mean, not
right, but something I really liked, Rabbi. When I copy and pasted the link and I joined, it immediately threw me into this video chat.
Yes, it did. And it should have asked if you were 18.
It did, yeah.
Because I don't really want
to interact with anyone who's not 18. Yeah, amen, man. That's just going to get you into trouble, dude. Amen.
Yeah. Well, and even like still, you'll get random kids who just get on the computer and they're from another country and you gotta food them. I wish there was some kind of setting that just made it so that I could only interact with 18-year-olds. But nevertheless, I do my best to make sure that people are of age and to keep it, interesting and I also do what I can to always be entertaining. So I podcasts all the time. We're watching all of the Joe Rogan experiences on the projector. And then in the watch together, I've got just random documentaries going on at any given time. So we've got stuff on there on like physics ponds, on how banking works, on like pyrotechnics, all kinds of cool stuff. I like biology.
All right. I got a big question, Rabbi.
Go ahead.
Is there any way that I can get my friends on the clean list where they won't get spammed?
I can tell you this. The best I can do, and I'm honest about this, is if they put followers only on and make it like 2-minute waiting, my bots.
The bot only does it for it's in there. It follows. It waits a minute. It says its thing, and then it's gone.
Word. 100%. So if they
followers 2-minute only, that's the anti Rothschild bot protection.
That's exactly right. Now I'm still gonna get my 2 cents in a couple ways. I'm still gonna follow them, which makes an impression on them. Sometimes that appears on their screen, which makes more impressions for me. And then it's gonna create a clip of the person, and it's gonna put my Discord link in there. And all of those have to be deleted manually, which is a huge pain in the ass.
Ooh, I didn't know about the auto clip. I didn't know it was doing clips. That's badass.
My man, go to Amaranth Clips, go to Action Man Clips, go to any big creators on the front page right now. And if you filter by the date, 15 of 20 of them will say Rabbi Rothschild, and then discord.me/Rabbi. It's hilarious. And the thing is, normally you can have your moderator take care of me in a chat and ban me, but moderators aren't able to modify the clip. So it has to be the creator.
Only the streamer.
Exactly. So I get to live rent-free in their head. All day, every day, while they delete these throughout the day. And I've got 4 of these bots going at any given time. So whenever you delete one, I got another 3 that are going to be coming in pretty soon.
It's a good plan. And there are some phrases that I use. Make hay while the sun shines, strike while the iron's hot. Look, Kick's only going to be in beta forever, though. I'm sorry. It's not going to be in beta forever, though. It seems like it's been in beta forever. And they're going to come up with systems that are going to combat this. And so I need to take advantage while I can. And thus I am. It's the summer of Rabbi.
Oh, I see it in my homies. And you don't publicly put that you made the clip, so they don't even know, dude.
We're done.
Holy shit.
It's all over. Check them out.
Yeah, I didn't know that you were doing the clip thing in your bot now, too, man. Your bot got better, dude.
It absolutely did. You're 100% right. I've been doing that now for about 2 or 3 weeks, and it's very, very strong. And it's very exciting. I can tell you. Okay, so I get real creators who are knowing who I am, and we're building relationships. Do you know who I think his name is CJB69 is?
He has like a white hat and like dreadlocks.
Okay.
He
was in a friend of mine's Discord, and I was streaming in there because I have people. Orlando Judge is the person's name. He's a streamer on Kick, and he's allowed me my own VC. So I've been streaming in his Discord now for more than a month. I've been in Aiden Ross's Discord live for like 3 months, and so I have just like a little portal. The world has a little portal into my life, and it's really great. I get people come into my Discord all the time. And I'm like, how'd you hear about me? Sometimes it's Kick, sometimes it's TikTok, sometimes it's from Bing. I had somebody the other day who was like Bing. I'm like, wow, I didn't even know I was popular there. Anyway,
a person came in and they're like,
yeah, I found out about you from Aiden Ross's Discord. I see that you're streaming in there all the time, and I just wanted to learn more about you. And so I'm able to build bonds with people really nicely. And aside from being able to completely whitelist people 100%, people understand why I am doing what I'm doing. I don't want war anymore. I want to give myself a platform to be able to discuss world peace, to be able to interject into the global discussion, the peace movement, pacifism in general, and anti-war.
Well, hey, Rabbi, I'll pop in again sometime, but I'm going to tell my friends that I talked to you and let them know about the Rabbi bot protection that they can set up pretty easily. Thanks for letting me know about that, dude.
Absolutely, but please make sure that they start sharing those clips.
Yeah, I won't tell them about the clips, dude.
Hey, that'll be a surprise. You take care, Banjo. Anytime.
Peace, man.
Take care, my MC1R brother. Or M1CR brother, whatever it is.
New channel by Dr. Smithy Nathan that I think is really interesting. Pause this, go check out some of these channels. There's also a lot of really great archaeology podcasts. I want to give a big shout out to the Tales from Atlantis, The Dirt, Movies We Dig, and one that's not on here that I'm going to appear on next week talking about the Bronze Age collapse and climate change in the Eastern Mediterranean is Let's Talk About Myths, Baby, hosted by Liv Albert. So check those out. But lastly, I just want to talk about why it matters that we study the past. When we look at scholarship and understanding the collapse of societies, what we usually see is human resilience. It's not like everybody dies. People survive. It's the upper crust of society that disappears. It's the palaces, it's the political structures, it's the major temples, it's the monuments, it's the art. Normal people survive. And so what I want to say is if you are wealthy and you're listening to this and you're worried about societal collapse, don't go and try to hide from it. You need to invest in our society. That is what your wealth and status is based upon, is our society itself. So you need to invest in the resilience of the people around you and not thinking that you can protect yourself. Because if you look at history, go read these books. Eric Klein's book comes out tomorrow. Guy Middleton's book goes all over the world and looks at collapse. It is the rich and the elites who get eaten. So we have to invest in everyone if we want to survive this. And my own research into climate change at the end of the Bronze Age, what it shows is that the ancient Greeks adapted too late. It took them hundreds of years to realize that the climate had dried, and it took them hundreds of years to adapt their food production systems. And so let's not do that. We understand how the world is changing around us. Let's listen to that and try to invest in our future. Everything we do, whether it's trading stocks, deciding how to fix our plumbing, deciding on what we're going to do, is based on our knowledge of the past. And so we need to invest in our knowledge from the past and what it can tell us so that we can act properly today. Thank you.
Ironically, you sound like you're preparing us for the collapse of civilization.
I already gave that interview.
It sounds like what you're saying.
Yeah.
It sounds like rich people better put your money back into society.
Exactly.
Or we're fucked. Graham, you want to wrap this up?
Yeah, it's been an interesting conversation, Flint. And there's so much, both from my side and from yours, that we've not been able to touch on. My request to you is, I showed that clip where you're calling for a crusade against pseudo-archaeology. With pseudo-archaeology from the beginning. I believe your friend John Hoops, or your co-author John Hoops, is one of the moderators of my Wikipedia page, which people cannot edit my Wikipedia page. It's blocked. Now, the request that I have is it necessary for archaeology to insult those of us who come from different perspectives and look at the past in a different way? Insult people like Robert Laval, insult people like Robert Schock, insult people like John Major Jenkins, who John Hoops had a horrible campaign against back in the 2010s through until John died John Major Jenkins died in 2018. Does mainstream archaeology have to insult us all the time in that way? Is it not possible to have a meeting of minds and say, well, here are a bunch of outsiders. We archaeologists think that they're completely crazy, but let's actually entertain their views. Let's look at them. Let's not be so combative about this. When I first started writing about this, Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, I was immediately attacked by archaeology. It began immediately. BBC Horizon devoted a whole program to trying to rubbish my work and gave platform to archaeologists to do that. Why do we need to have this conflict? Why is it not possible to have multiple points of view on the past? Why ultimately does archaeology so much want to control the narrative about the past? Why do so by attaching notions like racism and white supremacy to people that archaeology disagrees with? Is it not possible to have disagreements that don't involve all of that? I'll tell you frankly, I was hurt badly, wounded badly as a human being by this association that you were very largely responsible for of my work with white supremacy, racism, and all the other stuff that's written about in the SAA's letter. I don't think any of that was necessary. I don't think any of that got to grips with the fundamentals of my work or my ideas. It was just an attempt to write me off and to smear me. And I think it's most unfortunate. And perhaps if anybody can learn a lesson from this, it's actually, we're all on the same side. We're all looking at the past. We're all trying to solve the mystery of the past. Some of us are doing it in a rigorous scientific manner, in the manner that you are. Some of us are doing it in multiple different ways. I've devoted 30 years of my life to this subject. I'm passionate about this subject. It matters to me. I have never knowingly told a lie, although I am constantly accused of lying. I tell my truth, and I try to represent my truth as best as I can. And I believe that's true for the majority of people in the alternative field. Can't we have some kind of meeting of minds between alternative approaches to the past and the archaeological approach to the past? And is it not possible that something beautiful might grow out of that?
If I could speak to that, I think the problem is one of communication and this bizarre modern time where someone says something and then a bunch of people attack that thing that someone says. There's a big difference between a rational, calm, kind person being able to have a disagreement with someone face to face. Because, like, I think today there were some contentious moments, but I think overall we set a very nice tone of just letting each side speak to what they believe and what the evidence shows, and have a very, I think, a productive conversation about it. And I think part of the problem is most people don't have access to the people that are saying these things that they disagree with. So what do? They make a YouTube video, or they make a blog post, or they make a podcast, whatever it is, and they dispute it, and they attack that person, and maybe they insult that person, or maybe they connect that person to a bunch of horrible things because they're so emotionally invested in one side or the other side being correct, whether they're right or wrong. And I think it's a function that it's a part of how human beings aren't really meant to talk to each other that way. They're not meant to share ideas. They're meant to do this. Human beings are designed to sit down and talk to each other. And I think so much of our world's problems, other than obviously geopolitical issues and military issues, and so much of our differences with each other, a lot of it is a lack of communication. We don't necessarily honestly communicate about things. And where you get a more nuanced understanding of who this person is you're talking to, where they stand, who they are, what their beliefs are, how do they get to these places? What caused them to think like this? And there's also the effect that it has on the person who's attacked, who wants to kind of attack back, which is very unproductive. It's very unproductive to carry around that pain. It's very unproductive to carry around that criticism. And it burdens you. It takes away resources from all other parts of your life. It can create stress. It can create a ripple effect that affects personal relationships, business relationships, all sorts of things in your life. Your health, whether or not you take care of yourself. You're so embattled in these conflicts of human beings that are almost mostly unnecessary, and especially at that level, amongst kind, intelligent people that really just want to find out what's true.
A good statement.
Yeah, we can all be nicer to each other.
I agree with you. We
really
can all be
believe
nicer. We can all be nicer, and it doesn't need to involve pouring scorn and mobilizing hatred against others. As I say, I've been involved in this conflict with archaeology for 30 plus years. But the thing that hurt me the most is this bizarre association of me with racism and white supremacy and anti-Semitism and misogyny. All these words are in the Society for American Archaeology letter, which tried to get my show branded as science fiction.
So, one thing that I would say is I read your books in the upcoming release of your show, right? And the tone between your books and the tone between your show is night and day. You were very combative.
What do you mean by the upcoming release of my show?
I meant back 2 years ago. Yeah.
So you read all my books?
No, several of them.
Okay.
You have a lot of books.
Because that's the other thing I'm going to pick you up on that. I'd like to say right now is that in a show like this, we've gone probably over 3 hours.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We're at like 4 hours and 30 minutes.
But it's not enough. I've written a large number of books, thoroughly documented, thousands of footnotes, For those who'd like to evaluate my work, do check out the books. It can't be possibly sampled here, just as Flint's can't, on the basis of a 3-hour show. But I think we've done well. I think there is some kind of meeting of minds. I like you as a person.
But I hope that we change our tones on both ends, because, like I said, the tone you chose in that show was offensive to archaeologists.
Yeah, that was because I'd been offended by archaeologists for 30 years.
But if we want to end this and take the temperature down, we have to think about how we do this, and we need to talk about different aspects of that in a friendlier way.
So are you still going to crusade against pseudo-archaeology?
Well,
what is it?
Well, I think, but the best way to crusade against stuff that's not correct is to do what you've done. Just come
That's
on.
why I agreed to come here.
Yeah,
okay?
that's great. And I think everybody's goal is the same. We want to find out what happened. Like what this incredible history of the human species. It's so bizarre, and especially when it comes to, I'm so fascinated with Egypt. That one to me is the craziest of crazy. Like, what was going on there? Like, what changed in the world that's not possible, and what societies like that don't exist, and how did they exist 4,500 years ago in this one place? And
they maintained their civilization for 3,000 years.
Yes, it's crazy. And it was also a place rich with resources at the time. There's a lot of factors, right? But it's just, that's the most important thing. It's like, what happened? What happened? What was the process? So thank you, Flint, for coming on, and thank you for explaining all that stuff about grain and agriculture. That was really, really fascinating.
Next time I'll share my research on bones and ancient drugs.
I want to hear it. Let's talk. And thank you, Graham. It's always great to talk to you, and I really appreciate all your work and your years of dedication to this. And it's just opened up these conversations, and I think it's interesting. It's just really interesting to find out what happened.
Yeah. Well, Joe, thank you to you for hosting this first time ever kind of event.
My pleasure. I think it was great. So I think this can be done with a lot of subjects. Like, people don't have to be assholes. You can all be nice.
That's a beautiful line to end. People
don't have to be. You don't have to be. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
In sketches. I could say for the air, but we're on there. Oh, we are on the air. I just turned my monitor on so I could see myself, and I didn't want to be. But in sketches, I'll just open up with a Chappelle story because that's what everybody thinks I'm doing here. Dave would be watching himself on the monitor. And I'd be like, I don't know, man, just be in it. And then I'd tell the cameraman to turn around. I'd be like, did Neil tell you to turn around? So he couldn't watch himself. It just felt like if you're doing Rick James, maybe just be Rick James, not see yourself as Rick James.
Maybe like affirmed.
Well, yeah, Rick James would look at a monitor.
Yes.
Absolutely.
In that character, I would imagine.
Yes.
That's actually a good move. By the way, rest in peace.
Oh my God. Rest in peace, OJ. Juice. We love you, Juice. Juice, we love you.
Sam Tripoli posted something on Twitter today. It was OJ Simpson just said, I did it. He posted on Instagram. But I guarantee you that's fair.
That looks like a fake tweet.
Yeah.
I watched, there's a
fake tweets.
There's a video of a compilation of Norm doing OJ jokes. And it's 11 minutes. And I watched it and then went back and started. It's so glorious. It was so relentless.
He was so good.
He was so fucking funny. We're talking about OJ. No, Norm was so fucking funny. And the glint in his eyes, and half the time he was bombing on SNL because it wasn't really his crowd, and he didn't care. He did not care, and he kind of got fired for it.
Well, he had a view, he had a frequency that he was on, and comics loved it, and the audience loved it, but yeah, it wasn't wasn't necessarily SNL.
Yeah, it was the audience. Audiences at home liked it. Yeah, it's 11 minutes of Norm just like, and then this stare after the punchline as it's either working or not. It's just glorious.
Skinny Norm.
Yeah. Yep. The suit too big.
Yeah.
And yeah, they didn't. It wasn't like it wasn't like lauded within SNL. So it was like his own like guerrilla unit. Him and this guy Jim Downey, who wrote kind of all of it themselves.
Well, SNL seems like they handicap themselves, like they're handcuffing themselves.
Back then it was, but
less back then, but now for sure.
I haven't watched very much. Me and Joe's are friends. I just haven't seen it in a long
He's
time.
funny.
Yeah, Joe's very funny, but like, and but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I had a sketch that I wanted Joe's. I wrote so the week Shane got fired, whatever, unhired. I thought of a sketch. And I texted. I was going to be in New York, and I had like a sort of open door policy at SNL where I could just write because I wrote there with Dave. So I had a sketch idea for Joe's where it was a couple is getting ready to, they're in bed and they're like, so any STDs you wanna tell me about? And they're like, no, I'm planning any podcasts. And we wrote, and then it was like, I did one. It was a good idea about Shane, but like whatever. And then we wrote it, and then it kind of got shelved. Like my understanding was some of the people at the show didn't appreciate this. And then I was hoping I was going to text Shane and be like, hey, there's a sketch you should do, but I didn't want to be like,
there's room for a show like, well, Gillian Keeves is that. Have you watched Gillian Keeves?
I think I've seen a couple of
It's fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing. It's underappreciated. Within the Gillian Keeves fans, it's really appreciated, but the mainstream does not know how good those sketches are. He does OnlyFans dad, a dad who needs to make money, and so he does OnlyFans. It's fucking insane. It's insane. He does this Trump speed dating sketch. Oh my god.
Oh, that one I think I saw.
They're so good. They're so good because it's buck wild. Because they're on the internet and Patreon, and you kind of get away with doing whatever the fuck you want, and it just has to be fun. But that's really, you can't do that anymore. You know, if you're on network television, you're dealing with so many executives, they're all terrified, and everyone's scared, and everyone's ideologically captured, and there's certain things you can't joke around about. It's like, God, there's so much ground you can't cover. And it's just, you handicap yourself. You just handcuff yourself.
Well, it's also the as two aged men who have seen many parts of many eras of show business, it seems it's so, the whole thing has got the TV now feels like a 78-year-old woman who still thinks she's fine. And it's like, bitch, you're not fine no more. You don't gotta carry yourself like everyone wants to fuck me. It's like, not really. You have all like the props from when everyone wants to fuck you, but there's a lot of other women out here now. And they still think they haven't really adjusted. They kind of can't.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, how do you reduce network television? How do you reduce late night TV? How do you reduce sketch shows? How do you? It's all. The still has to be what it always was.
The format is just, it's so restricted. The fact that you have to break for commercials, the fact that you have a specific amount of time, all that is just, you can't compete with the internet because of that. It's just, you just can't. And then you have all the meddling. I mean, you've done networks, you deal with Comedy Central. It was fucking insane over there. It was insane trying to tell them what is funny and what is not funny.
I will say, after 6 episodes of Chappelle Show, they actually said, I believe the quote was, "We don't understand your show. So kind of just do whatever you want." They really said, like, we don't understand your show.
It's funny.
Right. Because that was the thing. We did the sketch The Mad Real World, and one of the execs said, like, it's a collection of unfunny scenes back to back. And I was like, well, could we at least show it? to the audience, do you mind? And then we showed it, and it crushed, of course. And then I got in the exec's kind of ear. And I was like, I heard what you said, but and she was like, hey, Neil, take it.
Oh, they were bad.
Because I was
attached to it.
I was attached to it, and I was also I knew it's with any of these things. You know, you, Dave, anyone who's started the show, they're jumping out of the plane. Let them pack their own chute. You know what I mean? Like, you're jumping out of the plane. If you don't want to say it or you're not confident in it, then you shouldn't have to say it.
Right.
And they wanted to pack the chute the way they thought a parachute should be packed. And it's like, no, let the jumper do it. And if it doesn't work, then you guys can go.
It's really like someone who's watched surgery who wants to cut. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. They don't know what they're doing, and their instincts are almost always wrong. And if they're lucky, they find someone who's really good, who can kind of work around their nonsense and still create a quality show. But a lot of the times, it just gets in the way so much that you get like 60%, 70% of what you could have had.
Yeah, and you gotta also hope that you get that the audience overwhelms the network. Meaning, South Park got off to a hot start.
Well, South Park before Comedy Central was Comedy Central, right?
Yeah,
Comedy
they made a video.
They were a little wilder back then.
Yeah.
Comedy Central was kind of the renegade.
Yeah.
You know, and then South Park became so undeniable. You had to just leave them alone. They were so good. You just had to go, just shut the fuck up and leave them alone.
Yeah, and that kind of has to happen.
Yeah.
So, like, and it kind of happened with Chappelle's show pretty quickly. Like, after the Blind White Supremacist game, there was the first episode, so they were kind of like, oh, and then the ratings were good. So they kind of didn't, they tried to meddle, but their heart wasn't in it.
It hit a cultural landmark.
Yeah.
It hit this thing where Chappelle's show was the show. It's like, when is it on? When is it on again?
Yeah, whereas the Man Show is more like,
yeah,
you know, they're doing pretty good. I think maybe we can help it somehow.
Yeah.
Or you kind of either want to, you need to, if you just have to succeed a big way, and then they'll stop.
Yeah, it has to be so undeniable that they have to get out of the way, and you have to actually say that. You got to get out of the way. Like, leave us alone. If you don't leave us alone, yeah. If you don't leave us alone, we're not going to do it. And that's the only way to do it. It's like that format is just so limiting. And, you know, that format was all that existed. And that was the essential format for television. It was the only way to do it. You had commercials. You had an 8 p.m. time slot. This is all simple. You have 44 minutes with commercials. Do it.
What would you do if you were the owner of NBC Universal? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what these companies should do. Comedy Central is basically a production company now. Like, they don't.
Yeah. Well, they're doing the right thing, I think, in switching to streaming, right? So it's just a matter of being able to get enough quality stuff on streaming and get people over there. So they're going to have to shell out a lot of money for big properties, and they've done that with, like, you know, Disney's done that, and Paramount's done that, and a few of these viable streaming platforms have managed to make, like, really good shows and put them on streaming, and they can still do that. You know, like, there's shows like Shogun, you know, which is just fucking so good. But, you know, it exists in both. It exists in streaming and on television. And they kind of make it for that. You know, you still have the commercial breaks, but when you watch on streaming, you just get the full episode.
Yeah, I also think there's probably very little input from advertisers, meaning if something's popular, people will just want to advertise on it. They won't give a shit what the message is. It family hour? Is this line up with Procter and Gamble's values or any of that shit?
Right.
It's just like, yeah, you know, their eyeballs, let's go.
Yeah. But even then, I mean, there's people that try to push back. Even against Shogun, there's this thing about, like, why aren't there black people on Shogun? Well, what do you think it's about? It's about Japan. It's like, what are you talking about? It's about Japan in the 1600s. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This is exactly what it is.
Yeah, I hope that didn't get very far.
No, it doesn't get far, but it's like they try, and that's the indicative of the kind of pressures that those people feel behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Because behind the scenes, it's all a bunch of grifters. It's all a bunch of network executive grifters that are all just working a DEI angle and trying to make, like, where's the diversity? I mean, how many times have you had pitches where you bring it in, like, where's the diversity? Like,
I don't have that problem because I generally come with a diverse. Yeah, I am Mr. White Diverse, but, like, I hear you.
Yeah.
And Yeah, I don't. The DEI behind the scenes shit. I think that they're scared.
Yeah.
They're just scared. There's just like, what's the latest priority culturally? So they go like, we have to service that priority, or I'm going to get in some kind of trouble.
100%.
And they don't know. They're just blowing in the wind.
And they're so expendable. You can move network executives around like chess pieces. You just move them around. Like
Chess,
get rid of them.
states.
Yeah, not even chess pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even tic-tac-toe.
Yeah.
Just move them along. They don't matter. They really don't matter. And basically anybody can do that job as long as you have good quality television. As long as the people that are making it, you know, the Paul Sims of the world, the people that make really good shows, just leave them the fuck alone and they'll make great things.
Yeah, that's the thing I was going to say. It's like, my standards are higher than yours.
Well, you actually understand.
I want to bomb less than you do.
Right.
I don't want this to go poorly. I understand that it's because they're basically backseat drivers. They kind of are like extra, like over cranked.
Yeah.
But like, you know, I'm worried. I'm more worried than you. I'm again jumping out of the plane.
Yeah.
Let me pack the parachute.
Yeah.
That's not why they moved to LA.
Well, they also want to make their mark on everything.
That's exactly right.
They're gonna jizz in the soup every chance they can.
There was a thing I remember when we were doing Half Baked. I wanted to say, hey, let us do what we want, and then at the end we'll pass around a hat, and you guys can take credit for something. And like, oh, the title. Okay, that's not bad. The cat. Like, just let us do the fucking thing. But they want to do the fucking thing.
Yeah, always.
They want you to get started. You get the started, and then I'll come in and be a producer. I'll be what I imagined a producer was.
Yeah.
And they don't have any original. I mean, but the good news is, you kind of defeated them. I mean, podcast, YouTube, etc. It's like they're on there. It's hard not to kind of curb stomp them.
Well, it's just they almost can't compete with the instantaneous access, the free access. You can get it anywhere. Get it on your phone, get it on a tablet, get it on your computer, you get it anywhere. And it's available anytime you want it. You can pause it, you can leave, you don't have to wait for a time slot. You watch all of them when they come out. It's just that format that exists, like the Netflix format of releasing the entire season of shit. You can't compete with that.
Mm-hmm.
People love that. They love binging. They love it. They love the fact that it's available anytime you want it. They love the fact there's no commercials. All that shit is just, they're just trapped. And if I was a network executive, if I was at the top of the food chain, I would be really thinking, like, is there another way to do this? Does it have to be this way? Does it have to be commercial breaks? Because nobody watches those. They're not good. They're not funny.
Okay, but I've heard, and I haven't experienced because I haven't made a show at Netflix other than stand-up. There are things that they need you to hit certain shit by minute 10. The end of every episode has to be a cliffhanger.
Oh, really?
That's what I've heard. I haven't experienced firsthand, but so it's, as a show creator, I wonder if there is an imperative to want to. You kind of want to know with the information in terms of like, when do people turn the shit off?
Right.
When do it will it? I heard something like, if they watch the first 3, then they'll watch 10. Like, you have to, so they're like front load the first 3 with plot, character, maybe set. I don't even know what the episode, I'm kind of talking out of my ass a little bit, but I do know that they have information.
So it's a formula.
That that they want, it's like, you want people to watch your shit or not?
Yeah.
Like, I'm in my new special 53 minutes. Because I don't need it. I've never been like, oh, good, it's an hour 20. It's never better longer to me. And
53 minutes is perfect.
Yeah. And I moved jokes up. I was like, that joke, it's like when you do the live show, the first really big laugh, like in my live show was probably I think it was at 11, and so in Netflix I moved it up to like 7 or 8. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like the big, like, oh fuck, like a different energy laugh.
Yeah.
Move it up.
That's weird though.
But it's a form. I'm meeting them where they are.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Like, I don't feel like I'm selling myself out or like I'm the integrity of my act. Like, that's just how I did it.
Right. You're just formatting it for this very specific system as opposed to a live show.
Yeah.
Where you're like setting things up. And,
yeah, and at a live show, they can't go anywhere. They're invested. At home, they can watch everything ever recorded.
Yeah. Right.
I'm competing with everything that's ever been made. The Godfather.
Yeah.
Can I beat? Is this better than The Godfather?
Apocalypse Now.
Yep.
Yep.
That's right. Rocky.
Anything. All of it.
And every comedy special.
Every one.
And Norm.
Yep.
And OJ.
And Patrice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All the old stuff, all the new stuff, everything all together.
Yep.
It's an insane time for your attention. Like, just try to captivate people's attention now. It's an insane proposition. There's just so much available.
Are you? I mean, what's funny is you kind of, it's not even the tortoise and the hare. You just haven't changed. You just like, I don't know, I just talk for fucking 3 hours.
Well, this is what I did in the beginning, so I just keep doing what I do. I do it because I like doing it this way. And in the beginning, like, Ari was the first one. He was like, you got to edit it. You have to edit it. No one wants to listen to 3 hours. I'm like, then don't listen. It's that simple. I don't care. I'm just going to do the best thing that I can do, and do it how I feel like doing it. And that's it.
Yeah, but you know that doesn't work. For most people, most of the time.
Most of the time it doesn't work, but it works.
I'm not even saying, it worked. But I'm saying, like, do you ever think about why, or do you give a shit? It's none of your business.
I think if you think about why, you'll second guess your own instincts.
Yeah.
And that's never good.
Yeah.
Because they've been good to me so far. I know what I just stick with me. I know what I like. And if I'm actually genuinely interested in that thing, the subject, I think other people will as well. Like, if I bring on someone who's a beekeeper, I don't think, oh, it's going to be a big episode. All I think is, like, I'm interested in bees. I want to talk to someone who's really interested in bees. Like, tell me how do you do it? What's going on?
What is your, do you look at which episodes you are, or you just firewall it? None of your business.
None of my business. Yeah, I don't care. I don't pay attention. I mean, I know, I hear this one's huge, whatever. I don't pay attention. I just, this is what I'm interested in. I want to talk to this guy. I had Paul Stamets on yesterday.
Great.
Expert. Amazing.
Good fucking guy's got his own protocol.
I know. That's his stuff right there. Host defense.
Is this psilocybin?
No. That's agarikon and turkey tail. That's his immune stack that he uses. There's all sorts of medicinal mushrooms that have no psychoactive effects.
And is any of this stuff proven?
Yeah. There's peer-reviewed studies, random controlled trials, double-blind, placebo-controlled styles with agarikon. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday too. Yeah, he's a real scientist. So, the stuff that he does is very, very legit. And he's very diligent in the way he sources the mushrooms. They test them, find out which ones have efficacy, which ones don't. Because you can have, like, he was explaining that agarikon identified that he has 107 strains that he has personally, and out of those strains, they've identified at least 4 of them that are like the most hyper beneficial, and they haven't tested them all. But those 4 of them, that's the ones they sell.
Great.
Yeah, and then some of them are different for different things. Like, some of them are better for pox viruses, where other ones are better for RNA viruses. It's very, very interesting. Very interesting what they've done.
Good. I mean, yeah, that's this shit it's cool. We have lived in a time with a good amount of change.
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of change. There's a lot of change going on.
For better and worse.
Yeah, I don't know how much worse. There's a lot of confusion, but I think ultimately there's more information, and that's always better. And there's more freedom of communication, although there's a lot of attempts at restricting freedom of communication. There's still more avenues of communication than there's ever been before, which is almost always good.
And we've talked about this before, but the trusting that people can figure it out.
Yeah, well, they have to learn to figure it out. Just like people had to learn what things to eat that are poison and what things are edible. Like, you have to learn that. And we have to learn that with information. We have to learn that with everything. We have to learn that with styles of communication. We have to learn that with people that are really shitty to people. Like, people don't like that. That's not necessary. You learn that. People need to learn that. And that's how you learn it. You learn it by watching people sort of get ahead just by being cunts, and they don't like to go so far, and the audience turns on them. And recognize that some people are just communicators. They're just calm and nice, and that's better. And you could still get all the same information and still have interesting debates and conversations. You don't have to be a cunt.
Yeah, because I think about, I'm not very, so I feel like you're paranoid, or not paranoid, you're skeptical of control, right?
Yeah.
And I always go, why am I not skeptical of control? Like, compared to you, or compared to like a guy like Dave, who's also very skeptical of any sort of authority or institution. And I think, I was thinking, I'm so glad to not be under the Catholic Church anymore. That everything is better.
Right.
To me, like the government, I don't give a fuck. Right. Like, I truly don't. Apple, you want to listen in? Good. I don't give a shit. You can't send me to hell. So I don't even care if you overhear me. This is better than the way I grew up.
Right.
Even and then I'm skeptical. It's one of those yin yang things where I'm skeptical of too much information chaos. You know?
Yeah.
It really, I'm sure this will be probably the balance of the next at least 20 years.
Well, information chaos is also engineered. That's one thing to take into consideration. That information chaos is not always organic.
I agree, and then what about that? If Russia, China, our enemies, in quotes, wink, wink, whatever. Like, what? If somebody's Dave made a point that if a country has racial divisions anyway, and then an outside actor foments them, it's the country's fault for having them in the first place. And it's like, yeah, but that's kind of bullshit, because like, if there's a marriage that is having trouble and then someone comes in and fucks with it, that's the outside person's fault, because the married people want it to be good. Do you know what I mean? Like, America's going to have conflict naturally, and I think it's natural to have that, and it's okay to have that, and we need to figure that out. But once the outside actor comes in, I still blame the outside actor for fomenting, and I feel the same way with the information stuff. Like, I'm with you in terms of, like, we do need freedom, but I still blame the outside actor for coming and creating more chaos.
I think it's an unavoidable evil. If you're going to have freedom, you're going to have the freedom of bots. You're going to have the freedom of people that hire people in these troll farms where they have thousands and thousands of accounts, and they just push different narratives, and they get involved. We had Renee DeResta on once, who studied this, and one of the things that she studied, one of the things that Russia had done during the 2016 election, was the creation of memes, and some of them were really funny. Mm-hmm. And they were memes that were very specifically designed to push certain narratives and make fun of certain things. And that they had made so many accounts, thousands and thousands of accounts. They had actually organized a Texas secession meeting across the street from another media.
I know, that shit was, it's so like Monty Python.
They wanted these people to be fighting with each other.
Yeah.
And they do that online constantly. There's so many times where I'll see something that's contentious, something that's socially, something that's like very explosive, and then I'll look in the comments and I'll see some outrageous statements, and it's like a couple of letters and a number for the account, and I'll click on the account and I'll go into it. Oh, it's a fake account. How many of those are there? There's fucking hundreds of thousands, if not millions. There's an FBI analyst that did an estimation, and he thinks that there's 80%. He thinks 80% of the Twitter accounts that are in circulation, at least at the time, were trolls.
Mm-hmm.
80%.
Yeah. And so that would be part of the information chaos thing that I'm like a bit like, this is going to be bad. It's bad now, and it's probably only going to get worse with AI and all that shit. And I don't know what I don't know if we talked about this, but like, if there was a governing body you know, let's say like over let's say over all of social media sort of morality or whatever, or ethics.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you even put on it?
You can't. It can't be done. It can't be done because the government can't be trusted because they're doing it.
Right, but let's say
it's
the people elected it. Do you know what I mean? If there was a way to get get around the government,
it's not possible.
For instance, like who Jon Stewart.
Yeah, but people would have access to that. Like Jon Stewart couldn't talk about China on Apple, so he left. He left. Yeah, it doesn't work.
No, I'm with you. That's corporate. I'm saying like who are even.
I think the solution is more complex. The solution is the solution is technology ramped up to a point where lying is impossible. And I think that is going to be tied. You're going to be able to have opinions, but lying about specific facts, I think, is going to be far more difficult with widespread use of AI, and also when people have universal ability to translate languages instantaneously. Right now, it's a little clunky. You can read tweets and you can say translate the tweet. You can do things like that, but you don't necessarily know what the fuck is going on. When it's universal, when you're going to have instantaneous translation into that, it's going to be far more difficult to deceive people when you have instantaneous access to AI, which is, as long as the AI is not biased, which we've seen, AI is programmed in the Google AI, founding.
We talked about this like 8 years ago when I pitched Robo President, and then it became if there's an AI president, then it's the thing that's going to be argued about is what information are we loading in.
Right. And what are the values that the AI has? Like, is the values for the human race? Or is the values for New York City? Is the value
Rabbi.
What up, Dave?
How are you?
Every day
is a holiday. Every meal is a
Things, man.
I know.
I may see you.
It's like
my daily reminder to say hi to my friends. How are things going?
Pretty good, man.
Excellent.
Good to hear.
Well, I
gotta tell you, we've made some more inroads in the Kick community. I had the opportunity to meet CJB 69 and John,
Capital
J, and another friend, John Relax.
Very cool
people.
I've got to say, haven't had
any two mean individuals on Kick. Everybody's been really nice. Everybody's really down to earth. And I think it's a really wonderful community. So overall things have been well for me. I want to know how have things been since we last spoke.
The fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Me?
This guy over here. This chick.
All right. So
I made some improvements to my Discord. I improved the microphone to the best of my ability.
But also,
I've got a bit of byline for the watch together that just is going to stream every major documentary that's on YouTube 24/7.
So we got
So we got that going for us.
And
additionally, everybody that could know who the big dog is in town. And one of these days I'm going to blow up. And straight Savage, you're going to say, man, I remember the first time Rabbi came into my chat, and it was the start of something big.
You take
care, my man.
Everybody knows who you are, man.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You're not going to be famous.
You cross
the line to be infamous, but I'll be infamous for being a scammer when the heart of my message is world peace, and the world peace discussion is certainly important.
All right, my friend.
I'm checking in. Take care of yourself, take care of your family, have a wonderful day. Shout out to your audience, shout out to the other people in the Discord, and I wish you well. Take care.
You as well. Take care, Straight
Savage.
That's Straight
Savage,
everybody. Yo, dog.
Ludo. Sick.
All right,
are you done?
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. You learn more right.
I don't even lean more right. I lean more center, which is right now. Yeah, it's so the left has gone so far to the left. It's gone so far into this strange territory, bizarre land of cult-like thinking.
It's driven by it's sort of everyone's afraid of upsetting. It's the tyranny of the minority. No one can say, hey, do me a favor, shut the fuck up, or we're going to lose all of this.
Right.
If we make this about just your minor grievance or issue, we're going to lose the whole thing. But it becomes about the various, DI or transgender or whatever, all these things that are not unimportant, but they're just not the most important. And no, you're not allowed to say to someone anymore, your shit is not the most important thing. Because of whatever the egomania culture, everyone's issue is the number one issue. And it's like, no, it's the number one issue for you, but it's not the number one issue for half of the population of the country.
Well, it's also the thing is if you oppose any of these protected ideas,
you'll get
attacked.
Yeah,
you get attacked and labeled as the worst thing possible.
Yeah, when you agree with them in 99% of other issues.
Yeah.
But they just prioritize. It's just this thing of like, no, it's like the kids playing soccer where it's just running a bunch of. This is the most important thing, and it's like, is this really? And then you can't go, what the fuck are you talking about? You have to go, yes, I honor. You have to start bowing, and you have to do the Nancy Pelosi down on a knee with the kente cloth. It's like, no, that's an important issue. It can't be it might not be the most important issue. And then they go, well, then we're going to withhold our vote. Oh.
Yo, dog. There he is.
There he is. Hey, Rabbi, I just want to ask if you wanted to join an E-Day in a few hours.
Orlando, what?
An E-Day?
No, I don't.
Are you sure you want to do it?
I don't want to do it with you myself, but I would like to just watch it.
All right. Thank you, Rabbi. Have a good day, babe.
You too, my man. I don't do days.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
I think of it.
Or guns. Just
guns.
yeah.
The left, they think of it.
Or now abortion. Yeah.
There's always something.
Yeah.
There's always something that's ridiculous.
And then it turns out that like the Republican stats on abortion are like 55%.
Yo, that person. Hey. Who is that? Riz Atkins. Can you hear me? Riz Atkins. Earth to Riz. Riz Atkins. Sup? Yo. What's up? Yo. Gangsta. Riz Atkins. Can you hear me? Oh, you're bars, I'm sure. Damn it. Dude, YouTube sucks so much cock. Riz Atkins, can you hear me? Riz Atkins, can you hear me? Damn it. Riz Atkins, can you hear me? Son of a bitch. Dog. This shit sucks. Riz Atkins. I have no idea. I was like the biggest fucking chaos. Riz Atkins. Riz Atkins. Dog. Riz Atkins. Riz Atkins. Hey, Rabbi. We can hear
Insult me? He goes, thank you for that fucking barbed insult. But yeah, like even knowing when, even if you go, no, I believe it doesn't start. It's all sort of scientists, like the heartbeat or the fetal, whatever. It's all a bit like you're all guessing. And I'll admit I'm guessing. It's just which guess suits my needs. Do you know what I mean? Like if I got a girl that I'm not trying to be with who's pregnant, whose period's late, I'm like, I believe in abortion to the 5th trimester. Like I believe in it late. Whereas if I'm 65 and can't get somebody or whatever, you probably can't get someone 65 or whatever age. There is no age of.
Al Pacino just had a kid. Al Pacino's 80 years old.
Oh, I know. Fuck.
80 years old.
Yeah.
And he also wanted to make sure the kid was his, which is like a great way to start.
Somebody I know was doing pickup at school with De Niro. Recently, it was just like, I can't believe you're still doing this.
Well, isn't this like, I mean, how many times has he been married? These guys just dive right back in.
Yeah, I've never understood that. I've never understood that need. Like Rupert Murdoch just did it. Rupert Murdoch just got engaged.
I think they're just comfortable with having a partner, and they just don't want to exist in this weird state where they're texting people and calling people, especially when you're in your 70s.
Don't get me wrong, it's humiliating.
Right, I bet if you're a 70-year-old famous guy and you get divorced, I bet I bet it's probably pretty easy to find someone new who like plays the role, and probably pretty easy to get duped. Pretty easy.
Yeah, because they know.
Yeah.
You're like the time is on my. If I'm the girl, I'm like time. I just gotta ride this baby out.
Yeah, all you have to do is just be the right person that this guy needs for a small amount of time, and you don't have to work ever again. Ever. Like if you're a person who's running around there scratching out 60, 70 grand a year and barely getting by, and then you hook up with.
And in order to change your life, you just have to need to stand in Robert De Niro's eye line.
Yeah. Yeah.
With what my friend calls available sexual energy.
Yeah, available sexual energy, and just be nice. Just be nice to him. That's all you need. Just talk to him.
You're candy striking.
Yeah, you just don't. You don't have to work hard. Just don't be offensive. Don't be rude. Don't fuck with him. Don't insult him. Don't play the same games that you'd play with a 30-year-old guy that doesn't have any money.
No.
Play a different game.
If he doesn't text you back, it's because he doesn't know how to text, sweetie, because he's a fucking old dude.
Or he doesn't have his glasses. Or you can't see what you wrote him.
A lot of this. Yep. That's the sad part about being our age is anytime I go look at this meme, all my friends have to put glasses on and start holding. Just like,
exactly.
Christ. Fucking humiliation.
You can mitigate some of that. There's certain vitamins that you can take that stop macular degeneration. Pure Encapsulations has macular support formula.
It doesn't work.
It's legit. Yeah, it stopped it. Stopped it for me.
For you?
Yeah, totally stopped it. Totally stopped it.
You were like, do you wear glasses?
I can. Yeah, I wear glasses when I write. You know, I wear reading glasses when I write, but I can look at my phone, no problem. I can read websites. No.
Did it get better or it just stopped?
Got a little better. Yeah,
great.
A little better with red light too. Red light therapy. You have a red light bed.
And that are your eyes open?
Yeah. Yeah, you keep your eyes open.
And you're laying in bed?
Yeah, it's just staring at red lights, just chilling. Usually I just listen to books.
Yeah, I would like to do it because it's worse. It's such a bummer.
Well, Ari got surgery. He got LASIK on his eyes, and then his eyes got worse after the surgery. They got better.
That can happen sometimes, right?
Well, you have the natural course of macular degeneration that takes place as you age. So his eyes were great at first, like this is great. I don't have to wear glasses anymore. And then a couple years later, 5, 6, 7 years later, starts getting really shitty again. And it's just, it's just.
Yeah, I think that happened to Bill Maher too. It got worse. He kept getting LASIK. Maybe I'm remembering this wrong. And then at a certain point, they're like, we can't LASIK you. You just have to wear glasses.
That's scary. Getting more and more eye surgeries is fucking terrifying.
Yeah, that's probably the one that makes you wince the most. Because those videos.
It doesn't go well every time. Like there's certain times where people get infections or it just doesn't heal.
Or your eyes are fucked.
Yeah.
You have a halo around lights and shit.
Oh yeah, I have a friend who can't drive at night. He got LASIK, so now he can't drive at night.
I think I would murder the doctor if that happened.
He was so upset because he's like, I could have driven at night and just worn glasses when I had to read things. He goes, now I can't drive at night. Because if the headlights see him, it's just like he's just blinded by halos. He can't see around the circle. Like he doesn't know where the car is, where the headlight is. He just sees this circle of light that surrounds things, like headlights and street lights. Just terrible.
Yeah, I don't. That would make me feel so sorry for myself.
Mm-hmm.
If I went for surgery and was like worse off.
Yeah, that's a problem with some surgeries, and the problem with surgeons is that when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's the only solution. I mean,
yeah, that's most.
I've had a bunch of surgeries that I avoided, where the doctor's like, "You're gonna need surgery," and I was like, "Are you fucking sure? Like, are you sure?"
Knees, shoulders,
shoulders. Yeah, I wound up getting stem cells and my back. I had bulging discs. You gotta get that trimmed. And I was like, "Are you sure that's the only way to do it?" It's not the only way to do it.
What did you do?
Decompression, stem cells. Fixed it. I have zero problems. Yeah, zero problems with my neck, zero problems with my shoulder. I had a full-length rotator cuff tear in my shoulder. And they were like, "You're going to need surgery, 100%. And I went back to the doctor 6 months later. It's like, this is fucking crazy. Like, that tear doesn't exist anymore.
What did you do?
Yeah.
And direct into it?
Yeah, direct into it, yeah.
And did you have to go far? Was it just like local?
I did it. Well, I did it in Vegas and I did it in LA. I did it several times. I think I did 3 injections in my shoulder, and then 6 months later, I got another MRI, and they're like, "You don't have a tear anymore." The doctor was blown away because this was all. We're talking about, I think my injury was like 2015, 2016, somewhere around then. So this was all fairly recent in terms of like the amount of the kind of results they were getting. And this doctor had never seen anything like it. He was blown away. He'd been an orthopedic surgeon for 20 years.
Did you have to do anything? Did you have to rehab it?
Yeah, I did regular rehab. Like once I got the surgery, I did.
But you're trying to bring back. What are you bringing?
You're regenerating tissue. You're regenerating.
Can rehab help you with that, or is that just stem cells?
It strengthens it. I think the rehab with the stem. The key is just like not injuring it while you are healing. And the problem is it starts feeling better, and then you start pushing, and then you re-aggravate the injury, and then you're in this repetitive cycle. But if you can avoid that, like my friend Shane Dorian is a big wave surfer, and he got serious stem cells down in Tijuana where they could do wild shit. And he got his entire back done. So they put him under and they do every disc in his back. And they're like, you can't do anything. Like, you can only walk for like a couple of months. Like, that's all you can do. And for a guy like him, who's a world champion surfer and he's an athlete and he's always exercising, he's always doing something that's crazy. All you can do is walk. But now he feels fucking incredible. And he
has the back of his old back.
Well, it's definitely a lot better than it used to be.
Yeah.
And that's the key to these things. And if you were allowed to do those in America, like you're allowed to do those overseas, I think you'd see remarkable improvements. But the problem is then you have orthopedic surgeons who don't want this to happen, and they'll try to tell you not to do it because more people do it. They start telling more people to do it. People are going to avoid surgeries, and they're going to be out of a job.
There's one of these, and Jimmy, if you bring this up, there's a film that they can put on teeth that will basically just prevent cavities forever.
Really?
Yeah, I saw it like 3 weeks ago. There's like a microscopic film, invisible. They kind of paint it on. They want to do it on kids, low income kids. And it will, again, maybe I misread it, Jamie, if you look it up.
Wow, I haven't heard of that. That's crazy.
No, it's a new thing, but there are, and I'm not even, I am conspiracy minded in terms of people will try to prevent that, but I wonder which ones they'll let through.
Well, if there's money in painting people's kids with that stuff, they might let it through. The scariest one is fluoride. The fluoride in the water thing is bananas. Because they're like, oh, it prevents tooth decay. It also fucking causes a drop in IQ. It's absolutely measurable. If you could see the difference between the amount of fluoride in the water and the amount of the drop in IQs in that area, there's a direct correlation.
But it's in like a lot of countries.
Fluoride is weird, man, because there's a lot of very credible scientists that would point to the fact that fluoride is a neurotoxin. It's not good for you at all. And they're like, oh yeah, but in small doses. But fucking says who? Says who? And for what purpose? The way I pointed out is like, if someone gets skin cancer and you said, oh, okay, well, we're going to put sunscreen in all the apples. Well, hey, hold the fuck on. How about just brush your fucking teeth? Why do you have to put that shit in the water? So every time I cook spaghetti, I have fluoride in my fucking spaghetti. Like, what are we doing? Like,
yeah, I'm curious because I looked this up recently because what I've heard is the amount of fluoride that makes it toxic is like just a huge amount. It's like the dog eating chocolate thing. You ever look up how much chocolate a dog has to eat to kill it? Yeah, it's like half its body weight or something. It's a huge amount. And what I remember is that in order for fluoride to be toxic, it's got to be a major amount.
Right, but there's a correlation between high levels of fluoride in water and low IQs. We don't really know, and it's developmental cycle of a child that you're interfering with.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take children and you give them this neurotoxin and you have it in the water to prevent them from getting cavities, and you literally lower their IQ, which it seems possible.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they came to the decision.
There's no reason to do it. There's no reason to do it. It's stupid. Cavity-fighting liquid prevents 80% of cavities. Finds largest U.S. study. New treatment uses silver diamine fluoride, which is an inexpensive liquid that prevents cavities.
I never brought it up.
No, it's a surface thing. Though. You're not covering.
Well, it's stuck in your mouth, though.
You're not drinking it.
What's it saying?
Dental cavities are a distressing sensation that, if left untreated, can result in terrifying pain, swelling, and restlessness. A team of researchers at New York University identified a cavity-fighting solution that is both effective and affordable. New treatment uses silver diamine fluoride, which is an inexpensive liquid that prevents cavities and even shields the existing ones from getting worse. So that doesn't really prevent you from getting cavities. It stops cavities.
Did it just say it prevents cavities?
Well, it says
an inexpensive liquid that prevents cavities.
But does it cover the teeth and prevents future cavities?
I believe maybe in the next paragraph it says.
It's quicker to apply and less expensive than sealants. So it seems like they're doing it on cavities, prevent and arrest cavities, reducing the need for drilling and filling. So they can prevent cavities on people that don't have cavities, and then they can fill the cavities with this stuff and prevent them from getting worse. Dental cavities are preventing concerns, disease control. But doesn't just brushing your fucking teeth prevent cavities?
Yeah, yes. This is one of those things. No, I have.
I haven't had cavities since I was a little kid. I just brush my teeth.
Thank you, fluoride.
I don't think
that's
it's fluoride.
Tonight's episode of Joe Rogan.
I don't have fluoride in my home.
Is that true?
Yeah. Yeah, I try to avoid fluoride wherever possible.
You live with fluoride. I mean, but the first half of your life was you were riddled with fluoride.
I'm sure I got it.
Until you
moved
here.
Fluoride tooth. No.
Yeah.
Even when I lived in LA.
No,
I never drank.
Oh, you didn't? You had your own well, or you had
never
your own
water. Never. It's fucking terrible for you. It smells bad. It smells like chemicals. And even if it's like mostly okay, it's like, why are you doing it? Like, have you ever seen any of the studies on fluoride? And
the ones I saw were just like it's pretty minor. The ones I've seen.
It's not necessarily minor. It's poison, and it's not necessary. There's no reason for it, and it seems like there's a lot of money tied into fluoridating drinking water.
Look up countries that fluorinate their water. Because it's. I looked it up. Yeah, I looked it up. So if we all have bad IQs, it's fine. Did you watch the Synanon thing? There's a HBO documentary about this. It's really, you'll really like it. It's like,
about what?
It's called Synanon. It was like a group. It was a bit of it was a cult, and then it started out as like kind of a self-help, as like a 12-step fellowship. It's the classic. Then it became a cult. Then the leader goes crazy. I'm on every episode, but it really does follow like the thing of like every cult. At some point, the leader goes, "Hey, I spoke to God, and He needs me to fuck all your wives." Sorry, guys.
Synanon.
Yeah.
What is it about?
So
it's an old cult.
It's from the 70s, yeah. The golden age. The started in the 60s, went into the 70s, starts in black and white. Yeah, it's on HBO Max or whatever. Everyone shakes their heads. It's fucking right up your alley. There's the guy.
Who's that? How are you, Jacob?
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me? Yes, I can.
Okay, great. You should be able to hear me better than you previously did.
The last one was clusterfuck of foul sound. I could not hear you for shit. It was maybe like a couple words here and there, and then the rest of the sentence was like completely blurred.
Can you hear me
now? Yeah, I can hear you perfectly fine today.
Excellent. I want you to know I'm proud of you for watching those things last night, and it meant a lot to me. I'll tell you for as long as we're friends, that meant a lot to me.
Well, you can't really lose a friend, right? So, I mean...
I'm sure people can lose friends. They can regain them, too. That's kind of the beauty of friendship. Never give up.
Well, why does it mean so much to you, that particular episode of the moon?
Because it's this thing that is considered the ultimate scientific achievement, the ultimate human achievement. Yet we're not allowed to talk about it. And when you raise questions about it, people run away. No one wants to sit there and have a reasonable debate with you. And when you actually look into the subject, there's more evidence than that. In fact, now that AI is a thing, this was on the Joe Rogan Experience. Joe Rogan had on Rothschild, the creator of that film, and one of the things that they reviewed was China used its AI, and I know AI can do anything, but China's AI shows all the inconsistencies like way better than anything that I've ever seen, and NASA's been quiet about it. So anyway, I think it's
you want to exploit anything that's pro-American.
Pardon me?
I said, of course, China wants to exploit anything pro-American for propaganda purposes for its people, so they can, well, have sway more or less towards we're number one type deal.
I saw this thing yesterday in China. What it's like to go to school there. Their schools are amazing, but also really dystopian. Where these kids sit at a desk, and there's a camera in the room, and it scans their face to ensure that they're looking at the book and not at their peers. And it has like they have to wear this headband, and the headband can tell when they're concentrating and when they're not concentrating. It's weird. I mean, it's
a borderline totalitarianism.
Totally. It's on Reddit. Also on Reddit, if you have a chance, I will send you it. I have done an AMA, which is how I'm going to get by. Rabbi, how are you so sure you're going to get by on AMA? I'm going to make it with so many questions that eventually it just becomes an extremely beneficial document for society. I've already answered over 250 questions. Things like what are 100 ways that mankind can perhaps travel faster than the speed of light? And also like
you mentioned 100 things. Just travels faster than the speed of light.
No, I went to AI.
Oh.
But then other things
less than 100.
I have other things though that were my ideas. Or maybe I've read about it, but I've never seen described at such an extent. So another one. To the question, what kind of batteries do you think should power cell phones? I personally hate lithium batteries because they're not very efficient. They don't last that long. Lots of reasons. And I think that a superior battery type is what's known as a gravity battery. A gravity battery essentially uses the microgravity that is produced when you move the phone in your pocket and is able to
charge it by movement.
Pardon me?
It charges it by movement?
Yeah.
So that I think I heard something like that before.
That very small amount of movement causes a continuous charge, which means it doesn't have to be recharged.
It means you can exercise and charge your phone at the same time.
Yeah, but it's way more efficient than that. It's not like you have to shake weight it or anything like that. I mean, it works by just the microgravity of the Earth, the relationship between the Earth and the device using its microgravity. So basically, like moving a phone, maybe like a foot, might be able to produce a week's worth of charge.
Oh wow!
It's incredibly efficient. It's environmentally efficient. It's reliable. So what I'm going to do, and just take a look at some really cool stuff in there to learn about.
Maybe you can work with Elon Musk about it.
Word something like that. So here's what we're gonna do. Oh no! Okay, there you
go. You need the battery.
And I'm going to send you a Reddit.
You're sending it out here?
Yeah, I sent it out here. It's in your inbox.
All right. Under notifications.
It should be under your messages. I also sent you a friend request. There you go.
Messages.
And boy, are these robots doing their job. I've had three major creators come in to the Discord today to discuss participation or do an interview, and that's really exciting.
That's cool.
You never know.
You never know. When you're a streamer,
It could
be your day could change overnight. Like you could hit the lottery.
You know who
Hot to a girl is, don't you? Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. You could be the next Hot to a girl. I don't really like people like that. You know what I mean? It's like I don't like attention.
Well, I
don't think that's only from like particular people. You know what I mean?
At least
in her case,
she was
super cute and got this thing on camera, and it went viral. And she perhaps might not be able to make a career on it, but you never know. She's cute. As someone has described her, she's like the perfect American hate. And I could agree with that. So I saw something. She's helping people out who are in need. And perhaps she buying. I seen a reel with her buying a whole bunch of dog food for the local animal shelter.
See all that bullshit social media does something. We're all caught up in her life. But what I mean to say is that it just takes one person to feature you, and it can change your life.
Most definitely.
I like how real she is. She's like, last month I couldn't buy all this. In that video.
Yeah, and then like this month I'm doing all this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So it could
change at any time.
What do you have on
your agenda for today? Put my brother on and off the toilet, giving him a shower in like 30 minutes. Cleaning my house up and shit like that. Just kind of doing bitch work.
I gotcha.
Well,
that shit is not bitch work.
It's very appreciated, and you're an unsung hero.
And
sure, in your brother's life and in your family's life. So
Just making the wheels go round and round.
That's right.
How's Oliver?
He's good. He's as hyperactive as ever. He's definitely a lifelong hyperactivity dog.
But he chews
through everything.
It's more like a nervous, anxious type deal because whenever he's left alone, he'll just go like all out biting whatever the fuck he can get, like cords, walls, shoes in particular. He does not. I mean, he really likes shoes.
So let's talk
about
that
hyperactivity.
So you have to
leave him alone somehow.
You put him in a cage,
or do you put him in a room?
Well, I put him in a room, but the thing is,
he eats the
room. He's on his way to shoot through the room.
Exactly. No,
I understand. It's really nice of an owner to be doing what you're doing because most people would be like,
I'll put him
in a cage or whatever. Okay, so I understand. You put him in a room, but nevertheless, he's chewing through it.
So you need a
way
to be able
for him to feel less anxiety
and not
tear through the house, right?
Well, he doesn't really show any of those symptoms when he's around people. It's just, I think it's an attention thing. So if he doesn't get human interaction, he just goes ape shit and starts chewing everything.
Exactly. So if you have to leave for some reason, you don't want him to continue to get through the house, right?
Yeah, so I'll just get a cage if I have to leave.
Yeah,
exactly.
But shit, my beagle that recently died, she was known for escaping cages.
No way.
Beagles are smart.
She actually, my girl Sadie, she caught a baby bunny, and I was, I didn't want to see it hurt or anything, so I put it in a little kennel that I had, and the fucking dog actually broke into the kennel to eat the bunny.
Wow.
It's weird. It's like actually how we adopted her is a pet agency acquired her because she broke out of her previous cage and was found roaming the streets and got picked up by another shelter.
Well,
and that's when we adopted her.
That was nice.
The beagles are fucking smart as hell.
Yeah, they are.
At least when they're hungry, anyway. I mean, they're definitely all belly based. Everything's around the food.
Well, and they're working dogs, so they're always looking for game or sense. It's their natural way.
Yeah, they're hunting dogs for sure.
Absolutely.
I like the combo of the big dog and the little dog because the little dog can stir up game under the ground, and anything that gets up under the ground and gets up on top of it and starts running, my mother dog will chase it down.
Do you hunt?
No, but I actually considered it though. But I mean, there's plenty of things that just roam around here by itself. I mean, there's snakes on the ground. There's fucking lizards. It's a subtropical climate I live in, so we got a lot more dangerous things up down here than they do over by fucking Illinois or New York or anything like that in those northern states.
Well,
You probably have some in California. You got rattlesnakes out there too.
Right, definitely.
Shit like that.
Sounds a lot
like here,
where you have geckos
and
snakes and
snakes
things.
and things. So I didn't realize it was so
Oh,
tropical.
geckos, you got skinks.
What's a
What's a
skink?
skink?
It's kind of like a salamander almost looking
That's
thing.
what I thought.
What I thought. Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
Very cool.
Very cool.
And then you
But yeah, they're fat little fuckers too. They get like 4 pounds sometimes. They're huge.
do you get
Yeah,
deer?
here.
No, here in West Kentucky.
No, I said do
I
you
said,
get
do you
deer?
get deer?
Oh, there's plenty of deer. In fact, actually, my girl Sadie, she actually likes chasing horses and deer.
Oh, what?
Oh, what?
You chasing
Chasing
horses?
horses?
You have
You have
like
like
horses,
horses,
not wild
not wild
horses,
horses, just like
horses.
No, there are no wild horses. I mean, on occasion, there are horses around here, like the Amish and all that. They ride around, and
Gotcha.
my girl just goes ape shit over it. Like she's got that cattle mix in her. She just wants to like herd it.
Oh yeah.
Oh
there
yeah, there you go.
That
That
makes
makes sense.
sense.
It's like the size have no bearing on her, but a couple other dogs I've had were scared shitless of horses.
I'd imagine.
I'd imagine.
That's a big
That's a
animal.
big animal.
Yeah. Those things can kill a human most definitely with like one kick.
You're 100%
You're 100% right on that.
There was a guy,
There was
who
a guy
came to the chat,
earlier today.
His name's
His name's
Banjo,
Banjo.
and I
And
was
I was like,
hey, welcome. How are you?
how are you?
And he's like,
And he's like, hey, I'm Banjo.
He turns on
He
his
turns on
camera.
his camera. He's like, I don't know if you remember me,
but
but
I
I
remember
remember when you were streaming on Kick
with
with a camera and you weren't just
spamming
spamming everyone. And I'm like, oh no way.
Did I have
to drink a yoo-hoo in front of you very quickly? And you're like, he's like,
I'm like, wow,
I remember you.
And
And
he's like,
he's
oh, whoa, really cool.
cool.
Amazing memory.
We
talked
We
for
talked
like
for like
30
30
minutes
minutes or so.
and
And
he
said,
he's like,
he's like, dude,
everyone
knows about it.
everyone
Knows about your bots.
Because
I was gonna ask him, I'm like, hey, do you know about my bots? He's like, dude,
your bots
are everywhere.
All my
friends
get the
get
bots
the bots
in
in
their
their
chats,
chats.
and
And
I'm just here to ask, how do we get, how do you
stop it?
And
And I explained to him what he can do. It's really easy.
and
And it makes it a lot
for him.
him.
It's like, all right,
Like, all right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to spread the word on that.
And
And he's like, you know, you got something here.
The more you
The more you keep doing it, the more
more
and more people will find out about you.
And
And I had explained it.
Kick is
Kick
a
is a
platform
platform
that is
that
in
is
its
in its
infancy
infancy
and
and
hasn't
hasn't necessarily
implemented
implemented
many
many
of
of
the
the
protocols
protocols
that
that
are
are needed
in order
in order
to
to
avoid
such
issues
trolling
going
Yeah, they haven't worked out the kinks yet.
And so
I can only do this for so long.
I need to
I need to
strike
strike
while
while the iron's hot.
I need to
I need to make hay while the sun shines.
Definitely.
So I do.
I mention your name whenever I'm in chat rooms and people are talking conspiracies about the Rothschilds. I'm like, well, you too can talk to the Rothschild. Go to YouTube. He's live right now, 24/7.
24/7.
Whenever you want to talk.
100%.
100%.
Hey,
Hey,
have you been on
Camp Frog recently?
Not since I was on there a couple times with you. That was pretty much it.
Yeah, no, I
Why?
understand.
I
overall
Camp
Frog
Frog has
a lot of
benefits. It's amazing to me how long it's been going.
It's older than
Older than
Facebook.
15, 20 years at least.
Yeah, it's
older than Facebook.
It's incredible.
It's incredible.
And
I know. I used a jerk out site way back in the day.
21 years.
Yeah.
And yet no one
knows about it.
That's
really unfortunate.
That they haven't been
Because it's something like the Asian thing, I suppose, like the Philippines and shit like that. They're like really into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I think it is. Like, I get it. But you would think after 21 years, you would have been able to make inroads into the American market. You would have been able to get like one or two celebrities on there
to
just be like,
please, just
talk
talk to these people.
There are
a lot of people.
Like Yoko Ono, right? I did talk to her.
I know.
I mean, we're face to face.
I know.
Oh, that was in September?
No, this was years ago.
Right.
I obviously haven't been on there in a while. Like,
people
intimately like that.
People would ask me, so Rabbi, how did you find out about Camfrog? And I said, my friend was on Camfrog and actually says that he met Yoko Ono on here. And everybody laughed. And they're like, you mean Yoko Ono, John Lennon's widow? And I'm like, apparently she was on Camfrog. They were like, well, that's news to us. And I'm like, well, I remember my friend said, I remember asking him a whole bunch, are you sure we Yoko Ono? He's like, I thought it was. It seemed like there were a bunch of people who were just watching her or whatever. I'm like, did you get to say hi to her? And I think you were like, yeah, you got to say hi to her. So,
she's telling me I was meant for great things and world peace and everything. She actually has the same concepts as you, world peace.
That's amazing. I love you. Dude, I believe you. And that's why I told them. But you can imagine those people were like, they didn't take it seriously. But I did.
Well, I mean, it's not really meant for people to like take it seriously or not. It's like it was more like my interaction. That's it. It's not really meant for everybody else.
Well, they asked me what intrigued me about it. And is this where Yoko Ono is? And I can say that. I believe you. Do I think that happened? I do. So
I'm not trying to write a book about it. So I'm not trying to write a book or anything about it.
No,
it's just, it is what it is. Once I'm
like
you.
a random interaction
that I had with someone on the internet who was very famous. And someone
who I admire greatly. So I think that's cool.
Yeah, you just never know who you're going to talk to.
Exactly.
But the reason why I didn't continue with Camfrog.
So I
actually got a premium account. I invested a little bit of money for this premium account. What did that allow me? It allowed me to open up more cameras
and more people
could see me or something like that. Okay.
So I had
my one account
that had
like a camera and everything.
And you know how I am.
I wanted to make a bunch of accounts.
So I did.
I made like 8 accounts. So I'm in Camfrog with 8 accounts.
Yeah, I did that.
Well, no one had
an issue with it. Absolutely no one had an issue with it.
I was talking to
moderators in there who had been moderators for 15 years. They're like, no, it doesn't violate the terms and conditions, and it doesn't violate the room. You just got your cameras on. It's okay that you have multiple accounts, you have multiple devices. Okay.
So they were
fine with it.
This
one moderator, who'd been a moderator, who everybody calls.
They had a
nickname for him,
but they called him like the
teacher or something like that. Because
it was
like they were a classroom and the teacher had to come in and be like mean to everyone. And anyway, he banned like 7 of my 8 accounts. And I went and I said, hey, I'm a paying member of this website. What is what I asked the moderators? They said it was fine. He said that isn't a permitted activity to have multiple accounts. I said it doesn't say anywhere in the terms of the conditions that you can't have multiple accounts. He said that it's a subjective decision and he didn't want it. And so I went for the rest of the month just with like one camera. I even went another month or so. And I did meet some cool people on there. But gotta be honest, it's kind of boring. They don't have anything to do in those rooms, which would be cool. But also, I just felt like they gave too much power
to
the moderator.
Yeah.
And so
that's exactly why I left, because they're like scrutinizing the shit out of everything I did. And it's just like, at what point you're just like anti-me?
Hold on. Yeah. You told me, and I'm in agreement with you. They were like, you said you weren't on camera, or for like a little bit, or you weren't looking at the camera or something.
Yeah, they can be scrupulous, I guess, sometimes on that bullshit.
I agree.
It's like you have to have your face on camera in certain rooms, like the main cam frog room. You can't leave for, I think, a duration of like 2 minutes. You have to constantly have your face on camera. Like, that's impossible. No one can sit down all day and look at a fucking camera.
Right, you're 100% right. 100% right. And I found that camera frog environment was too much. Like, I don't want to be told what to do by some stranger whose opinion is subjective. There's and this really bothered me too. They have this really long list of things that you can't do in a room, but none of them said that you couldn't have multiple cameras. So when they banned my account, I nicely asked them, well, would you please put it in the rules that you can't have multiple cameras? Then at least other people know. They're like, no. The one guy was like, no. And I even said to him, you mean that I have 6 of 7 moderators in here who say that that's fine, and the moderating team is so strong, or a moderator's power, at least under their system, is so strong that one moderator, if they don't want the account to be in the room, they can ban it. They tell me, yeah. I was like, wait, you mean to tell me you were just some moderators? There's one moderator in particular, this one lady. I'm like, you mean to tell me you've been a moderator on this website for 15 years, and you and I have been talking on my account, but because another moderator doesn't want me to be able to turn on that camera, we can't talk anymore. And she's like, yeah. That's your picture. So I just thought to myself, I gave it a good run. I can say that it had some really nice features. They had an overlay feature that I really liked, where you could make it like transparent, and you could have like wording over it. It's a good way to advertise.
The camera features.
Pardon me?
The camera features.
Yeah, exactly. They had some nice stuff. But
the effects on the cameras.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, and their software is great. All that stuff is really nice. But where it was really, I could tell, not going to be successful. Like a rogue moderator. And I've learned so much that a rogue moderator can just completely destroy an entire topic globally. And what do I mean? The rogue moderator.
They destroy a platform because bad moderation.
Exactly, 100%.
It just discourages people to get go there.
Exactly. A rogue moderator in a subreddit can absolutely kill a topic or any kind of given topic they wish. And because if that occurs, they can basically silence any detractors on it. And they have this, power from above or whatever. And they can do the same on Discord. They can do the same on Facebook. It's incredible. And it's like you said, it can destroy a platform where no one wants to do anything on it, no one wants to share anything on it because they're afraid.
It just completely discourages and demoralizes people who want to comment or say something about it and continue the conversation.
Exactly.
So they're like, well, if I say this, I might get banned, so I'm not going to say anything. So it just completely detours everyone from going there.
Exactly.
But the thing is, Camp Frog moderators, they just probably have no one new or nothing to do pretty much. They're bored out of their fucking mind, so you become the topic of speculation.
100%. And I know I was even like very forthright to each moderator. If there's anything that I'm ever doing that you ever consider to be against the rules, will you please just tell me before banning my account? And every single one. Except this one guy. So what does that mean for Camp Frog? Well, I would have continued to pay $8 a month to be able to use their premium service if they would have let me use my cameras the way that I want. But they won't allow that, and that's fine. They lost a paying customer, and somebody who's disappointed with their service, and who's going to go to all other social media and say, you know what, guys, even though this one has a lot of potential, don't use it because you'll be dissatisfied because of the moderation. And I'm not the one to say that. My friends are saying that.
I did tell you before you got on the site about that
Yes,
site.
you did. You absolutely did. You said to me that you did it. Well, you told me about the Yoko Ono, and then you also told me that you didn't have your face camera, and they warned you about it, or they banned you about it. I thought that was pretty. I thought that was pretty. What's the word? Extreme. You know, I went into some of their adult rooms, which not a lot of them, but they have some wild adult. But it was weird. It was like. Normally, if you go into an adult room, there would be like a stage or virtual stage with like I don't know the performer, and then you can't see the faces of the other people or their bodies or anything. But it would be weird. I didn't do this. I was just kind of exploring. Aside from that one big room, what else is on this website? So I would go in, and it would be like one performer who's not at their computer. They're gone. And then it's like 10 naked that I can see all of them. I don't want to fucking be in here.
It's 10 naked dudes program like a sausage fest.
Exactly.
Yeah, back in the day though, it was popping. I mean, there were some hot ass females on there back in the day, like 12 or 13 years ago.
That's amazing to me that you would say that. Like in the lifetime of the social media platform, 12 or 13 years is just an eternity. I mean, because of how quickly tech moves. And when I would talk to the people in Camp Frog, you know, I'm generally a positive person, and I would say, I'm taking Camp Frog to the top. I shoot my like 24/7. This is a really great community. It's gonna catch on. I know 21 years, but now's the next opportunity for it to become really big. And all the people in there were like, yeah, you should have seen what it used to be. It used to be really popular here. It is, and it's like when a star goes into supernova and then becomes like a black hole unto itself. It's now starting to do that. And I thought to myself, well, it still has a lot of potential, but not with this attitude.
Yeah, I mean, it needs to be replatformed and reorganized and structured.
Oh, here's another thing that bothered me about it. You have that big room, and let's say no one's talking. Or you get to the point where no one's talking, and no one's talking for like 10 minutes, except you'll hear a moderator correct them. That's it. It's like you're in school. And this
exactly. That's exactly why I signed off there, because the moderators are just looking for something to do because there's nothing to do and there's no one to talk to. So definitely on the highlight of everyone's moderations.
So I asked the moderators, Are you in the big room? Are you allowed to sing karaoke? I believe the settings in the big room are you can talk for 30 seconds. And so I asked, are you allowed to sing karaoke? And because it's like a very karaoke-centered website. And this is the answer that I got from some of the moderators. Yes, you are. If you want to sing karaoke in 30-second intervals, you can. That's absolutely fine. It's just once that 30 seconds is done, you have to stop and allow someone else to come. If no one else talks, you can continue your part of the song. If somebody wants to talk, you have to wait. Okay, so that makes sense. That's the answer that I got.
And then as soon as you do, they ban you.
No, they didn't ban me. So of the 10 mods that I asked about this, 6 of them said that's the policy. Then I asked again, and 3 of the moderators at point said you are not allowed to do that. You can't sing any karaoke. You can't sing songs. And
I
then
then
the
the
last
last
person
person
told me
told
it
me
was
it was
different than
different
that
than
other
that other
moderator
moderator
who
who
was
was really strict,
but they
but
told
they told me
um, or they
or they
didn't
didn't
tell
tell
me
me
someone
someone
was
was
singing
singing
on
on
their 30
30
seconds or
seconds
whatever,
or whatever,
and they got
and
a
they got a
warning.
warning.
They got
They got
stopped, and the
stopped, and the
moderator
moderator
came in and
said,
said, "Yeah,
"Yeah, you're not allowed to
sing
sing
it."
it here."
And it was like,
And it was like,
she
wait,
wasn't
she
even
wasn't
singing
even singing
karaoke.
karaoke.
She wasn't
She
singing
wasn't
a
singing
song.
a song.
She was just
She
like
was just
humming
like
a
humming it
tune to
to
talk about
talk about what
her
her
like to
like to
describe a
describe a
situation.
situation.
You mean to
You mean to
say
say
that
that
you're
like
going to
you're
be
gonna
that
be that
strict on this
strict on
person
this person
that she
that
can't
she
even
can't
sing?
even sing?
It was just
It was
very
just very
dystopian of what you
dystopian of
couldn't
what you
do.
couldn't do.
And you're right.
And you're right. You
You're
warned
like,
me. You're like,
Rabbi,
Rabbi,
they told
they
me
told me that I had to have my face on camera.
And when I
And when I heard you say that,
I thought,
I thought,
wow,
wow,
they don't
they don't
you.
pay
It's
you.
not like
It's not like they're your boss.
Who are they
Who are they to say what you can and can't do? But
You were
you were absolutely right. That's what they do.
They've got certain rooms you can go to for that, but I mean those rooms aren't ever really popular, and there's like one person in there, so it's like you're kind of stuck in the main room.
Right, exactly.
Exactly.
Now, I can
Now,
tell you this. That website was better for one thing than any website that I've ever seen. Aside from some of its software, its software was great, but they very much allowed sleep streams, which is very unique for a platform to allow sleep streams. Usually you have to be awake, you have to be facing the camera and all that other bullshit. But I remember going in there and I asked very early, am I allowed to sleep on camera? And they said you can sleep. There are people who sleep in here all the time. And it was like, okay, wow.
Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go help my brother into the shower real quick. Give me like 5 minutes.
You do what you need to do. You know I'm here. Take care, man. Best wishes.
One like this, and this one is only 300 years old.
Yeah.
Which is a blip. It's a nothing.
Yes. Relative to, and it is that thing of like you have to foster it. You gotta water it, and you gotta till the field. You gotta vote. You gotta get it. You gotta restart. You gotta do all the shit. And but as we can both attest, like it's worth it.
Yeah. Well, this is the greatest experiment in self-government the world's ever experienced.
Mm-hmm.
It's fascinating. Mm-hmm. It really is. And it's also because of this country has achieved so many amazing milestones creatively. Like how much music has come from America? I mean, how much of like popular music that the world hears?
The airplane.
Yeah.
That's us.
Yeah, the internet,
the car, the computer.
Yeah,
like these are not small things.
Stand-up comedy.
Yes.
Yeah, stand-up comedy was invented here. It's done best by people from here still to this day.
Correct.
And that's just undeniable. You know, good luck. Good luck trying to
England.
do what we do. Yeah, it's just
no,
not
but they're it's funny.
There's a few guys. There's Ricky Gervais and Jay Carr and a couple others. But the reality is, there's a lot more here.
Yeah,
a whole lot more selling out arenas.
Yeah,
just
and
talking
good comedians.
I think this is the best time for comedy that's ever existed. I really do. I mean, there's
in terms of the amount of really good people who are throwing the ball very fast.
Yes,
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, this is the time. This is the golden age of comedy.
Yeah.
And you know, Ario says this is a great time for comedy because comedy's dangerous again.
Yeah,
it's great. Comedy's dangerous.
Yeah, it is like the the Red Fox, After Dark records. But now it's more. Now it's more like Douglas Murray books and speeches.
Right.
Like those are like the contraband. What do you? I want to ask about the anxiety thing because when you do you worry about the safety of your loved ones? Do you worry about like your shit hits the fan plan? Because my plan is, hey, I've done Joe Rogan. When people come up, I go, you may remember me from Joe Rogan. We're good, right?
Oh, you mean when
preppers?
The preppers come for you? They're not going to come for you. The people that are going to come for you are the people that aren't preppers. The people that don't have any food. That's what it's going to be.
I don't have any either.
Yeah, well, that's good. Hopefully you don't have any guns. Hopefully you don't have anything valuable that they could take.
Do you think it's worth having a gun?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
so you're
better to
saying have a gun.
It's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
Yep.
Always.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt you to have a gun, especially if you're smart. You take care of it, you lock them up, and you know how to use them. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, one of the funniest things is people are like, you should give up your AR-15. You don't need it. You should send it to Ukraine so they can fight the Russians. Like, okay. Do you see what you're saying? Like they're literally fighting against an oppressive force, and if they're unarmed, you should arm them. Well, what happens if something like that happens here? And you're saying,
I mean, I did
the idea that
a
it
lot of
can't happen
special.
here is crazy.
The idea of like taking it, there should be every year they should have guys who are like hoarding weapons, thinking that they could take on the government. We should every year have an NRA military showdown, where it's 100 guys from the NRA versus like 3 guys from the military. They're just going to drone them.
Right. But here's the thing. The guys from the military, the guys who sign up for the military are the guys who don't want to do that. See,
I know.
That's the thing. Like turning them on Americans. So this is the big fear about immigration. Is that you're going to take these immigrants and you're going to indoctrinate them into the military. And they'll be willing to do things that United States citizens won't be willing to do because nobody wants to join the military anymore.
Oh, you think that? Is that?
That's a big fear
amongst
amongst the heavy-duty conspiracy theorists. They're worried that they're going to conscript these people. Like you can get, but they're doing that in Russia, where they're saying fight the Ukraine war and we'll let you out of jail.
Yeah.
So they're taking prisoners with life sentences and using them as cannon fodder.
Heck of a movie, by the way.
Yeah, and it's happening. I mean, they're literally using them.
No, I know it's real, like some monsters that they're letting out.
Yeah, monsters,
and they're doing monstrous shit too. I've heard they're doing it to other Russians. They're not. These are not like rational people.
No, they're psychos.
Yeah,
like full-on psychos. And psychos in Russia, that's another level of psycho.
Forget it. Shut it down.
They have a long history of violence.
Yeah.
And also loss. Like the loss that they experienced during the World War. Like everyone talks about what happened with Israel, what happened with the Jews, what happened with the United States, or our military, Japan, Russia. Lost a lot of fucking people. And if it wasn't for Russia, we might not have even fought off the Nazis.
I don't think there's any dispute there. Yeah. I think that's like that was like they kind of kept their attention right on the East.
Yeah, and they have such a long history of conflict and loss, and their willingness to.
Well, that's what somebody told me is like Putin's whole thing is just like we're a country. We're always at war. We always will be at war. Let me lead us.
He's a warrior, which is really scary. When you got a guy who's a KGB guy that becomes the head of the country. I mean, again, it's the hammer thing. All you have is a hammer.
Yeah, he doesn't. Well, that's what somebody's saying. It's like they don't have much industry.
So he kills everybody.
Yeah.
Anybody, political opponents, anybody's questioning him, you get poisoned, you get fucking drone bombed, whatever.
Yeah, you don't even gotta be in Russia. They got a guy they popped a guy in Spain a few months ago.
Oh, yeah, they'll pop you everywhere.
Yeah, poison.
And we kind of do that too. I'm sure we do that. I mean, the idea that we're innocent and that we don't have CIA assassins that go and whack dissidents.
Okay, I'll take your logic. Can we still condemn what he does?
It's hard. It's hard. First of all,
what if he does it 10 times worse than us?
You definitely can condemn what he's done in Ukraine. You can definitely condemn. You can condemn bombing Kyiv. You can condemn a lot. You definitely can. But you also got to condemn the NATO for moving their fucking arms closer to the Russian border and crossing that boundary and trying to get Ukraine to join NATO, which has always been his red line. There's a lot of like really shitty international politics.
I'm of the mind that NATO's never invaded anyone. So it's kind of like I get that they're trying to get like the point you made about trying to get people to move to Austin.
They haven't been around.
No, I really haven't.
But they definitely.
No, but I don't think that you can get. Yeah, I'm with you. I just don't think they're an invasion. They're too disorganized. Yeah. They need consensus from fucking however many countries are in NATO to like go. We're gonna. I don't think, and then who's going to govern whatever.
But the idea is pushing arms closer to the borders of Russia to make an attack easier and quicker, and all those things influence foreign policy. Those things are dangerous.
Yeah, I'm with you, but I don't. I like. Is NATO perfect? No, but like what he's doing is just aggressive bullying. Like, hey man, we're trying to have a world where people can't do that. anymore.
Right.
We're trying to get because
My point is
it breeds chaos.
It's complicated. Like the United States was involved in the coup in 2014. We instigated it. We provided weapons and money. We were a part of it. And there's been a lot of those throughout history. I mean, we fuck around. What did we Googled it the other day? How many countries the United States has military bases in it? Isn't it like 90? What was it again, Jamie?
I know.
Everywhere.
The problem is, it's like the way America worked was, it's like there's a moral framework. Louis had a great joke about it where he was talking about himself. He's like, I have all sorts of ethics and standards. I don't follow any of them, but I have them. Like I have standards for myself. In America, the game was that we would
look at this. There's 750 military bases in at least 80 countries. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
The number maybe even higher is not all data is published by the Pentagon.
Yeah, but Joe, we're American. It's good.
This is better us than China.
Well, that's what I mean. Like,
yeah,
so the game we always played was like, yeah, we do shit. Yeah. You can't. Well, and now everything's transparent, or it's like significantly more transparent. So, and people have no tolerance for hypocrisy.
Right.
It used to just kind of be like side papers. You'd go like, oh, America's kind of a fucking hypocritical. And now, because...
How are you?
How are you?
Baba.
Hi.
How are you?
How are you?
Baba.
Glad you're
really is all about. And that still holds.
Well, I mean, it's the military-industrial complex speech, kind of.
Exactly.
And yeah, it's the I think the agreement was corruption, and then but stability.
Yeah.
And now it's corruption's been revealed, and now it's super unstable. Like now we can see all the corruption, and shit feels and you can't sleep.
Yeah.
What's better? You know what I mean?
Sometimes I think the erosion of the confidence of the government in this country is dangerous. Because people, like, there's kids on the street that are saying, we want to overthrow the United States government and get rid of all of the colonizers. Like, what are you talking about?
I know, but they could clip the fuck out of you and show a reason they should be suspicious of the government. You know what I mean? Whatever the pharmaceutical companies or the NIH or the White House, you're skeptical, and the problem is, I think there's not a problem, but like you're skeptical. You know the limits of your skepticism. You know what I mean? Whereas everybody else just goes limitless skepticism. Also, I don't trust anything.
They're young. They just got out of college. They have no debt. They have debt maybe, but they don't have any life. Their life has just begun, and they want to throw this country's corrupt. Let's just burn it all down, and then do what? And then do what? Do you want to be sorry?
Yeah, where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go? There was a basketball coach who after the Celtics dynasty, after Larry Bird, Mark Harris, all this stuff.
What up? How you living?
Ken?
Welcome. This is the biggest
event in global history.
We got
DJ Daddy here.
I'm glad
you're here.
Thank you for
joining. Amazing.
How are you? It's okay. You don't want to talk. You don't have to. Just welcome. Take a look around. We're watching Joe Rogan. You know how I am.
And you should be skeptical, but to the point where it's like when does pure skepticism become chaos?
Well, I think
when can you not believe traffic lights?
They get so frustrated at all. They do want to burn it all down, but they don't have a solution. They don't have like a working solution of what happens once it gets burned down. What I worry about is I think the government is so inept, and I think the confidence in the government is so low that if something goes sideways, it's not going to be like everybody waits for the government to tell us what to do. You're going to have chaos in the streets, just like the George Floyd riots. You're just going to have that all over the place. That's the real fear. People with nothing will revolt. and guns are everywhere, and it could get real sketchy.
Yes, and then or you go, it's chaos. It's 1968, 1969.
Yeah.
Now, and then you see cops beating up protesters, and you're like, all right, this is hard because I'm for the protesters, and I need order.
Yeah.
As a human being, I would like it's the freedom and safety.
Mm-hmm.
It's the two sort of the two things that hang in the balance.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't. It's funny to hear you say that you get anxious at night based on this world because
it's always at night.
Yeah.
It's always at night when I'm alone with my thoughts because I just realize all the things that could go sideways at any given time. One thing, one big thing, one big event. And it doesn't even have to be an attack. It could be a natural event. One natural event, and we're fucked. One solar flare that takes out the grid, we're fucked.
Yeah, and even to the George Floyd point, it's like they shouldn't have fucking killed the guy. And people can protest police brutality. That's all. Like the cops were wrong in how they handled that, and the protesters, it's part of our government. It's part of our society. It's part of our constitution.
Yeah.
We can.
Also,
and then it's like defund the police, and I'm like, no, but that no.
Yeah,
you had me. We're not. I fucking need cops.
Yeah,
need them. You and also, and then all those polls of like low income people are like, no, we want cops. So it's the tyranny of the minority thing. Right?
Well, there's also the problem with the autopsy. The autopsy of George Floyd showed that he had lethal levels of fentanyl in his system. He was going to die anyway.
I heard it wasn't lethal.
What does that mean?
I mean, I've seen things where it wasn't the levels of fentanyl were days old and whatever. It wasn't.
Well, he had an enlarged heart. He was suffering from all sorts of ailments, like cardiovascular ailments, and he did have a high level of fentanyl in his system that I think is in the lethal threshold. And then you have this high stress event, being arrested, also being compressed. Someone's pressing down on your body, restricting your breathing, and you're panicking, you're freaking out. Very possible.
Yeah. Okay. But I don't. But
so maybe by himself he wouldn't have had.
Right. So you're of the mind maybe that he had fentanyl in his system, and it was not great police procedure.
It was 100% not great police procedure.
Yeah. So
100%. But also that guy had a history of abuse.
Yeah. No, but that's what I mean. So then people protest, etc. It's like.
But the question is, did he actually kill that guy? Or was that guy dying?
You know what I think
was the level? Find out. Because I read that when they did the initial autopsy, they didn't find that his death was because of constriction. It wasn't because of compressed arteries or anything.
You know what I fear happens a lot? Is this a good example? So we go, of course. So you're of the mind, I'm of the mind of like, that was wrong.
Yes.
And then you go, yes, but he did have fentanyl.
No, I'm of the mind that was wrong too, that's police brutality and abuse and probably not necessary. Like, it wasn't like he was thrashing and trying to attack. Like, you could have restrained that guy, cuffed him, and that would have been it.
Right. So my point is, so it's not, but he was on fentanyl. Let's say that was awful police work, and he was on fentanyl.
Right. Like, so let's say the police work was good, and the guy wound up dying. That's different.
Yeah.
Right. Then you say, oh, he died of a fentanyl overdose. But if you look at the way they handled him, it was humane. It was
correct. Yeah. Now, would there have been, who knows? Now it's probably just like historically.
But that happens all the time.
What I worry though,
get arrested and they die of overdoses. It happens all
the
time. But then you can use Narcan.
But sometimes they don't. You know, there's like, you've read that where it's like sometimes they just go like, fuck it. I've saved this guy too many times. You know what I mean? Like, it's just cops being like, fuck, I'm so sick of saving drug addicts all day. Like people that don't even seem to want to live. So what I worry that's happening culturally, and literally pick an issue, Israel, COVID, George Floyd, whatever, is there's these contradictory, not even contradictory pieces of information. It's not a simple narrative, right? So I think a lot of times people just declare a mistrial in their head. They go, fuck it. I don't. This is somebody's lying. I'm getting the fuck out of here. There's no justice. There's just everything's too gray. Whereas 30, 40 years ago, it would have been they just killed a guy. And there's no video.
Well, there's like black and white, like Kent State.
Yes.
Right. That's black and white. The National Guard comes in, shoots protesters. Everybody's outraged. It's horrible.
Yeah. There are, but now it's Kent State happens today. Maybe they actually there's a second video. It's almost like the Kennedy assassination. Everything's kind of the Kennedy assassination, and where it is a lot of and then people go, fuck it, I don't know what happened. And I think that's where sometimes maybe it's nefarious actors, and other times it's just people who want to be contrary or whatever. There's so much information, and there's a limited bandwidth for people's attention span and time in a day that they just go, I don't know what fucking happened.
That's a big one. And that's the thing with boomers. Like, RFK's talked about this a lot, that boomers only pay attention to legacy media.
Mm-hmm.
That they're not reading independent journalist reports. And
don't you think it's less so though? Like, meaning like it's a lot of Facebook links to sort of shifty websites.
Some people now. Yeah. I think there's some of that now, but I think there's still a lot of people that just put their faith in mainstream news, especially people that are online on a regular basis, or they're only friends with people that are their age, and so they have this sort of like mentality, the way they consume news and information. It's kind of always been the same way.
Yeah, like COVID, again, I'm sorry to bring this up for the listeners and myself, but so there was the tachycardia thing, and they put the heart rate thing that was like it was elevating people's heart. Like that was one of the main side effects, right? And they acted like it wasn't much, and then fairly recently there was like, actually there's more than we thought. I wonder, but then I've also heard from people that are skeptical, it was like, it's a pretty good vaccine in terms of like lowering numbers of infections. But I think most people got the first wave of like, you have to take this is a perfect vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
And then they heard this thing of like, it's not perfect. And then they got tired.
Well, it's been lied to from the very beginning. First thing, they didn't even test it to see if it stops transmission, but yet they said it did. They didn't even test it to see if it stops you from being infected, but yet they said it does.
Mm-hmm.
All it does is impart some form of immunity that's specific to the wild virus, the first version.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the way they studied it, and the way they tested it is so fucking corrupt. Just the fact that they said that it's 100% effective against stopping death. Do you know how they came up with that number? 2 people in the control group got COVID and died. 1 person in the vaccine group got COVID and died.
Right.
So that makes it
there it is.
Yeah. When RFK told me that, I'm like, there's no way that's it.
Yeah.
And then we read the actual studies, and like, oh my God, that actually is it.
Yeah.
And they're allowed to say that.
Yeah, it's technically true. Yeah,
technically you can get away with a lot, but it's also like the VAERS system. I mean, the reporting of adverse effects is very underutilized, and so we all know people that have had bad side effects from the vaccine. And the question is, how many of them kept their mouth shut? How many of them are quiet? How many of them are suffering? How many of them the doctors are unwilling to connect it to the vaccine? There's a lot. There's a lot.
I personally know more. Well, again, it's all fucking empirical, so who gives a shit?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I happen to who gives a shit. One person. But I wonder what the way forward is with any of this stuff, because that thing of people just going, fuck it, I declare a mistrial.
Yeah.
That's probably not great for society.
Did you find anything about George Floyd's toxicology?
I mean, I'll just show you what I found.
Okay.
I believe this is the autopsy report. It shows that there was 11 nanograms per milliliter, right?
I have no idea if that's high or not.
So then
what's lethal?
Tried to type
10 to 20.
This is what Google says is lethal for humans.
Lethal dose is 2. Recommends serum concentration is 1 to 20 nanograms per milliliter for anesthesia and 10 to 20 milligrams per liter.
So
blood concentration. What's that?
You'd be in the anesthesia range.
So what is what's lethal?
That's right here. Lethal dose
is 2 milligrams. So he had nanograms. So he had 11 nanograms, which is significantly lower than 2 milligrams. Is that what they're saying?
That's what that says.
He also had more fentanyl. It was 5.6 nanograms per milliliter. So did it say that he had elite cocaine?
Caffeine. Caffeine.
What is it? Oh, not even cocaine. Cotinine.
I was looking through it to find out what it says is like the conclusion.
11 hydroxy delta 9. So he had bullshit THC in it. He had that fake THC.
Right, I know, but that's what 15 years ago that would have been way short.
Yeah. Negative for ethanol, methanol, isopropanol, and acetone. Methamphetamine, 19 nanograms per milliliter. So he had a lot of shit in the system.
Yeah, but and so that's like, but he doesn't deserve to die. It may or may not have contributed to his death. It's like shit that you can't prove, but once that's in the air, it creates this sense of like, we'll never know what happened. And
Also,
like, no,
the video, you see him saying, "I can't breathe."
Yeah.
You see the whole thing.
Yeah, and what I just worry about this sort of haze of all this shit now, of everything.
Does any study say that he had a lethal amount of fentanyl in the system? Why do people keep repeating that?
All I was seeing that was a bunch of people saying that. And they were like,
I know, and you're not repeating it malevolently. You just heard it repeatedly. You know what I mean? You're not trying to make the guy look bad or whatever. It's just,
but a lot of people are.
I agree. They made that documentary. Yeah.
What documentary?
There was a whole documentary about it, and then that got debunked about George Floyd.
And what does the documentary say?
All the fentanyl and the all that stuff. Yeah.
No evidence. Drug overdose was the main cause of death for George Floyd. So this is from what year? 2022. So social media users make a claim that George Floyd killed actually died from drug overdose. These claims are misleading. Official medical and court records ruled the police restraint, not drug use, was the main cause of death, and evidence support the claim that George Floyd lethal died low levels of drugs in the system. One Twitter user sharing the claim George Floyd died of fentanyl overdose. Derek Chauvin should be freed. Okay, but this is when they're like one.
No, this is one person said, and another
Facebook
person. But
user.
if they're saying like it didn't, whatever, or can we trust the AP?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. However, no publicly available evidence supports the claim that Floyd died from overdosing on drugs, specifically fentanyl or methamphetamine, rather than the actions of the cops.
What's that,
I
Jim?
would assume those are like Russian trolls. Just
Right, but Joe, that's my point. Is like what? Like this is the world now.
Right.
You are not predisposed to. But there is a thing of being predisposed to skepticism, right? And it seems cooler than being some square ass.
Right.
I'm a sheeple, and I don't. And what I'm saying is like, there's value in both. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know how to litigate it. I don't know how to prescribe it to people. And I also know that people have a limited amount of time.
That's a giant factor.
Yeah, they got better shit to do. This is not their number one priority. And so I don't know what to. I truly don't know what. That's the kind of thing that would cause me anxiety. I mean, if you're looking for a new thing to be anxious, but honestly, like, and the thing with you is like, because I've known you so long, it's like you're a decent, honest person. I know I will testify in court that any chance I've seen you have to be decent and honest, you've taken it. And there's still stuff that you think might be true because it's fucking floating around.
Yeah,
and you're intelligent. You seek information.
This one I've just heard. Okay. That's why I brought it up. Because I want to know what the actual. I've not read about it, honestly. And I remember reading a headline saying that he had a lethal dose of fentanyl in the system, and people were arguing it.
Yeah,
but it still doesn't take away from the fact that the policing was immoral.
Fucking awful. Yeah,
and that's the thing that people have to deal with every day from the cops. And also, being a fucking cop is a horrible job.
I know. Everything is
so
like
many things.
fucking, and it's the worst job on earth.
Yeah.
It's one of the worst jobs. I can't. It's a nightmare.
You're the professional enemy, and everyone you pull over is probably lying to you.
Yes, and then they all train with like that everyone wants to shoot them. They kind of have to train that way. Like they have to like just get home to your wife and kids, then they show videos of like them getting ambushed and shit, like, which isn't false. It's like they do get ambushed. It's not very up, but they can't worry about that. It's like we have to worry about hecklers pretty much every show. Do you know what I mean? Like so it's all these like very, very complicated things. Very complicated. And I don't know. I think that every point of view has a validity. You know,
a lot of them do.
Yeah,
that's for sure. And then you have the foreign actors, and you have the disinformation campaigns that are state run, that we run. That's for sure too.
Yeah, and we do it to other countries, but don't you fucking do it to us.
We do way worse. We actually go in and overthrow their governments and install puppet dictators. That's what we do. We've been doing that forever. We run bullshit democracy. We cause liberty to become a failed state. We've done a lot of wild shit.
Yeah,
we still continue to do it right now. There's 700 plus bases worldwide.
Yeah,
we're involved in all kinds of shady things. And then there's also the obligation. Like if you're in the CIA, or if you're
shady shit that benefits you and me, Joe.
Yeah. Also, shady shit that undermines legitimate dictators. Like what do you do? Just let these people develop nuclear arms and take over countries? And no, you gotta do things to stop despots.
I know, and that's the thing of now in the age of transparency and gotcha. Your government is hugely hypocritical. It's like, yeah, it's a fucking government. Exactly. What do you think we have to be? It's one set of rules for us and another for everybody else. Sorry. Why? That's why you're all trying to sneak in here.
What gives you anxiety?
Well, this because I come and give updates on my mental health.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. This is what I want to talk about. So all the ayahuasca set a really nice, got me off antidepressants, got me believing in God in a central creation force. That's not a gender, but it's just a thing. It's just a magnet, basically.
It's a woman.
Yeah, please. Wrong podcast. And then the DMT broke me and put me back together. And after the DMT, the 5-MeO that I smoked, it was a year and a half. I thought it was 8 months of chaos, and then I did an ayahuasca ceremony a year and a half after I'd smoked the DMT. It was the first time back, and I felt the DMT door close. And I was like, it was open that whole fucking time?
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so DMT opened up my brain too much, a little too much. Open borders. I was experiencing too much of the universe. I believe, like, most of being a human being is just like this. We understand that we're a rock in space, but it's just like my fucking house and my apartment and my car and my fucking, the things that I understand, my family. But the DMT made it so I could experience like time a lot more. I talked about it last time where I had a hard time watching the screensaver on Apple TV, the mountain ranges and shit. I got a sense, I understood how old they were in a way you're kind of not supposed to. When someone goes, hey, can you believe the Rocky Mountains are 700,000 years old? And you go, yeah, that's crazy, but nothing happens. I kind of understood how long a time that was. I was like way out. I was way out, and then I slowly kind of came back. It took a year and a half.
And what was the negative aspects of being way out?
It was I told somebody I was aiming for God and I missed my stop. And I woke up on a moving train with no conductor and going a million miles an hour.
So it was because you were taking in too much information that you hadn't considered before, so it became unmanageable?
The DMT, well, I had the Michael Pollan experience where the DMT took me to when I inhaled it, I went to before the Big Bang. And Michael Pollan said it on here because I looked it up. I was like, where have I heard? And I was like, that's where I was. And so I slowly. The issue was, so the DMT was pretty much a DMT 25-minute, 35-minute experience of like, I was before the Big Bang, and my personality kind of came back, and I was kind of going like, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to be like petty. I'm going to be like a virtuous person. I'm just going to be like, I'm going to remember this God connection and all that stuff. And then a week later, I had a reactivation.
A week later.
Yeah. You know that thing of like, there's a thing which people have DMT reactivations where
like
basically what the joke of like an acid flashback. I had that, and it's common with smoking DMT. And I had one. So now it's a Sunday in New York. I'm on a coffee date with a woman. In this side of my frame, this side is fucking pure whiteness, infinite time. It was harrowing.
So you saw it?
It wasn't like a pure split screen, but it was like energetically kind of a split screen.
Was it something that you thought and you felt in your mind, or was it something you were experiencing visually?
It was, yeah, I shouldn't say that it was, I couldn't see it, but it felt, yeah, I felt it.
And so
I would say that I was split between reality, current reality, and then this infinity, sort of energetic.
And was it giving you anxiety?
Yeah, I was so disoriented. I had the thought, like, am I in God's imagination? Shit, that's not great to think when you're just in on a Sunday walking around in New York.
Yeah, especially if you're on a date.
I mean, come on. And yeah, you just trying to make something happen. Yeah, and like pay attention. My friend of mine said, she goes, "You just seem really preoccupied." I was like, "Yeah, I had a lot on my plate." Did you watch that Hemingway documentary on PBS? No. It's, I recommend it highly. Ken Burns, Hemingway, black and white pushes. And I'm not even a Hemingway fan. There were some passages that are like, okay, this is amazing. But there's a part they showed, maybe the Spanish Civil War. He went there. I think it's Spanish Civil War. And there's a passage from one of his books where he got shot, I believe, and he explained it as like, my spirit came out of my body like a ribbon and then came back in. And I was watching with my friend. I go, hey, can we stop real quick? Because I was like in that world. Like that, this was the reactivation day. And I was like, yeah, I need to not watch this because I'm in that thing where my spirit can come back. It was like touch and go. I think I mentioned this last time. I would have killed myself, but I knew I'd be going into more of it. So it was like real difficult, like real, like on the edge of my a bit. Yeah, I would say, I don't know what pre-psychotic would be, like pre-diabetic. I feel like I was like, yeah, pretty close. Now, over time, I got better every day, and I got returned to norm, but I was more able to fall in love, more generous. I'm funnier on stage. I get 15% more and bigger laughs, like, because I'm spiritual, and people notice it. Like, hey, what's different about you? On stage is better. This Netflix thing is like my best one because it's just like, I'm lighter. I'm just lighter. So that was hard to deal with, but after the year and a half passed, I'm a better. It's easier to be me. It's easier to deal with me. Everything's improved. So then, in the last year or so, every few months, I do MDMA. And like in a sort of, not necessarily a therapeutic environment, but like with a spiritual bent. What's happened from the ayahuasca and the DMT is when I've done mushrooms, it's ayahuasca. It's a God connection, or what I perceive as a God connection. When I do MDMA now, it's a God connection. And I've been able to, I believe I've been able to change my, I don't want to say spirit, but I think it's synapses, whatever, however you want to like, categorize it.
Your operating system.
Yeah, basically, it's like you are getting you get an update, an OS update, and the thing with updates on computers is the computer goes to sleep. Sometimes you're awake for these updates, and you're like, I've literally done the joke on ayahuasca, like, is there any other system you have? Because this is a little touch and go for me. I appreciate it, and I always get so much from it in the long term. But in the short term, I did ayahuasca, I don't know, in November. And there was a point where I went up to the shaman. I go, hey, I'm like a little close to God right now. Could you just give me like a nudge? Because it's very hard to comprehend, honestly.
Yeah.
It's as someone who's sort of experimenting in this world, like, it's, there are moments that are hard to comprehend. And it's a hard thing to communicate. Like,
it's interesting because I think overall you would say the benefit is worth it, but it's a slippery road.
Yeah, well, it's hard. It's very hard to do. And that's the thing, and we talk about this a lot of time about sort of the mainstreaming of all this stuff. It's Pandora's box, man, because there's a lot of people. I'm whatever I am, intelligent person, an accomplished person, and I felt like I was pretty psychotic for a couple days, and I would have killed myself if not. Like, that would have been a significant.
So you genuinely thought about killing?
Well, I didn't have a plan or anything, but like I was like, this is unbearable. No, it was like, this is unbearable. What I'm in right now. Where like, I'm on Earth, am I in God's? What is this? What is any of this? What is steps? Walking down steps going, why is any of this? Why am I a person in a whatever? Got through it better. And then the MDMA, I've been able to sort of, I don't know if you want to do software updates or whatever, but it's just made me more. I had one that was really great, which was, I did MDMA and I was able to, I'm kind of a grudge holder, Irish Catholic, etc. 1 of 10, you get it. And I was able to just forgive all of my grudges. Easily, like just easily.
That's very valuable.
Yeah. And so the next day, I was like, why was I so able to do that yesterday? But I was holding those grudges tight the day before. And it's because my brain, on the MDMA, I had oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin flowing through me, right? Love hormones, kindness chemicals, generosity chemicals. I was able to do it. Most of the time, I realized I just have cortisol and adrenaline. And cortisol and adrenaline are organized, and they're judicious. That's the currency. It's like justice, retribution, wrong, right, organize, punishment, kind of like rigid, right? So I started thinking, like, I've been, what I consider a personality is just cortisol and adrenaline, or what I consider a personality. So I just realized, like, I have a kitchen in my head that makes cortisol sandwiches. And I'm just like, yeah, this is what I like to eat. No, I don't. Right. That's just what it's giving out. So I made a conscious effort to like ignore my first, like I now write like, don't believe your chemicals. Just don't believe them. Like think beyond them. Right. And focus on the sort of the softer chemicals, the more positive ones. And I've also been doing a thing that's been like wildly helpful, which is I was doing a gratitude checklist. Just every day I would write like things I'm grateful for, and also not only things I'm grateful for, the facts of my life. The facts of my life are really good. I have 3 Netflix specials now. How many people have that? I have X amount of money. I've done great stuff. I have love in my life. I have a girl. I have friends. Family. I'm respected, etc., etc. So I write it down to remember that I have all these great things. I am living my dream. I'm living a lot of people's dream. I'm also especially living my dream. But my brain was just writing like sci-fi, and of like this person fucking out to get you, and then just constant nonsense that was just purely based like that. So what I found is the more I do, so then Rainn Wilson, the actor, suggested we were talking about Islam praying 5 times a day, and I was like, that's kind of the right amount, if we're honest.
Right, if you want to really keep the software in tune.
Yeah, if you want to just remember, like, hey, I'm a vessel for a spirit, and da-da-da-da. So he goes, why don't you write in your gratitude checklist 5 times a day? I was like, fine. So I've been doing it. I rarely get to 5. It's at least 2 or 3. And every day, every couple hours, just remembering like what the facts of my life are.
I think it's also we have all human beings develop patterns of thinking, and these patterns get like deeply cut. These grooves, they're easy to fall into, and this not trusting your chemicals is essentially like not allowing yourself to go down these patterns of thinking.
Yeah, there's a saying that I've read, a book called The Shallows, about what social media does to us, but it was, you are what you do repeatedly. You are what you think repeatedly. And we all wait, at least I do and did for a long time, wake up and like start the record. And just the monologue that's happening in your head. And it's gotten me out of it. There are days where I wake up and it doesn't start and I'm like confused, you know, because I don't go instantly negative. And it's made me see my life differently. I went out of my way to view my life through the way truer lens, I believe. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's true. I am objectively all the attributes that I list, and I'm so fucking lucky. You're so fucking lucky to get this experience. You're so, think about this. The thing I always say to people is like, spin the wheel. 8 billion other outcomes of human beings alive right now. What are the odds you beat this one?
Yeah.
This just like the Joe Rogan, like literally the Joe Rogan experience. What are the odds you beat it? There's no fucking way. Think about your life. It's impossible. And I'm not even talking about like the popularity, all that stuff. Like, that's part of it. But think about like having an idea, doing it in your whatever, the basement or garage, wherever we used to do the podcast, and then it just becomes this. What? Think about, and I used to think that life, I would always tell myself like life's not fair, and then I finally one day had the thought, yeah, life's not fair, Neil. No one's life should be as good as yours. Like, I'm so lucky. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I'm like getting choked with talking about it. It's impossible. And I would argue that most people that hear this are in the same position.
Yet there's this inclination to focus on negatives. This inclination.
I think it's evolutionary. Yeah. I think it is. I think we're trained to scan for threats.
Yep. I agree.
And I write in my journal, like my checklist, because I want to masculinize it. Every threat's a gift.
Wait a minute, is a checklist more masculine?
Yeah, than a journal. Yeah, I think it is. I believe it is.
Really?
Checklist, because you have to make sure everything's good and the women and children are safe.
But a diary is feminine.
Oh,
dear diary.
I'm gonna punch you in the face. Yeah, like and I write almost every day. No threats, only gifts. Everything I thought was a threat is just a gift over a longer timeline.
And you've managed to do this without falling into a trap.
Yeah, I don't think not one that I know of. I'm not paying dues anywhere. I haven't. It's just literally keeping. It's like an emotional discipline in a weird way. It's the same way like working out every day.
Well, me being your friend and knowing you for so many years, I mean, I guess I didn't know you well when I first met you. Mm-hmm. We only knew each other because we worked in the same place. Yeah, at Boston Comedy. Yeah, you were a door guy, and I was just a young comedian, and we just became friends. I didn't really know you well, but you were always nice to me. You were always cool. But you had like this tension. Yeah, and I always felt like I had to hug you. Mm-hmm. Like even when I saw you when you were doing Chappelle, when I saw him, like, this is amazing. Look at you. Like, are you happy? Let me give you a hug.
You don't get it. No, really. I was just looking at it all wrong.
Right, but you were doing well, and I always felt like it was. And sometimes when you have this me against the world thing, well, it really becomes you against the world because other people feel that too, and then they don't want to connect with you. They go, well, I'm in the world. Yeah, they also they don't trust their emotions to just be relaxed. Yeah, right. So there's a tension and a conflict there. It's like. You're definitely different now, and you were different the last time I talked to you, and you feel maybe even more different now.
Yeah, that's right on schedule for what I did, what happened, what unfolded. If you want to get super, but it's like even that thing of like, you know, when I met you in 1991, 92, pause, right, and then flash forward to this.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. This shit worked out real good.
It worked out great. It did, but it's hard to see that when you're in the, especially when you're caught up in your own thoughts.
Well, yeah, and you're caught up in like I'm late, or this is the coffee's too hot, or like this grievance litany of like you're supposed that you think you're supposed to do it, or it's like even in the age of social media and constant like you're gloating by saying your life's great.
Right. There's that too. Because a lot of people don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, a lot of people
also,
do.
Well, what have you done? What have you done to try to mitigate that shitty life?
Are you doing a checklist?
Have you actively moved towards a more positive way? And how do you treat people around you? But with you, it's like I would check in on you every now and then. We would talk about different things that you were doing. Like one of the first ones you were doing was the ketamine stuff. Mm-hmm. And I was like, that was wild. But I always felt so bad for you. I just felt like, God, this guy's just struggling with depression and anxiety, and I don't understand it. You know,
the chemical stuff. Ketamine didn't help the first time. I did it 2 months ago, and it was pretty great. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, it's hard to know what's going to do what, and that's with any of these.
How much is exercise?
I do. I have a trainer, etc. But like, I have too many inputs. I don't know what's doing what. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what's like. Oh, that's definitely the other thing of like the validation of a successful comedy launch.
Yeah, well, that definitely helps.
Yeah,
I've had a lot of friends who were depressed, and their career started doing better, and they just kind of stopped being depressed.
I know.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
But I would.
But it's not really.
I know it makes sense.
Like,
yeah.
The anxiety of entertainment is, first of all, there's no clear pattern. Like go to school, get a degree, get your PhD, do this, do that. There's not a clear path, and you never know if it's going to work out. And how many guys have we known, especially us, like who knew people back in the day that were talented?
Yeah.
We thought we were going to make it, and did not. And more talented than us, and we're better at the time than we are. And you go, God, how did they not make it?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even when you say, "Are you moving toward? Are you doing anything to improve your lot in life?" It's like a lot of people try, and it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Yeah.
And then you go, you know, why did it work for you? Why did it work for me? I can take some credit for effort. I can't really take credit for talent. Shit, but just came out. I don't know. I fucking been funny since I was fucking 5. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've just kind of been myself. So I guess I cultivated and I didn't, and I was brave. I made brave choices. It's incredibly fortunate in a time where some comedians have deals with Spotify worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Like in a time where you can make a ton of money as a comedian. Or you know, it's like I was thinking this about athletes. I'm sure you have too. Like 100 years ago, none of the guys, none of the 100 millionaire athletes are fucking. They're all just like good farmers.
Yeah.
One of the best farmers in the area.
Yeah, like what did it mean? To
They're
be
just
Olympic
aggressive.
medalist in 1910.
Yeah, you weren't getting an endorsement deal. It's just like, So we're really lucky. We're just lucky in so many ways. But I think whenever I tell people that, it's like, yeah, but you're good too. I'm like, so what? Yes, but I can't take credit for that.
Yeah, and it's also like everyone's formula for success is different. No one can take your formula and just plug it into their life. It's like, but you have different circumstances, you have different hormones, you have different everything, different life experiences, different goals and needs and aspirations, different interests, different mentality. It's like, it doesn't work that way. It's like everyone has to find whatever the formula is, but there's certain things that seem to exist, and gratitude is a big one. That's such a hippie, unfortunately, a co-opted word.
Yeah, you talked about Chris Williamson, right? You guys talked about, and it really is like Oprah-fied, Hallmark-ified, but
real.
Yeah, man. I think it's just a better way to look at. It's just a better way to look, but we're sort of trained to make it like, no, you did it because you grinded and rose when no one else was there. All your enemies were asleep, and you were doing whatever. Yes,
that's true too.
It also, yes, it is true. But like I said, a lot of people do that. Doesn't work.
Yeah,
they can't. They don't. They freeze up when the mic comes. Whatever. They just whatever it is. There are. You and I both worked hard and are fucking fortunate. I mean, I had the thought. I'm so fortunate. There's nothing I can do to compensate for this level of fortune. Meaning, like, there's no level of volunteer work. I could volunteer the rest of my life.
But you know what you do? You live a life by example. And then this conversation is so insanely valuable because there's going to be millions of people that hear you talk and say these things. And those people, many of them are going to get in their mind that there's a pathway out of this. Maybe I can't take Neil Brennan's pathway, but there's a pathway out of this. And here's a guy that was like deep, dark. Like, I remember running into you in the hallway one time at the Comedy Store, and you just had this look on your face, like the weight of the world was on your shoulders. And when I would say hi to you, I would always almost feel like I got to give this guy a hug. I really felt that way. Like, I want to give you a hug.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a happy person. Let me give you a hug to see if some of this shit wears off. But you weren't, you weren't you now. You're a different guy now. And just by people knowing that, even though it doesn't feel like it while it's happening, every time someone's in the middle of some shit, whatever it is, a breakup, you get fired, whatever it is, when you're in the middle of some shit, man, it doesn't feel like it's ever going to change. It feels like this is life from now on, and it's unbearable, and I'm fucked. And when people hear a guy like you, who's not only made it out of there, but made like real measurable success, like it's quantifiable, you can see it, it's undeniable, they go, well, maybe I can do it too.
Yeah, I hope so. They can. It's not easy. It's scary.
But what the fuck is easy?
Yeah.
You tell me something that's worth doing that's easy.
Yeah.
What the fuck is easy? I don't even like that word. I hate that word. It's just a dumb word. Easy. The easy's not in the menu. It's not, but valuable.
Well, I think that, yeah, exactly. But that's the thing that happens is, like, because it's not, I was going to say, like, the easy pass, like, literally on the freeway. Like, that's easy. But even that, you got to fucking slow down.
Right. Even that,
like, find the thing. It's nothing.
Tire iron someone left on the road.
Yeah, like, it's not, but it is, like you said, it's worthwhile. If it's difficult, everything's difficult. And that's the thing that we can fall into this thing of, like, you had to take a fucking shower and shave and find a shirt, and just, it's not effortless, but that's part of life, and you can't get hung up on the sort of the upkeep part of it.
Well, my strategy for that is to self-administer things that are far more difficult than anything that I'm experiencing in my day. And that's what I do with workouts. Like, workouts for me, it's not just a physical thing, it's a mental thing as much as, if not more, that it's a physical thing. Because I don't want to do it. I still don't want to do it. Like, sometimes I want to do it, but most times I don't. But I still do it.
And do you have consciously think, like, I don't want to do this chore for my wife or whatever, and I go, but you just sat in the fucking freezing cold water for 20 minutes. You can do it.
I know.
Or is it just embodied?
I've done so many difficult things, and I'm just comfortable doing difficult things. And I know those whispers, don't do it. Take the day off. Take a nap. Do this, do that. I know how to avoid those. But I know how to avoid those just because that's the path that I've carved in my head. So my pattern of behavior is always gravitate towards difficult things. And just do it. You don't want to do it. Ignore those thoughts. And if I can make them so difficult that regular life is easy, like if you can fucking do a cold plunge, do 10 rounds in the bag, and then do 20 minutes at 195 degrees in a sauna, like the rest of the day is going to be easy.
Yeah.
It's gonna be. Those rounds 7, 8, 9, and 10 are so fucking hard. You're drenched with sweat. You look over the timer, 5 more seconds to rest before the bell goes off. If you just get through that, man, regular life is easier because it's not that hard. You couldn't sustain it. If regular life for me was like round 7 or round 8 forever, I wouldn't want to do that.
I think for a lot of people, they got to take the bus to work. That is round 7. Like, there are just people that have a higher level of difficulty existence.
And I've had those higher levels of difficulty in my life. And that's one thing I'm very fortunate for. Growing up poor, I think, is very valuable. And it's something I can't give my kids. And I think about that. I really do. Because they don't understand the fear of not having food. They don't understand, like, your parents are on welfare. You know that you're eating from food stamps. It's like that fear, that drive, like, there's no one coming to save you. You better go get things done. And you have to do it for yourself. And if you
I
don't
still
do it,
believe that there's a camp that you could start. Poverty camp for rich kids. For rich kids,
you'd be faking it though. They always know that you're gonna be there to rescue them. It's part of the problem. And one of the things that I think can mitigate that is like them choosing difficult paths, difficult things to do. But it'll definitely not be as difficult as a poor person.
Yeah, and that's like you got out of it, and now you're doing pretty good. So it's like I just think it's important that. It's important for me to remember. I can't prescribe like gratitude will do it. Like, I don't know, but that's a thing that really helped me. And plus ketamine, transcranial magnetic stimulation, Zoloft, DMT, ayahuasca, mushrooms, MDMA. I tried a lot of stuff, and I'm even fortunate to have had access to a lot of the stuff. 100%. And acknowledging that, but this thing of hard work isn't always adequate. It's like it's not enough. But it's something. It's all you can control. That's what I write. It's like I'll never be grateful enough for this, but I can work hard and I can be focused on the stuff that is and what's important to me, and hopefully it ends up being valuable. But like I can't. People would always go like, "You're doing so well," and I'd be like, "You don't," like you said, I'd be like, "You don't fucking understand. This stupid sketch show is never going anywhere." And then all these things, you look back and you're like,
I should have been so happy.
Yeah. And or I could have been so happy. You know what I mean? It's an opportunity.
I think you talking about this is very valuable.
Yeah,
I really do. I'm glad you're happy.
And it's also the thing of like, I was going in. I know you're doing a nice wrap up. You don't have to restart it. The thing of like, some days I'd be like we all feel stuck in our existence, and instead of and again, it's so corny, but sometimes I write in my journal, I get to be Neil Brennan. Not I have to be.
Right.
I get to be Neil Brennan.
Right. Yeah.
You get to be a father. You get to be a whatever. All the things that are like great.
Yeah.
It's not a threat. It's a gift.
Elon posted something today about, or it was yesterday, that anxiety is essentially conspiracy theories that you make against yourself.
I literally have that same. I don't like. I thought about it with you and Dave. Where it's like I only have conspiracy theories about why people don't like me.
Well, I like you.
Thank you, buddy. I like you too.
Thank you. All right, let's wrap this up. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. And I really do think what you're saying is very valuable to people. And I haven't seen your special yet, but I'm sure it's awesome. You're hilarious.
Crazy good.
When are you flying out?
It was number 4.
When are you flying back?
Tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah, I was going to come to the club.
Damn, I want you to come. All right, another time.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate
Thanks,
you. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
What is going on, my friend? How are you?
Hey.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you, brother.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. There's a lot of interesting developments. So this is a never-ending story, I feel.
The never-ending story of mushrooms. Yeah. So this giant one that you brought me, explain this again? Because you were telling me out there, I'm like, let's save this for the show. This is crazy.
Sure. This is the best gift that I can give from a mycologist to a friend. This is a rare old-growth mushroom called a garacon. Only grows in the old-growth forest. Is now on the red list of threatened species in Europe. This one was found on the ground, folks, so it's important that people don't pick these. They're very rare. Literally 1 out of 100 times in the old-growth forest, I'll find one. So this is really important that people understand how important biodiversity, mycodiversity, we're talking about fungi. Agaricon was first described by Dioscorides over 2,000 years ago as Elixirium ad longum vitam. Wow, the elixir of long life. Is also revered by the Haida and the Cricket in the Northwest First Nations as a mushroom very important for their own pharmacopoeia. So 2,000 years history reviews, other sides of the world. And directly after 9/11, I was approached by the BioShield Biodefense Department, and they ran over 2,200 assays. The concern was weaponizable viruses. So they saw an article I wrote in Herbalgram called Novel Antivirals from Mushrooms, a whopping 1 page long. That's all there was in the scientific literature. So I knew in my intuition that this rare species could have some properties. Of more than 2 million samples tested by the U.S. Defense Department, U.S. AMRID, U.S. Army Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, and NIH, in collaboration, there were more than 2 million samples, synthetics and natural compounds. We were in the top 10 of all samples active against, in this case, pox viruses, and we were the only natural product. So there's a vetted press release that talks about this that came out in 2004. So I've dedicated my life. I have a company, and fortunately, I put in a lot of my resources. I've literally spent millions of dollars collecting strains from the old-growth forest, and I'm happy to announce that we have more than 107 strains of agaricon, isolated from Northern California, even Northern Arizona, British Columbia, and in Europe. I have now the largest culture library of agaricon in the world. And so people go, why is this important? Well, it's not important because the old-growth forests are declining. It's less than 1%. But I believe the old-growth forests are cultural libraries that will be essential for biodefense. And from the research that we did with the BioShield program in 2004, then I had a TED Talk in 2008 that talks about this. And then I'm very thankful that we have completed a COVID-19 clinical trial, the results of which was presented at the Georgetown University of Medicine, School of Medicine on September 23rd, 2023. And what we looked at, and my colleagues, and superb physicians and researchers led by a great team at the Krupp Center for Integrative Medicine at the University of California, San Diego. And it was a double-blind placebo-controlled study. And in that study, the idea was to look at vaccine enhancement. So before mRNA vaccines, there's just so much noise and confusion, and the sense the dust hadn't settled enough. But the mRNA enhancement vaccine, which is called MOC-19, they gave half the patients a placebo, which was mycelium grown on rice. I'm sorry, just rice, and agarikon and turkey tail combined that were grown on rice. So one of the control of placebo is just rice, neutral, and the other one is agarikon and turkey tail. That turkey tail is the most well-studied medicinal mushroom in the world. We populate a website for physicians at mushroomreferences.com. No branding, just pure science. People can go to mushroomreferences.com and see this. So double-blind placebo-controlled, and they literally recruited people directly out of vaccination lines where people getting Pfizer or Moderna vaccines, and said, "Hey, do you want to be involved in a medicinal mushroom vaccine study, enhancement study?" And people then signed up, and so they got they consumed agarikon, turkey tail, or the placebo for 4 days, and then they measured symptoms post-vaccination, and then 6 months out. And so there are 2 slides that I have that I sent on to them about the show.
When you say symptoms post-vaccination, what do you mean?
Well, it's not quite showing up there, Jamie, for some reason, the chart. Both of them. You might have to do a PNG on the snapshot.
Which one? Do you want both at the same time?
No, just see if you can. The charts are not showing up for whatever reason. No worries. So what happens? I mean, I've got mRNA vaccine. You feel like you're hit by a truck, right? 2 days later, you got the vaccine. And some physicians say, "Well, it's your immune system acting or reacting." So there was 10 symptoms that the CDC has identified, Center for Disease Control. There are adverse events due to vaccines. There are actually, UCSD has 25 symptoms. So the idea was to look at whether agarikon and turkey tail reduce the adverse effects of vaccines.
And how would they do that?
Well, they measure. They ask you, do you get a headache?
Right, but I mean, how would the mushrooms reduce the?
Well, this is a very good question. We had to convince the FDA that these were safe. And so, because we had sold hundreds of thousands of agarikon and turkey tail with no adverse effects, we were able to prove that. So it went through these called the Institution of Review Boards and the FDA for approval, and they approved it. Now, the biggest concern they had was if you stimulate the immune system, which is the presumption of how these mushrooms work, you could create a cytokine storm. And so this is one of the charts. Now, this was written up in JAMA. And the concern was the cytokine storm poses the greatest risk, not the virus itself. And so when people took agarikon, day 1 is where the vaccination occurred with Moderna or Pfizer, mRNA. And then if you look at the black line, that's the placebo, which is just the rice. And FOTV is Phomatoxis officinalis trinidis versicolor, agarikon and turkey tail combined. And you'll see that at day 2 and day 3 on the scale there's almost no adverse effects. And whereas those people who did not take agarikon and turkey tail had a massive increase in adverse symptoms. Now, an article just came out this past year. 30% of people avoid vaccinations because they fear the adverse effects. Because they hear people miss school, miss work, they feel terrible, they go, "I don't want to get a vaccine."
Not just that, the really scary ones like myocarditis, pericarditis, heart attack, strokes, all the clouds.
So the reason why the FDA approved this, and we have an argument, is we found that these MOC2 mushrooms stimulated what's called anti-inflammatory cytokines, interleukin-1RA and interleukin-10. Now, when you have an immune response, many of these interleukins is part of your natural immunity, but they can cascade, and they can then, unthrottled, create a cytokine storm. So most people then die from overstimulation of the immune system, inflammatory reaction. we found that with agarikon and turkey tail, we were able to reduce the adverse effects, which are inflammatory effects: headache, sore throat, insomnia, muscle ache, soreness, malaise, etc. Insomnia is also included. So this was a big surprise. It was double-blind placebo. I had no access to any of the data until it was unmasked, which is normal. So we found that, and then something else very, very surprising occurred. And it's to credit to my colleagues, they came up with this idea at the University of California, Krupp's Center for Integrative Medicine, is let's look at antibody extension. The idea with the vaccines is you create an antibodies to prevent the spike protein from docking on your cells and gaining interest in infecting your cells. So they looked at people 6 months later. Now, 89 or 90 people, I think, came back 6 months later. Tremendous conformity. Let's take your blood 6 months later. And then, Jamie, if you could pull up the next slide. And this is what we found that was so astonishing. Is 6 months later, with the short exposure to agarikon and turkey tail, there was a carrying on where the antibody response was far greater than that of the reservoir of antibodies just from the vaccine.
Are these people that had actually contracted COVID as well?
These are what we call naive. We want them. When you get COVID, then the antibody response is very cloudy, and then you have antibody response from your natural immune system. Then you have the vaccine itself. So these are called the vaccine naive group. I mean the virus naive group. We did not want them to have the virus, so we tracked them to make sure that they did not get the virus. But this elevates you into a state of immune readiness. And this is the thing I did not know. I did not know if you're immunologically depressed, you have immunological lower activity due to whatever reason. If you get a vaccine, your antibody response is not that great. Your immune cell levels are very low. They're not very active. What's exciting about this, the immunologists, is that if you can upregulate immunity and then get the vaccine, your immune cell population is much more robust, much more responsive, and so the antibody response is much greater. And this is what we found. The fact that it extended out 6 months, we didn't go out a year, we didn't go out longer.
And this is just for a short dosing?
Short dosing of only 4 days.
And this was the dosing that happened right after the vaccine?
Right simultaneously the same day the vaccine for 4 days. Now, this is where one of my favorite phrases by Voltaire is, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. You can twist yourself into pretzels just to try to explain how this works. But the bottom line, it does work. And if you could upregulate community immunity of the population, the problem that I did not realize is immunologically depressed people, when they get a vaccine, their antibody response is not only poor, but they become a breeding ground for vaccine resistance. So you have a lot more virus replicating. You want to stop the viral replication early on in the process. So the more antibody response and more robust your response is specific to this virus and other viruses. And this is what we're really wondering now. Wow, how does this carry over to other viruses?
Can I stop you? Like, how does it work? Like, what's the mechanism that's causing this to happen?
We think there's an entourage effect of multiple mechanisms that are in play. We know that it increases cell immunity, so daughter cells, when they're created, don't pass on the virus. We've been able to show that, which is extraordinary. But it speaks to host defensive immunity. The immune cells, your immune cells are enabled, the endogenous immune system is able to prevent the virus from replicating. And that's what's so exciting. We know the anti-inflammatory effects. So we have this, as one person said, you're putting on the gas pedal and you're putting on the brakes at the same time. You can augment immunity and decrease inflammation. Now that's what these vaccine companies are spending billions of dollars. Let's create a vaccine without any adverse effects. The fact that you can take a natural product that's been used for thousands of years, Dioscorides is one of the fathers of medicine. The fact that it's been used for so long, we know it's safe. And now in this time, we are finding we have 100 plus strains of agarikon. So I think we have a super strain in my library. And that's what I'm trying to discover. What strain in our library? We have 107 strains now. We just used one strain and we saw these effects. So if we can boost community immunity then we can ameliorate the spread, of pandemics, obviously.
And when you're saying there's all these different strains, there's 107 strains?
We have 107 strains in our library, the largest library in the world. There are probably hundreds of thousands of strains, if there are hundreds of thousands of mushrooms or millions of mushrooms, but there aren't. This species is rapidly on the brink of becoming extremely threatened, if not extinct.
Can it be repopulated?
We can culture it in a laboratory. All we need is a tiny piece of tissue.
You can't reintroduce it into forests?
We have inoculated from snags, which have been unsuccessful. The idea would be we'd like to reintroduce it into forests, or these forests are like islands, genomic libraries of islands that we need to protect. And this is why I made the statement in my TED Talk, it's to save the old growth forest as a matter of national defense. That's not quite correct. They're international defense. Viruses don't care about borders.
Right.
And we've entered into a period of viral storms. We're going to have viral storms converging on us all the time now. And it's due to factory farming, the collision of industrialization, suburbanization, ecosystems on those margins. What we're facing now, just currently in the news, is bird flu. 6 different herds of cattle have been infected with bird flu. First time in history. It's jumped from birds to large mammals, cattle, from Idaho, and it's now got scientists on high alert.
This is from Nature. This bird flu outbreak in U.S. cows. Why scientists are concerned. The virus has killed hundreds of millions of birds. Has now infected cattle in 6 U.S. states, but the threat to humans is currently low.
Currently low, because if it jumps to pigs, we already know viruses that infect pigs can infect very likely humans. So cows and pigs are oftentimes in the same farms.
If it jumps to pigs,
we're in big trouble, because that's just one species away. Historically, in virology, swine viruses, H1N1 is swine flu. We have found high activity at the BioShield program of agarikin also against H1N1 and H5N1.
Is it possible to give this to cows?
Don't know. Don't know. So my concern, and those of other virologists that I've been in contact with for literally decades now, is it strains that 6 herds of cattle from Idaho to Oklahoma to Texas would spontaneously get bird flu. It's not like the cattle made contact with each other. So there's more than one epicenter. When you have these zoonotic centers where the virus can jump to larger mammals, then you have many, ground zeros, for the virus to emerge. So if it jumps to swine or to pigs or hogs, the increased likelihood it jumps to people. So it's a very big concern. With Wuhan, okay, it came out of one city, one location. But this is showing epidemiologically that the virus is jumping to larger mammals simultaneously. Right now, it doesn't have the mutation, and so there's very low risk. Let's be very clear about that. There's very low risk, but virologists are at extremely high alert because of this unusual pattern of sudden occurrence, first time ever. It's jumped to seals and bears, of all things, and it's devastated hundreds of millions of birds around the world.
Did they have any idea where this is? So it originated with birds?
Yes, it's called bird flu.
And do they think that it's just birds traveling to these different herds?
Generally speaking, that's the modality that was.
So they just fly around, give it to the
They go to a pond, they're co-mingling the virus and they're drinking water. Egrets sit on top of cows and get bugs off the backs of large mammals, etc. So migratory birds, of course, is the most obvious vector. But when you have factory farming, you have chickens, and hundreds of thousands of chickens this past year, I think hundreds of millions of chickens, if you look it up, have been euthanized in the past year because they did get H5N1. And so the chickens start sneezing and get sick. It's extremely communicable. So it spreads throughout the chicken farms very quickly. So the USDA, NIH, everyone involved in biosecurity is extremely concerned about this new event, which has happened in the past few weeks. And that report I showed you just showed up yesterday in Nature as well. So if it mutates, it's a whole new pandemic threat, and it's much more severe. The estimates from humans getting bird flu, H5N1, is up to 70% mortality. 70%, not 0.1% or 0.01% of COVID. Is 70%. Now, some people say 40%. Okay, we reduced it by 30%. We do have vaccines already in the pipeline that are anticipating this, so that's the good news. The flu virus, virome, as it's called, has been very well characterized. But the mutation rate is what's of concern. And since there's so many different localities that are spontaneously infecting cows, this virus is on the move. And that is the concern that we all have. And so by boosting community immunity, we can then have more immune cells to produce antibodies that make the vaccines more effective. And the idea is you can help avoid vaccine evasion by having your endogenous immune system at its peak performance.
Now, how does this stuff work without vaccines?
We have early evidence on how it works without vaccines, and I want to be very respectful, but I also have to be very professional. I'm not at liberty to discuss those results for a number of reasons, one of which the data, as I mentioned, is a little clouded because the people that we were bringing in to the first study, we didn't have them as well characterized. But clearly, agarikon and turkey-tail, with the evidence that was presented, again, September 23rd, 2023, at the Georgetown University School of Medicine. These two charts I can present to you because they were publicly presented. We do have a paper in process that's being submitted to a journal and has to go through the acid test, to peer review, etc. But there's a team of us, and we're very excited about this research results because it's not going to, I'm hoping it's not going to be the vaccine of the month scene where you just are constantly getting new vaccines for every variant. If you can have your endogenous immune system, on the ready, then it can then have an innate response to these viral infections that will ameliorate their spread. And that's the whole idea, is to keep the viral loads down as low as possible.
And so what is the mechanism that these two together help strengthen the immune system?
Well, that's a really good question. We know that with turkey-tail, we did a breast cancer clinical study, phase 1, that was also published with breast cancer patients. We see augmentation of many immune cells, including cytotoxic T cells, macrophages, and natural killer cells. Statistically significant. It also was a phase 1 study. And for people to know, phase 1 studies are pretty small. They tend to be safety studies. There are usually a few dozen people, sometimes as few as 6. Our study had 90 people, the COVID study. The breast cancer clinical study, I think, had about 28 people. But also compared to the placebo, the mycelium growing in rice, this is so important. It's not the fruit bodies. It's the mycelium that has this effect of being able to upregulate immunity and downregulate inflammation. So with the breast cancer clinical study, it was shown to be safe. It was shown to augment several of the immune cell responses. Well, there's three ways of answering that. There's the amplitude of the immune cells, which is, I think, as I remember, six times baseline. There is different immune cells in terms of their activity and how they increase. But the significance value, which is the p-value as people know it, was, I think, less than 0.001. It showed highly significant effects, which are outside of the realm of chance. And so we were able to show immune regulation. The breast cancer clinical study did not measure anti-inflammatory cytokines. And so, again, we have this incredibly complex immune system that's developed over hundreds of millions of years. And it's not this magical bullet approach that many people in integrative medicine are focused on. It's the entourage effect. And so when you create an entourage of enabling stimuli that has the immune system react, a lot of us believe there's crosstalk between the receptors. a receptor saying, okay, this is helpful, it awakens other receptors, and then you get this quorum response of the immune system at a higher state of readiness without being detrimental to the body that's created the immune system. So the cytokine storm and overreaction of inflammatory responses is a huge concern with any immunostimulant. So that's why in JAMA, it was written up, the concern about the cytokine storm. I co-authored an article with the University of Arizona School of Medicine physicians, also warning people, be very careful about immunostimulation, even with the medicinal mushrooms. But we had this evidence already that the mushroom mycelium throttled back the inflammatory consequences by upregulating interleukin 1RA and interleukin 10. And mushroomreferences.com, you can see all these references right on the very front of the website.
So all this stuff has been used forever, right?
It's been used for thousands of years.
And what do we know about what they used it for, or how they found out that it worked, or anything like that?
That's a really great question. Actually, it was used as an anti-inflammatory, as a poultice, to reduce muscle aches.
And would they just use the fruiting bodies?
The fruiting bodies would be powdered.
But the fruiting bodies are not.
The fruiting bodies may have anti-inflammatory action, but we found the mycelium, it increases the host defense. It supports immunity, your innate immunity. So this is why it's been used for thousands of years as a poultice, and ointments, etc. And so it has a long, back in the day before we could allocate the different aspects of what's happening medically in the human body, there's sort of like this very broad umbrellas that were describing, getting into homeostasis. This is typical.
Take this with food or without food.
Either way, it doesn't matter. I take them in days.
I'm sitting here telling me all these things. I'm getting scared.
Don't be scared. I mean, this is not a time for widespread panic, but it is time for it to be. Well, I mean, the analogy I make, we all buy car insurance, right? And the unlikelihood that we're going to get in a car accident today or tomorrow. So why not preemptively invest in your own immunological health by being prepared, so should you get exposed, you don't become a super spreader.
Right.
And so this is where I think we have a potential breakthrough in integrative medicine. And I want to give a shout out to my colleagues at the University of California, San Diego, Krebs Institute. They're the ones that came up with this idea of vaccine extension, because so many people are concerned about how many vaccines do I take and what happens when you take so many vaccines. So the idea of having your innate immune system at a state of readiness so vaccines work better and you have to use them less. I mean, that's the holy grail of vaccinology.
And what is this? But that's back to my original question. What does it do for people that don't want to take vaccines? What can it help their immune system fight off things?
We know, and I have to be very careful how I say this, but we know that these mycelium-based products of agarikon and turkey tail support the immune system. This is clear. Now, the immune system has many challenges, from bacterial infections, viral infections, cancer, cells getting old and dying, not having apoptosis. Apoptosis is important for you to get rid of your disease and aging and dead cells. So it's a very, very broad landscape. So I'm not trying to be, I'm not dancing around the definitions, but I am very much restricted on what I'm able to say.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
I can say that these agarikon and turkey tail supports the immune system. We have very good evidence for that. And I can say that in combination, based on the earlier evidence, and we need more studies, but this is a placebo double-blind controlled study, we can show that we reduce the adverse effects of the mRNA vaccines with this population that we studied of 90 people. Those who did not take agarikon and turkey tail had adverse consequences significantly less than those people who took agarikon and turkey tail did not have adverse. So it helps people not avoid vaccines because of their vaccine hesitancy.
Mm-hmm.
I have a dear friend, and their family's very conservative Christians, and they just refuse to get vaccinations. they isolated themselves. And at first, I was on the other side of the fence. I mean, wait a second, why aren't you getting vaccines? I've come to understand why they didn't want vaccines. I totally respect their opinion and what they did. But they're very interested, and many people are, in not needing a vaccine. How can I have built innate immunity? When it comes to the pandemic storms, the viral pandemics that we face, we are in unprecedented times. What happens when we get multiple viral variants, not only from flu viruses, but from other viruses, because of loss of biodiversity, because of factory farming, it spreads so rapidly. We are at the convergence of possibly multiple virus and viral pandemics converging at the same time. That is not improbable at all. So it's really, we need to get our act together, and everyone needs to work together. And what we think that we have, and many other physicians who are knowledgeable about the subject, who have studied this very carefully, who've looked at the data, are excited about it, because it can help innate immunity. So whether you get a vaccine or don't get a vaccine, your immune system is supported at a higher level of awareness.
So when you started doing this, you said there's 107 strains you guys have identified and isolated. What are the differences in those strains? Are some more potent than others, or some have different effects?
Excellent question. With the BioShield program, I think I submitted 6 strains of Agaricon. Only 3 showed any activity in the BioShield program.
So 3 showed nothing.
3 showed nothing. 2 of them were active against flu viruses, and one of them was active against pox viruses. Now, that's weird, because pox viruses are DNA viruses, flu viruses are RNA viruses, and so you think the modality would be different. But it just speaks to the fact how little we know. I met a Nobel laureate in San Diego who got the Nobel Prize in immunology. And I'm not going to mention his name, but he gave a great quote. He goes, "I can't believe I got the Nobel Prize because I know shit about the immune system." And here's the Nobel laureate. He just said, it's so incredibly complex. Every time we think we understand it, that we're challenged with new ideas are contrary to our assumptions. So it's really important to keep an open mind. The beauty of Agaricon and turkey tail is a multi-thousand-year history of use. Traditional Chinese medicine has been advocating this for literally 2,000 years. Long history in Europe, long history in North America with indigenous First Nations. So this is, I think, so let me really put this into context. Alexander Fleming, most people know the story, 1929, he got a mold in his petri dish that was growing staph bacteria. And there was a zone of inhibition, and the bacteria stopped growing. So he looked at that margin of no growth, and he thought, well, that mold is excreting something. It turned out to be penicillin. So he published that, and there's a massive number of researchers all over the world, especially in London and Europe, started isolating molds to see if they could find a highly potent strain that produced penicillin. So, but they couldn't industrialize it. And in the Netherlands, the Imperial College, they did a lot of work, but they couldn't scale up the production of penicillin during World War II until a lab researcher by the name of Mary Hunt, working in Peoria, Illinois, at a USDA laboratory, went to a farmer's market and found a moldy cantaloupe. The moldy cantaloupe was covered with a golden mold. And so Alexander Fleming discovered Penicillium notatum. She discovered that Penicillium chrysogenum. Chrysogenum means gold color. And then she isolated that mold, and it turned out to produce 6 times more penicillin, at least, of any other strain here discovered. And the advantage that we had in the United States is we had corn steep liquor. We grow corn. And you take corn cobs, you boil them in water, you can make corn steep liquor, and that turned out to be a perfect medium for the massive production of penicillin. Wow. The Germans, they had a factory that was making penicillin, it got bombed, so they were kicked out of the race. The Japanese developed it. Penicillin literally saved hundreds of millions of dollars because of Mary Hunt's cantaloupe.
You mean lives?
Yeah,
Hundreds of millions of lives.
Sorry, I misspoke.
No worries.
Hundreds of millions of lives because of her mortar cantaloupe.
That's wild.
And just, I think, a Garocon with 107 strains, when we start sequencing, and we see the whole genome sequencing on 95 strains so far, whole genomic sequencing, so with the entire genomic fingerprint. And to go back to your question, we have found 4 or so different clades. These are little subgenera, subgenomic associations, lineages, you might call them. And in those lineages, we are just beginning to see early signal of what lineages have greater potency as an anti-inflammatory and also for supporting the immune system. So this is my biggest contribution to science, I hope, historically, will be because of this library. And I've literally spent millions of dollars, I'm not exaggerating, millions of dollars on a Garocon to amass 107 strains. And then we're accumulating more. We have published this in the Commons, in the large genomic library databases, so other people can see this.
And so you said there's 4 strains that you identified that were particularly.
Yeah, that was the BioShield program. And so
out of the 107, how many of them were viable?
Well, we didn't have 107 back then. I only had 6 or 7 strains back then at the BioShield program in 2004. So in 2024, now we have 107. We only had one choice for the COVID-19 clinical study. So I chose the strain of a Garocon that was the most robust that we saw in our early in vitro tests for the BioShield program.
And now these 107 strains you have currently,
yes.
How many of them have you tested?
Well, in terms of how many have we tested for immune support?
Yeah, for everything.
Clinically, only one.
Only one.
In vitro, I think 7 or 8. Some of them are not active. We are currently involved with another university who is now testing multiple strains in vitro, and we have new signal now. And I want to show you how big these Agarocons get. So, Jimmy, you can.
Before we go any further, when you identify ones that are active, do you bookmark them and see if you can try them for other things that could be beneficial to the human body? Or do you just only look at the immune system and do you always assume that they only have one mechanism?
The answer to that question, I'm a very small company. I have 150 employees. I own the whole company. I have 8 or 9 full-time researchers. There are so many applications potentially of this. We have to be very narrowly focused on that which we can achieve. If I was that's a resource issue. If I was a part of NIH, and I've made NIH applications, 1 out of 8, has made it through. But it's very, very difficult for an independent researcher like me to advance the science without collaboration with larger entities. So mostly
it seems like if we're finding these benefits in these mushrooms, it seems like it's to everyone's benefit. If there was some large-scale funding of some research on this, because if you bookmark these ones that don't have efficacy towards a specific goal that you have, is it possible that we would be missing out on some of the other additional benefits of these mushrooms that we're not aware of in these different strains?
As an immunologist, our team said, because inflammation is just the root cause of so many illnesses, the fact that you can upregulate immunity and downregulate inflammation has implications across the medical field.
Right, but they don't all show this ability, correct?
That's correct.
And the ones that don't show this ability, what I'm saying is it possible that they have other effects, beneficial effects, that we're not measuring because we're only looking for this?
Absolutely, they have antifungal effects. The weird thing about a Garocon, from my experience, it's the only mushroom that grows on an overgrowth tree. All these other trees I find 4, 5, 6, maybe 10 different species. But when I find a Garocon, this is an example. This is my good friend Scott Baker, who climbed 100 feet up to this Garocon. We got a tiny piece of tissue the size of your fingernail from the bottom of that, and we got that in culture. 4 or 5 years later, a storm came through, broke off that tree. That Garocon now is not there. So we saved it. We've saved it from fires in Yurikon. We've saved it from logging. I've actually had some logger buddies of mine who know about this. This is the biggest one you've ever seen. This one is over 100 pounds, over 100 years of age. And it is.
It looks like cement.
It is. Those are annual growth rings.
Wow.
Basically, they're annual growth rings. I have to say this is not my kind of guy. He's known as Yosemite Sam, and I do have permission to show this. So
Looks like Yosemite.
yeah. But this guy, I mean, that is a massive agaricon, the biggest one I've ever seen. So think about it. They grow in the old growth forest, subject to vast weather changes, wind and rain and snow, and they live for 100 years and they don't rot. What is about this fungus that allows it not to rot? So it seems to have a host defensive protection innately. And since we're more closely related to fungi than any other kingdom, and the antibacterial antibiotics that we've gotten, mostly have come from fungi, but with very few antifungal antibiotics. And so resources also showing that these agaricon and other polypore mushrooms are active against pathogenic fungi. So it's an interesting nexus point that agaricon is in the center of antiviral, antibacterial, and antifungal, and yet has such a long history of use and safety. So we're really at the threshold. This is where science can get ahead of itself and be so reductionist, but we are whole systems of enormous complexity, and science tries to decomplexify and disambiguate things, so it's very narrowly focused, so they have a stimulus response they can measure. It's not the way the human immune system works. It's an entourage effect, the synergy, and keeping that in balance is the key. Now, there's between 2 and 20 million species of fungi. About 10%, about 140,000 species to 200,000 species or so are mushroom-forming fungi. We've only identified 14,000. There's another really curious phenomenon. About 1% of mushrooms are poisonous. About 1% of them are edible in choice. About 1% of them are psychoactive, or psilocybin present. The other 97%, they're just don't taste good, they're not poisonous, they're not of interest.
But what do you think is going on with the Amanita muscaria? Because the Amanita muscaria is one where there's this historic use, there's all this mythology that's connected to Santa Claus and shamans and elves and all these different things, but most of the people that I know that have tried it have not been able to experience extreme psychoactive effects.
I have consumed Amanita muscaria and Amanita pantherina on multiple occasions. And my Amanita muscaria with higher doses, it's a somniferous. It can put you to sleep. I get dull yellows and browns. It's not a euphoric experience.
Dog yellows and browns? What do you mean?
Dark. The colors are not bright. It's not like you're flying saucer in the background here. Everything is very, very diminished in terms of the colorama. It tends to be muted colors, reds and browns, but not blues and fractals.
So you're talking about what you see that is a hallucination, or are you talking about actual colors that you see look differently?
The actual colors I look at are different.
So it changes the visual spectrum?
It changes the visual spectrum. Now, Amanita pantherina, Amanita muscaria has mucilol, muscarine, and ibutinic acid. Actually, have very little muscarine, but the muscarinic symptoms cause you to salivate, and you end up, salivating and tearing and lactating, etc. So it's so these shamans in Siberia, by consuming emptied a muscaria, they would remove the muscarinic symptoms, and then the urine, because they biofilm it through the body, would be high in ebutinic acid and mucin. And these are the in a sense, purifies it. So, I mean, this is a legend that's mixed up in fiction and fact and fables. I will say, in the field of mycology, from my experience now, over 47 years studying this subject, many of the folklore has been validated only lately by science. So before people are super skeptic and think this has no relationship, well, with the Santa Claus myth, okay, the Amnion Muscaria goes in these, trees, the fir trees, because fir trees are Christmas trees. There's the berserkers, and legend is that the berserkers are surrounded, 10 to 1 by a very powerful army. These Norwegian Scandinavians were going to be slaughtered the next day. They made a giant pot of Amnion Muscaria, a brew. They drank it, and then at dawn, high as a kite, on Amnion Muscaria, they took off all their clothes, and they just became these mechanistic warriors that attacked the other side, freaked them out, and they won the battle. So that was how the word berserk came about, from the berserkers. They went berserk. And so that's the origin of that.
And it is Amnion Muscaria that we're seeing?
Amnion Muscaria, but Amnion pantherina does not have muscarine in it. So I ate Amnion Muscaria several times. I was with my friend, and I looked at him, and he was foaming with bubbles all over his mouth. I said, dude, you look like you have rabies. He goes, you should see what you look like. And so, and it puts you to sleep. The biggest concern about Amnion Muscaria is hypothermia by most of us experts, because you can actually fall asleep in the snow and then you can get hypothermia and die. Few people, if any, have ever died. There's one potential report. It has killed dogs. But there's a repetitive motion syndrome. It's very, very strange. And I ate the pantherina as well. And I don't think I told you the story about my pantherina experience. I don't want to be redundant here, but I had a heroic experience on the pantherina. And that one was very, I had repetitive motion syndrome. And I was living up in the mountains. I had freeze-dried Amnion pantherina. I knew it didn't have muscarine. I'd eaten muscaria. I foamed a lot. It wasn't that much fun. So I knew pantherina was 4 to 5 times more potent. So I took the freeze-dried specimens from the herbarium from the college I was working at. I was living underneath a volcano up in Darrington, Washington. And I was with my friend Dave, and he had a smaller body weight. So we made an omelet. Let's try pantherina on it. And he trusted me. Note to self, note to others. And so we ate the pantherina, an omelet, and I cut the omelet bigger for me because I'm bigger body weight than him. And we ate the mushrooms like at 10 o'clock in the morning, in an omelet. They're delicious. And just across the river was a Squire Creek campground. And it's where the tourists come up, Winnebagos and, campers and their families and stuff. And we're long-haired hippies. And I said, just on the other side there, there's a hill that you get up on the hillside. It's an incredible view of the valley, the snow-capped volcano, just a great vista. Let's go there. So we, for some reason, they're so close, but we drove my car like 1,000 feet to this campground, over the bridge, over the river. We parked, just on the outside of the campground, like all the campers are. And so we walked past, all these tourists and their families, and we went up on the hill, and then we're sitting up on the hill, and we're waiting for the mushrooms to come on, like an hour, nothing, no experience, what's going on? And this is very typical, by the way. This is characteristic. Amnion Muscaria can take a long time for the onset of first symptoms. And then we're up on the hill, and I'm looking out on the horizon, beautiful view, and suddenly, what was that? This wave came through our visual field, like this invisible wave. And I said, did you feel that? And like, yeah, I felt that too. I'm like, whoa, we're feeling the same thing. And so our visual field started getting distorted, and they start coming on so fast. We're going, holy shit. we got to get out of here. You know, this is coming on too fast. Let's go back home and because it's more intense. So we walked back through, and I have a Rolleiflex camera, a 35 millimeter. I've been a photographer all my life. And we're walking through the backside of the campground, and there's all these kids and families and Winnebagos and camper vans. And then I remember this one Winnebago. This is like the longest Winnebago in the universe. Every time I was walking, it was a Winnebago of no end. I couldn't get past this one Winnebago. I kept on walking. My friend, and then finally we got past this Winnebago. It seemed like it took forever. And there's my car. And for some friggin' reason, I locked the door. And I have my keys. And I looked at the key hole of the door. And I looked at my keys. And missed that one. Did it again. Missed that one. Just me and my friend goes, everything okay, Paul? He goes, everything's fine. Just give me some time. And then, you know, after I don't know how many times, magically, just by the fact that I tried so many times, I think it just slipped into the lock and unlocked the door. I said, okay, so I sit in the car, and now I have to put it in the ignition. And I'm going, boom, oh no, boom. My friend goes, maybe you shouldn't drive. Yeah. Good advice. Maybe I shouldn't drive. So there's no way I couldn't. It was getting more and more intense. It was not responsible to drive. You know, so absolutely the right decision not to drive. So then I got out of the car, and the camera was on my lap. And then I got out of my car, and you know, meanwhile, a group of people started gathering. Because we were there for a long time, trying to get into the car and so these people got kind of curious. And Dave goes, you know, some people over there are kind of gathering, looking at us. And I didn't want to look at them. And so they get out of the car, and my camera falls, and it hits the ground. I go, oh shit! I just dropped my Rolleiflex camera. And I picked up the camera, and I go, wow! I just dropped my Rolleiflex camera. I drop it again.
Oh no.
And I pick it up. I go, did I just drop my camera? Dropped it again. Repetitive motion syndrome. I picked up that camera and dropped it dozens and dozens of times.
Oh my God.
Meanwhile, the cluster of people got larger. Parents were holding their children close to them. It's like, we don't know what's going on here, but it's getting weird over there. So pretty soon I had a very large group of these campers that were all watching us. They came in the distance. And I had this repetitive motion syndrome of dropping and dropping and dropping. And so finally, you know, we had the staccato pace. The timeline of the day got broken up. So I had morning when we ate, then I had evening, then I had early afternoon, and then I had early morning, then I had late afternoon, then I had evening. The whole thread of time was disintegrated, like and scrambled. And so then we walked, and I lost it. You know, Dave, I figured, Dave, you're on your own, buddy. I got enough to work to deal with here. And so we walked over this bridge, and we got to my place, and I got to my house, and I had a combination lock on the door.
Oh my God.
Last thing I need is another. So I spun that combination lock, and I couldn't get it open. And then I went into convulsions, and they felt good. So I'm convulsing on the ground, and spiking like this. And every time I convulsed, right afterwards, it actually felt good. And so, like, you know, I'm convulsing. It seems to be helping me. So I convulsed and, you know, thrashed it on the ground. Don't know where it happened today. And so I go back to the lock, and I spun it, and just magically the lock opened up. And then I fell into bed. And then I had this amazing rush of Einsteinian thoughts. The thoughts were just so profound. I go, oh my gosh, if I can write these down, these are just like so important, you know, conclusions of great mysteries of the universe. I have this at my hand. And just before I came to the object of the sentence, I would have a prepositional or adverbial phrase. And then I get a tangent.
Oh, no.
And I saw death then as being perpetual tangents that never gave you the satisfaction of having completed thought. So I went down this rabbit hole of constantly forks in my thinking. And then I blacked out. And then at the end of the day, the sunlight came through. A 12-hour experience is a long experience, and so there's no summertime. And at the very end of the day, the sunlight came through and flickered on my eyelids, and I woke up, and my friend was convinced I was trying to kill him because I was a mushroom expert. So I had no idea this was going to be this intense. So,
where was he during this time?
He ended up in the cabin and safe, but he was like a statue. He was just there, sitting when I got up, just looking straight forward. And we spoke a few words the next day and for the next few days, and then Dave went on his life journey. I think he's convinced to this day that I knew what would happen, but this speaks to the berserkers, the idea of repetitive motion syndrome. Andy Weil, who you've had on this show, he was at Cougar Hot Springs, and he was going to the trail to Cougar Hot Springs, and somebody ran on the trail and said, "We need a doctor, we need a doctor. This person out there is trying to kill himself." And Andy's a doctor, so he goes up there, and there's this big hippie guy, and he's on this log on the bridge, swinging his legs wildly, covered with blood. And before Andy's eyes, this guy throws himself off the bridge, right onto the rocks in the creek down below, 10 feet or more below, smashes himself and gets stunned and looks around and walks back up and gets on the bridge again and throws himself off the bridge. So this is why if someone kills somebody on Indian Mascaria or Pantherina, I would testify as an expert witness they're out of control. They have no control of their repetitive motion syndrome. If you watched Tales from the Crypt or witnessed something violent, because when you remember, you reenact. There's no control of your memory and your action. Pharmacologically, that must be really interesting. Neuroscientists have been studying this for a long time. We can't quite figure it out. But I think this underscores the point that mushrooms are chemical wizards. They have enormous potential for exotic molecules that interface with human health. And there's a huge mycopharmacopoeia inside of mushrooms that have not been fully explored. I think it's true with the Agarikon. I think it's true with the psilocybin mushrooms. Certainly true with Amanita muscaria, etc. So, ironically, Amanita muscaria is legal. There's no restrictions. You can possess 100 pounds of it, but you can't possess a tenth of a gram of psilocybin mushrooms without breaking federal law, Schedule 1. So how can a mushroom that makes you happier, less violent, resolve your PTSD, your depression, etc., how could that mushroom remain illegal and yet Amanita muscaria and Pantherina are legal? So it's just a juxtaposition. But for the record, no species should be illegal. It's the hubris of humans to think that we can dictate that a species is illegal. That is fundamentally
agreed. My question was about the Amanita muscaria, because you're talking about Agarikon and how many different strains there are and how different strains are effective at different things. One of the things that McKenna believed was that because he had never really had a positive experience with Amanita muscaria, but there was so much attached to it, he thinks that it was probably variable genetically, variable seasonally, variable. So much like Agarikon, there's probably many different strains of Amanita. So these ones that they were attributing to, like the Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, John Marco Allegro's book on Amanita muscaria and the Bible. Do you think that it's possible that at one point in time there was psychoactive strains of Amanita muscaria that vary from the ones that people have that have these different sort of more mundane effects?
Absolutely. We call them phenotypes. You can call them strains or phenotypes. Right. It's a variety within a species. But pharmacologically, we already see that with the psilocybin mushrooms. Some of them are really high in psilocybin, very low in psilocin. High in baeocystin, more psilocin, lower. So we see this not only cross-species wise, but inside of a species with the phenotypes. Some phenotypes of psilocybin cubensis are extremely potent, and other ones are not. So strains do matter, and this is where with the Agarikon, I think strains do matter. The fact that we find one strain of Agarikon that supports immunity and looks like it helps extend the efficacy of vaccines is a home run. are the other strains capable of doing?
Right, that's what I was getting at. It's like, God, we seem so underfunded with something that has so much potential.
I'm funding it, you know.
Well, I'm glad you are.
So I spend enormous amounts of my financial resources on research. That's why I created my company. You know, I started my company packing boxes by myself. You know, I'm not ashamed to admit that I laid in bed crying many, many nights. I was bouncing checks. My suppliers were shutting me down. No one was there to help me. I was by myself. I packed 30,000 boxes before I had a single employee. I got accepted to 5 graduate schools, and I couldn't afford to go because I didn't have a scholarship. I had a young family. My daughter, I was very adept at catching my daughter from her backpack as I leaned over to pack a box. The cellophane tape will not stick at 35 degrees, I can tell you that. And I don't want to flood the airways, but if you call 360-426-8255, you'll get the public utility district. And why I know that number ingrained? My lawyer said if you call the utility company and tell them you're sending a check, they legally cannot shut off your power. So I thought, okay, for 10 years, at 8:01 in the morning, on the date of disconnection, I would call the public utility district to say I'm sending in a check.
Oh, boy.
And after a while, I heard this noise, and then many years later, I met some of the people who goes, you know, you're a legend. I go, what do you mean? He says, we all gather around the phone at 8:01 on disconnection day, betting that Stamets would not call. And everybody who bet that I would not call lost their bets. And at the end, everyone would just cheer. It's Paul. And I think we're having a party in the background. No, it's Paul calling at 8:01.
That's hilarious.
I maximized my cash flow.
Wow.
And thankfully, I had a local bank. And the local bank, one of the board members said, how much money do you pay in overdraft fees? And it's an extraordinary number, $5,000. And he goes, you know, he's one of your best customers, man. They should keep him. So I built this business, blood, sweat, and tears. Now I have 150 employees. I own the whole company. I'm very grateful to them. We call us Starship FP. That's like your comedy clubs, the mothership, right? So our company is known as Starship Fungi Perfecti. And people want to track us down by fungi.com, fungi.com. I registered that myself for $28.
Nice. When did you get that? What year?
1992.
Oh, yeah.
Network solution.
You had to be super early to get that.
Yeah, it's funny. People will write it down. I go, it's a kingdom. You don't write it down. It's fungi.com. So
that's amazing that you got that domain.
But
I use your stuff. I've had your stuff at my house for a long time. I think it's great, and I'm so happy that you're out there. I really am. I'm happy that, I mean, there's not a lot of Paul Stamets in the world. And
there are a lot of unsung heroes. I have
I'm sure you're so happy. But my point is that it's like we really need research on this stuff.
We need a lot of research, and the research is becoming increasingly credible. It's the University of Arizona Medical School, Andy Weil's Center Program for Integrative Medicine, University of California, San Diego, UCLA, Harvard, actually, and other institutions. They're very excited now because this has been sort of like weird science, you know?
Yeah, that's what I was going to get at. I was going to say there's this real reluctance to believe that people in the past had answers that we don't have today. This is this almost religious belief in modern science. And also this belief that the transition of knowledge has been fully complete from ancient people to today, and there's nothing to slip through the net. That doesn't seem to be the case. And also, for sure, they didn't have the ability to document things at least and preserve those documents to today, like we can today with in regards to research, in regards to what you could find out in the modern laboratories, and just what you're able to do to find out which of these mycelium strains are effective, which of them are not, at least for the particular thing you're looking for. Like all this, you've got to assume at one point in time, people had some sort of knowledge about this stuff that we just have lost.
We had to. We were so dependent upon the environment.
Yeah.
We know what plants are edible from the experiences of our ancestors who ate them before us.
And it doesn't discredit modern medicine to say that these people had this extraordinary understanding of what was beneficial.
Absolutely. And this is where the hubris of science, we should be very careful.
Right.
Because the importance of biodiversity cannot be overstated.
Hubris anywhere. Hubris anywhere. Every single place it shows its head, it fucks it up. In everything, even in martial arts, guys that think that they can't lose go in and get fucked up. It happens all the time. Hubris is terrible. It's just it's the human ego trying to keep itself from being like just to recognize its true place, which is just part of an infinite sea of things that are happening simultaneously, and you're not really that important. You are important, but everything's important. And you're not more important than anything. It's all together.
Totally agree, and it seems to be unfortunately lopsided in favor of the Y chromosome. So hubris and the Y chromosome.
Oh yeah, 100%. We're the fault of it all. But that's true. That's 100% true. But that's also why we invent everything. It's just like we're a bizarre subset of the humans that causes so much chaos and so much good at the same time.
Well, I have great hope for the future.
I do too.
I think
sometimes, some days I do. Today is a good day. Today, maybe because you're here. They have good.
I mean, thank goodness that we live in these times that we do, with all the problems that we face. Look at the medical advances that we've made. I'm getting hip surgery in 2 weeks.
We were just talking about that. You know, you also are a martial artist, and all the years of throwing kicks, you've worn one of your hips out. Yeah. I have quite a few friends who've had that done. My friend John Lane Parr is still active. He's got a fight coming up soon. He had a hip replacement. He fought after the hip replacement at least once. I think he fought twice.
Yeah, my surgeon said, besides cataract surgery, this is the best medical innovation that has the greatest difference in patients before and after surgery than hip surgery.
Yeah, well, I told you about Graham Hancock. Yeah, he had his done, and then 6 weeks later, he was walking around here. My mom just had her knee done, and she's fine. It's great. I was so nervous about it. I just didn't want her to do it. I wanted her to get stem cells. I wanted her to try to treat it, and just.
Well, the biggest concern we have is MRSA. You know,
that's terrifying. That's terrifying. Yeah, but I know quite a few people have gotten that as well.
Yeah. So
jiu-jitsu is a breeding ground for that shit. You get scratches and scrapes, and then you get infected. It happens all the time. Just staph specifically, but MRSA exists too. I know quite a few people.
Back in the day, we always would be wiping the mouths of blood.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now you can't have blood, in the dojo or the dojo.
Yeah.
It's considered to be a health hazard, so it's so much more restricted now. Perhaps not in mixed martial arts that you're involved.
Well, the thing about the grappling is just the scrapes. You're constantly getting scraped up. You can kickbox and spats and rash guards, and you're probably going to mitigate a lot of the scratches and scrapes. With gloves on, foot gear, all that jazz. But if you're grappling, you're constantly grinding things on those mats, and you're getting scratches from fingernails, and you're getting accidental, collisions that cause little cuts and abrasions, and they get infected. And people that don't, like my friend Ari, he had no idea he had staph. I gave him a year of jiu-jitsu for Christmas, and he and I were at the pool hall. And this still scares me to this day because I think he came close to dying. He was walking around with a limp, and I go, what's wrong with your leg? And he goes, I got bit by a spider bite. I go, let me see it. He pulls his knee up. He's got a massive staph infection on his knee. I go, dude, that's staph. I go, we got to go to the hospital right now. He goes, are you serious? I go, right now. And I broke my cue down. I go, we got to go right now. You have to go to the hospital, man. You have a bad staph infection. And he was fucked up for a while from it. He got through it. The antibiotics worked. Thankfully, it wasn't MRSA. It wasn't medication-resistant staph infections. I mean, it was just horrific.
Well, this speaks to, again, innate immunity.
Yeah.
If you're in nature's a numbers game. You have different coefficient variables on one side of the equation. The other side of the equation is health or disease.
Mm-hmm.
And so how can you stack that to your favor?
Right. You have to be robust. You have to eat well. You have to take vitamins. You have to get exercise. And, it seems like mushrooms can help you quite a bit. I'm a big fan of lion's mane. I take lion's mane every day. Yeah. That's one of the big ones I take. But I wanted to ask you this: are there better ones to take? Is a tincture better than capsules? Is capsules better than tincture?
No, those are good questions. The extracts allow you to activate directly to the mucosa, so it gets in your bloodstream. But for instance, turkey tail, lion's mane, and agarikon are very good as prebiotics for the microflora in your stomach. Double-blind placebo-controlled study, again, go to mushroomreferences.com. with amoxicillin patients, where their microbiome in their guts destroyed because of this potent antibacterial antibiotic. And so they found when they gave turkey tail mushroom mycelium, again, double-blind, placebo-controlled, and they looked at the microbiome, those who took turkey tail mycelium, recovering with amoxicillin, end up upregulating beneficial bacteria and downregulating staph and Clostridium, etc. Lactobacillus acidophilus and Bifidobacterium were upregulated. These are beneficial bacteria. So there's an example that also, if you orally ingest, then you can set up the microbiome to a higher state of readiness to help homeostasis, health. And then you absorb the components directly in. So, and again, it depends on what your target is. If it was general immunity support, then the oral ingestion. If you're concerned about the port of entry, like a pathogen through the mucosa, then obviously, oral introduction, insofar as it supports immunity, can stave off the entry point of those pathogens.
So would you recommend both a tincture and capsules? So the tincture would stave it off at the source?
I cannot respond to anyone using the question recommend.
Okay.
I can say what I personally do is a combination of both.
Okay.
Again, nature's a numbers game.
I'll just ask you that from now on. What do you do? So I don't want to get you trapped in these conundrums.
Yeah, it's
so you take both tincture form and capsule form.
Yeah, I take a throat spray, which has a Garicon and turkey tail in it. I love it. That's what I use all the time when I go to concerts and in crowds, etc. In the morning, I'm taking lion's mane, turkey tail, and a Garicon. I'm 68. You
look great.
To talk about hubris, my partner's a medical doctor, and every time that I feel like I'm 30, I don't feel my age at all. The next day, I fall off a ladder, 12 feet. Again, hubris, bam. So I have to be careful what I say now.
Hubris is real.
It is, and I think nature has a sense of humor to whack you up on the side of the head to teach you.
The universe has a sense of humor. Yeah. There's certain aspects to it that almost seem like it's playing like very subtle jokes.
We're at the beginning of just understanding the importance of the biodiversity of the ecosystems that's given us birth.
Right.
This is really it's a continuum. But I'm really excited about the innovations of what's happening with psilocybin, and psilocybin lion's mane in particular is something I'm very excited about. Neurogenesis, neurogeneration, neuroplasticity, neuroregeneration, 4 different things, but they all segue into this concept of the neurological systems being improved using components within mushrooms. And that's something that I think has a lot of potential for us, especially as we age.
It really is interesting how, as we get old and as the science and all these things advances, we realize how shallow it really was just a few decades ago, and how little we knew about the effects of these things. And it just varies, including vitamins and minerals and all the different supplements that people take that have shown to be beneficial. It's like, this is a very recent thing in terms of human history, of our current understanding, like our scientific understanding of the mechanism of vitamins.
Yep. I'm keen on it. It's the absence of vitamins that you see the deleterious effects. So it's like, research by absence, vitamin C, etc. But I'm very keen on stacking, the microdosing. That's something that we've had a lot of activity in. I'd like to give you a huge thank you, and this is very sincere to you and to the JRE audience. And Jimmy, can we put up the Nature article on microdosing?
No worries.
And basically, when I was here last, we were talking about microdosing, and I came up with a stack of lion's mane and a microdose of psilocybin below the threshold of feeling it, and niacin, nicotinic acid, which is a flushing form. And we did a call out for people to join and download the app at microdose.me. It's for iPhones and Androids, so they can measure before and after effects of microdosing. And what we found, and we published this, this is the first article that we published, and this was in 2019, I believe. 2021. This is under motivations. If we go to the next article, well, we can stop here for a second.
Let's just look at the title here. Adults who microdose psychedelics report health-related motivations and lower levels of anxiety and depression compared to non-microdosers. What does that mean, health-related motivations?
Why are you microdosing? Because you don't feel creative, because you're depressed, because you have anxiety. This is the extraordinary metric, and this is something you may not realize. The majority of this came from your audience, this audience right now. But if you look at that, 4,600 non-microdosers and only 4,000 microdosers. Joe, do you have any idea? We have more citizen scientists who are non-microdosers who jumped into this app. This is why the editors at Nature liked this study, because it was called So Well Weighted. So well weighted because the non-microdosers exceeded, in this case, fairly comparable, but 4,653 non-microdosers who downloaded the microdose.me app to measure performance and how they felt. And Jamie, if we could go to the next.
So let's be clear here. They're non-microdosers, but they microdosed for the study.
Nope,
they didn't.
All they did is got these challenge tests, memory tests.
So they took the app, they downloaded the app, but they didn't do anything to consciousness.
They didn't do any microdosing at all. So, and this is why they were there. And then,
why do you think so many of them that don't microdose signed up for that?
We have no friggin' clue. You tell us.
Wow.
I think it may have been citizen scientists who wanted to get a baseline first, and then.
Do you consider people lying because they don't want you to know that they microdose?
It's anonymous, you know.
Yeah, but they're scared.
The next one, if you would.
Author correction: psilocybin microdoses demonstrate greater observed improvements in mood and mental health at 1 month relative to non-microdosing controls.
We had it. Well, let me show the next slide with the graph. If you can see it, the reason why is that there was a typo in the original article, and it's the one with the bar graph. If you can see it, and
it's a little tough to find the links. Sorry.
No worries. How long have you had this company, Host Defense?
I've started that Host Defense around about 2004. Is when I started.
I see them everywhere now. I see them in health food stores and shit.
We're the #1 mushroom-based immune product line.
Get excited for you. I see them.
Go, Paul, go. Okay, this is we'll just go. This is the app. We can go through the 4 slides here. That'll be great. So this is the app, microdose.me. I encourage everyone listening to help us, because now the app has been improved. It was a little bit laborious before. We want to go out to 3 months. We want non-microdosers and microdosers, but please, the non-microdosers, we need your input. These are challenge tests, and
so these are acuity tasks.
Acuity tasks, yes,
they're actual app itself.
There's vision, hearing, memory. There is how do you feel, etc. So
can I ask you before I forget?
Yep.
Who was the scientist that ran those studies a long time ago, where they showed that psilocybin in low doses increased edge detection, and increased your ability to see whether 2 parallel lines, one of them had gone off a parallel?
I do know of the reference. I do not remember.
Foreign scientists.
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, you have a good memory, but better than mine. I don't remember the name of the scientists, but
this is a long time.
Yeah, this is probably in the 60s, something like that. So, and then if we.
So these tasks, have they demonstrated that the people that are taking the microdose have better results in these?
Absolutely.
Are you filtering out for healthy user bias, IQs, occupations?
It takes 5 minutes to enter into the data set to create your profile. It's anonymous. You own your data. It's gone through institutional review boards at the University of British Columbia.
Right.
It's all been carefully vetted. You own your data. Nobody else gets to see what you've done or your frequency. It asks you your age, it asks you your income, your nationality, or your
occupation.
Did not ask occupation.
Education?
Education, yes. Yeah. Whether you have a college degree, high school, or whatever. So we have we have literally millions and millions of data points. The data field is so robust, and now we're trying to narrow it to confirm what we saw in the first studies. Microdosing is associated with a massive relief of depression, a relief of anxiety, an increase in mood, and now we have customized it for more, not so much subjective effects, but cognitive demonstrable skill improvement. Because, of course, when the people feel better, some people could say that's the expectancy or a placebo. It's ironic because it's like a patient coming into a doctor saying, I feel better. And they go, no, you don't. You can't feel better. It's placebo. But doctors use expectancy all the time. Every time you go to a doctor, you expect they're going to have a medicine or good medical advice. You want a kind and caring physician. Every time you go to a 5 or 4-star restaurant, you expect the food's going to be good. So you can't, we're humans, we're complex. You can't divorce one's motivation for getting a treatment away from the expectancy effect on that treatment.
Right.
So does the expectancy enhance the medicine? That's the question. If people are not depressed and are less prone to suicide, and you save them from suicide, isn't that what physicians want to do? They want to help their patients be better. So the stacking results, though, is what we found to be most surprising and most extraordinary.
Do you measure? Do you ask the people to go through the visual acuity or the different tasks sober first to get a baseline, and then see if there's improvement from microdosing, or do you just show that the group that microdoses has higher levels of proficiency?
I don't think we asked them the question if they're sober at the time they take the test.
But not even sober, because we're talking about microdosing. But did you ask them?
They use marijuana.
No, does it measure? Does it measure the difference between them before microdosing and them after microdosing?
Yes, it does.
It does. So you had a baseline. So before you ever microdose, I'd like you to take these tasks and do these puzzles and whatever. What kind of things you have? Visual.
We have cognitive tests. We have acuity tests. We have hearing.
You're using headphones. You're using just
they're tones off the phone, so you can hear things as an auditory challenge.
Is it dependent upon the volume of the phone?
You're asking really good questions because the type of phone, the type of speaker, iPhone 12 or iPhone 15,
the newer phones.
It gets much more complicated than the other tests, and so we have it's narrowed down. What we really want is people to go for 3 months. So the signal that we got in 30 days was extremely strong, but we need to be able to repeat the results to confirm, and then we want to extend the microdosing window of testing to 3 months. Now people only need to, once they get their baseline, they only need to report once every 2 weeks or once a month. So it's a much less burdensome for the people joining Microdose.me to perform the task. They can see their results compared to the average. So there's a dashboard that's present so they can see where they are relative to the average. And eventually they will have access to all their own data. But it's all anonymized, it's all protected. It's on servers in British Columbia, so it's all tightly controlled, so anonymity is assured. Jamie, are you able to find that chart? Let's go back to the next slide, if you could. Next one. It's the finger tapping test. This is the one I want us to focus on. This is why there is an auto correction. The p-value of significance here is 0.004. That means there's one chance in 250 that this is a random result. This is published in Nature, Scientific Reports, went through peer review. We didn't see any increase. The tap test is how often you can tap your two fingers together in 10 seconds. For those who have traumatic brain injury, you probably know a number of these people. Traditionally, they do a tap test. Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's, they do tap tests. Unfortunately, there's a steady decline. But the tap test has been validated, and just another article came out this past week saying that handheld devices are validated medically now for patient reports. So this is the chart that blew all of us away. Is that the green line is people taking the Stamets stack, which is psilocybe cubensis, approximately 1/10 of a dry gram, 500 milligrams of lion's mane mycelium, and 50 milligrams of flushing niacin. Those three together. Now, the non-microdosers, you can see over 30 days, no significant increase in the tap testing. Microdosers only with psilocybin, the blue line. Psilocybin only, not statistically significant. But those people who were taking the stack went from tapping 48 taps in 10 seconds to 68 taps in 1 month. Wow. Think about that. Think if you're on a computer, you're a guitar player, you're a drummer. Think about walking to the bathroom and not falling.
Yeah.
Think about this. This is not subjective. This is an affirmation of an improvement in psychomotor performance.
Wow.
Now, here, you'll ask me the question again. Yeah, athletic performance. How does this work? We don't know how it works. We just know that it does work.
Wow.
So we want to extend this out to 90 days. We want to see maybe the microdoses of psilocybin blue only. Maybe that starts to uptick. Maybe it's delayed and then it increases. Maybe this green line with the Stamets stack, maybe it ameliorates and softens, or maybe it accelerates. But I looked this up, and for you to do the tap test involves 6 regions of your brain. You look at your fingers, you ideate, you look at your fingers, you start your psychomotor cadence, you get a feedback from touching the table, and that feeds you back, and then you develop a rhythm. And so we let people tap test for several days so they get the learning curve. So we don't include them in the first several days, and then people think they practice, but then we see this result. So I think we're onto something really exciting here. With that value of P is 0.004, one chance in 250. It's very hard. I mean, you can't say it's efficacy. You can't say it's placebo. It's a performance skill that's being demonstrated. So now I chose niacin because psilocybin is a vasoconstrictor, niacin is a vasodilator. I chose the flushing form of niacin because you tingle. And I thought, wow, we have the neurogenic benefits of psilocybin. Let's get to the endpoints of the peripheral nervous system. Neuropathies often present themselves as a deadening of the fingertips and the toes. So with vasodilation, we get more blood flow to where the neuropathies are coming. And then lion's mane, well demonstrated. Again, mushroomreferences.com, you can build, many references up, showing that lion's mane mycelium contains these compounds called arenacenes that helps rebuild myelin on the axons of nerves to enable signal transmission, and also stimulates NGFs, nerve growth factors, for the proliferation and the extension of the neurites to the vertebra. So I stacked those 3 together. Again, I'm a co-author on a paper. I had no access to this data. In fact, they called me up, said, we see a signal, we don't believe it. We're taking the data set back, and they attacked it 3 different ways with separate statistical methods, and the data held true. And so we know there's an increase in psychomotor performance. So there's a lot of musicians that are very keen on taking the stock. Yeah, they're saying their banjo playing is better.
Yeah.
Think if you've been playing the guitar or teaching piano all your life, you're dependent upon this digital dexterity to be able to have your acumen and your digital dexterity as you age helps you pass down knowledge to the next generation. I mean, this is really exciting. We need to disambiguate it. We need a big data set. And I'm calling out to Joe Rogan experienced listeners, especially you non-microdosers. We need you. And then we need everyone to go at least 3 months. At least populate the baseline, check in month 1, month 2, and month 3. We need to see if this data holds up. Because I was actually surprised. I thought psilocybin microdosing by itself would have had greater liftoff on the psychomotor performance than we saw. I suspect it will have liftoff, more so when we go to month 2 or 3, but we don't know. Let the data and the science lead. But the fact that we got this signal, and again, how does it work? Why does it work? Where does it work? Folks, it works, right? You don't see the forest for the trees because you're so conflicted in trying to understand the mechanism of action.
Well, I'd like to see it applied to other tests. Have you ever seen those tests that they do where they have like an electronic wall and there's lights, and the light, when it goes off, you're supposed to tap it? Yep. And so there's a bunch of them. A lot of boxers use them. They use them to heighten their reaction time.
We have that on the app also.
Oh,
we have flowers.
Yeah,
tap, and you have to do it again.
But the thing about the one that you have to touch is you have to actually move your body.
Right.
So you're moving your arms, you're reaching down, you're going up, and they're all in front of you, and you never know which one's going to light up.
This is just the beginning. That type of model that you just described, to me, it would be much more informative than a tap test.
Have you seen you know what I'm talking about, right, Jamie? See if we can find a video of this so you can show it to them. But I always wondered, like, why are these guys doing that? Does that really help fight? Does that help fight performance? I'm not sure. I mean, I think sometimes like trainers get caught up in technology and they have you doing certain. I think your time would probably be best spent using technique, but I don't know. I mean, is there a reason why that would, like, lights going off would somehow or another make you move better?
Well,
see, look how these things work. I mean, what does that do into your mind that is so beneficial?
Well, that person is an exceptional performer. That's an exceptional.
That guy's on a dose right now. He's on the Stammet stack. But this guy's using his feet. Look at this. Interesting. Be faster. But does it actually make you faster?
I think it would. You know, I think to the point, everybody plateaus when they practice. They end up practicing to hitting 90% of the optimal of their performance, and then they hit sort of a new baseline. It's hard to get above that.
Right.
We hit that ceiling. How do you break through that ceiling?
Right.
This, I think, is an opportunity to break through that ceiling.
And it would be really fascinating to see if it could be applied to skills. Sports and athletics, martial arts, things along those lines. Like, it would be interesting to see. Archery. It'd be interesting to see if it increases people's abilities.
There are so many stories of performance enhancement on low doses of psilocybin.
Yes.
We've all heard them. It's just there's something there.
I've experienced it with pool.
The pool.
Yeah. The game becomes like 10% easier.
And see, this is why these observational studies are important to medicine. Clinical studies are based on early signals, and the clinical studies are trying to reduce the variables to see the cause and effect.
Right.
But clinical studies already started, just not out of the blue. They have to have a good theoretical basis. Observational studies by tens of thousands of people create the signals. So the data set we have is so big, we're going to try to use AI to say what else is hidden in this data. The reason why we went to the TAP test is that so many of our beneficial outcomes were depression, anxiety, mood. These are all subjective. And so when I asked a physician, what is an objective test that's not subjective? She said, we have the TAP test. So that's why this is a demonstration of something that is happening that's performance related, that's outside of subjectivity, expectancy, etc. This is performance measurement. That's solid data. And now, think about this, Joe. They're getting the psilocybin mushrooms in the underground market. We sell 50% of those Lion's Mane products are out on the market, but other people are selling Lion's Mane products. They're getting variable amounts of niacin. Those are all confounders that would reduce the significance of that data. That means that this data could be understated if you standardize everything to a standardized amount. So we don't know how to optimize it.
How far do you think we are from some sort of a legalization of psilocybin?
I think within 5 years.
Yeah.
I think it'll go from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 after the election, or Schedule 2 for sure. But psilocybin,
Why do you think after the election specifically?
Because everyone's so worried about margins. If you piss off 5% of the people, do you lose 5% of the vote?
Right.
No one knows
it makes it look like they're weak on crime or something.
Yeah, it's just something like. But see, this is the beauty of the psilocybin. What I am very encouraged by is law enforcement. I've met so many law enforcement officers. Now, let's be real about this. If you're a law enforcement officer, you have 100 arrest encounters. Are you going to be perfect with 100 of them? No. If you're a veteran and you have 100 expeditions, are you going to be perfect with 100 of them? No. Or if you're a doctor, are you going to be perfect with 100 of them? No. And you'll make a mistake. Everyone has a really bad day. Do you want that bad day to define the rest of your life? As a skeleton in your closet or a monkey on your back, where you did something that's fundamentally wrong, but you can't talk about it, and then you then act out against other people because you're in turmoil. There's so many law enforcement people that have joined churches. There's one called the Divine Assembly Church in Salt Lake City. There's another one, a church called the Church of Ambrosia in Oakland. More than 100,000 people. They're clothing themselves inside these churches for civil rights protection. But when they get together with a community of other veterans and law enforcement officers, and they can share their grief, their sorrows, their mistakes, and not be condemned for it. We lack forgiveness in this society. We don't have enough people acknowledging their mistakes without fear of retribution and saying, I'm better than that one bad day. That's not going to define my life. And so what's happening in Canada and the United States to a degree is law enforcement officers know that other officers are benefiting from this. So they are deprioritizing psilocybin, decriminalizing it, because they're benefiting from it. So
it's a big thing among soldiers.
It's a big thing among soldiers. I've met so many.
Yeah, many guys have had very, very beneficial experiences.
I believe humans are generally good. They're motivated by goodness, but they get hijacked because of a very bad day or a sequence of bad days, because then that becomes an inflammatory pathway.
Well, sure, there's the stress of the job itself. If you're in law enforcement, every day you could get shot. Every day you might not come home to your family. Every person you pull over with tinted windows might blow you away before you get to the window.
Can you imagine walking up to a car with the windows up? Yeah. You know, an unknown person, and you have 1 second to 2 seconds to make a life and death decision. I don't want that.
And you have PTSD. You're probably already racked with anxiety. You've probably already experienced so many things that most people can never imagine.
That depression, anxiety, frustration creates an inflammatory response that depresses the immune system. That then can lead to diseases such as cancer, vulnerability to viruses. You know, and the anger issues emanate outwards. All of us, I think, have been affected by fentanyl. You know, in my county, Mason County, Washington, 17 people died in 2 weeks from fentanyl. 17 people, a small county. The fentanyl crisis is killing some of the best of our youth.
It's terrifying.
It's terrifying.
It's terrifying because it's unprecedented. There's never been a time where so many people are dying of overdoses,
and this is
accidental overdoses from things.
And this should be the priority of law enforcement. Does law enforcement want to be on the wrong side of history, busting somebody for psilocybin? Well, that's going to go on their resume, and 10, 15, 20 years, maybe 5 years from now, it'd be like busting somebody for marijuana, where it's legal in so many states.
Right. What do you think that the solution to the fentanyl crisis is? Is it legalization? I mean, that's a tough one, right? Because legalization scares people because, and I would agree with this, that for sure, if hard drugs are illegal, more people are going to try them because they're more available. They're going to. But you will at least be trying the actual drug and not getting like street Valium that has fentanyl in it, or
you have criminal syndicates, you know.
Yes, that's the other part of it.
And they have basically addiction militias of people who are addicts coming to them to give them money. I'm not an expert on drug policy. There are other people that are. I would first take the step that all natural products containing any Schedule 1 substance should be legal, not illegal. Psilocybin, mescaline, you know, you can make the argument for LSD. I think that, you know, that's the first step, is all natural products should be legalized. Decriminalization, if you cannot get legalization, and then having decriminalization with therapy. I think if we don't have legal constraints, just like speed limits on the highway, do you really want anyone to drive as fast as they can? We do need limits. We have to throttle this down. So our structures are in place for us to be able to make the best positive impact with the least amount of harm. And that's the quagmire that we're in. Other countries in the world, and Rick Daldick and Andy Weil can speak on this elegantly, as many other people. But I want to stay in my lane of mushrooms, when I think there's over 200 species of psilocybin mushrooms, 162 species in the genus Psilocybe. And just recently, I'm happy to say I have a new species named after me. My college just honored me by naming a new psilocybin mushroom, Psilocybe stemmetia. So wow. I have
this is a new one that they discovered?
They discovered in the rainforest in Ecuador. It's very rare. Please don't pick it. But there's no greater honor in my college. You didn't have a species named after you. You never name it after yourself. In the field of medicine, you can do that, like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, etc. But in the field of mycology and botany, you know, it's an honor that's bequeathed to you by other scientists. So there are 162 species all over the world. There's been over 5,000 collections of psilocybin mushrooms since the 1800s. So they are bridges across cultures, across centuries, I would argue across millennia. And any peoples living in the ecosystem long enough would stumble upon these psilocybin mushrooms, especially things like Psilocybe cubensis, which is a big golden mushroom that's associated with cows. You can't miss it, right? You can see Psilocybe cubensis folks from 200 feet away driving 55 miles an hour. You know, if you're tuned in, you can see them in the field instead of they're that glaringly obvious.
You pull over and pick them?
I can't help myself.
What do you
for research? For research,
of course. You're a researcher. You're an actual mycologist. There goes one. What's your take on Dennis McKenna's experience that he had in the Amazon, where the reality sort of broke down for a couple of weeks?
Dennis is a dear friend of mine.
I love that guy.
And Terrence was a dear friend of mine. Terrence and I were best buddies, and I love them both. And my brother John died. He was my mentor. And Terrence died also. I was with Terrence to the end. And as Terrence always said, Dennis is a real scientist. You know, I'm a psychonaut, philosopher, you know. The best commander of the English language of anyone I've ever met, you know, Terrence. And Dennis and Terrence, you know, I think have been courageous in their viewpoints of pushing the envelope. And this is where it's really important. Again, where is the forgiveness in people? You don't always have to be right. The fact that you try and you fail.
You don't know some
Terrence and I, bizarre theories. I mean,
the time wave zero.
Time wave zero is bullshit. I mean, I'm sorry. I challenge Terrence on this. He had time wave zero.
Explain that to people that don't know what we're talking about.
Time wave zero is an algorithm of historic events that steer the course of humanity, as best I remember it. And Terrence invented this. But the problem with time wave zero that I pointed out to Terrence, he said the birth and death of Christ was not a historically significant event. I said, Terrence, I know you're not Christian, but you can't deny that the birth and death of Christ was not a historically significant event. So it was not in time wave zero.
Well, he was skeptical of the existence of Christ as an individual.
But even if Christ did not exist, the event of that period would have been a significant event. The Crusades occurred, all the stuff that happened.
Just even the creation of the Christian religion.
The creation of the Christian religion was a historically significant event that ramified throughout history. So Terence, the sine wave zero, did not recognize that. From the best of my understanding, I talked to Terence about this a lot. And then he had the end of time being the death on his birthday, which and so, but for Terence's defense, he had the best answer I could ever have thought of. Because I was saying, I'm vilifying Terence. This is bullshit. He goes, Paul, it's an ever-changing algorithm. I'll just keep on adjusting it. And I thought, okay, that's a good answer.
It's a good answer, but so the algorithm is essentially based on taking historical events, that we know of that are fact, and putting them into this database.
Into a string that would then predict other historical events that will occur in the future.
But you couldn't predict the specific event. You would just predict significant events.
That's my understanding.
But the big one was December 21st, 2012, and nothing really happened.
Yeah.
But did something happen? Maybe we're not aware.
There are many things happening of which we're not aware.
But is it possible that a significant change in the world happened that we're not aware of?
Well, I mean, you're asking me to...
I mean, the world today is one thing. If you did go back to 2012 and looked at the world and then looked at the world in 2024, it's radically different. It's pretty fucking wild. And if you had to say, like, what happened? Like, historically, when we look back at the collapse of Western civilization, let's say it all goes sideways and we're going to nuclear war and this and that, and the grid goes down and we're back to Stone Age people. If anybody should, if you go back to, this time, if 1,000 years from now, people look back on this time, they'll be looking at a sequence of events. Like, what happened that caused all this? What was the catalyst? Was it social media? Was it December 21st, 2012 is a random number, relatively. But just 2012 is a significant beginning of the change of society in terms of social media use.
Yes, I would agree. I think it parses out where every single day is a historical event of greater or lesser significance, depending upon your point of view.
Chat GPT, of course. You look at things like that, the ubiquitous use of AI, the fact that it seems to be getting far more powerful, far quicker than you could predict.
Yeah, artificial intelligence, I think, is misnamed.
I call it digital intelligence.
It can be that, but it's ultimately natural intelligence. We have created artificial intelligence. We have given birth to this technology. It is from our natural intelligence that we have created a subset of artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
100 million microbes in a cubic inch of soil. 8, 10 or more miles of mycelium, cross-talking, all these organisms, a quorum that's in constant biomolecular communication. The infinite, not infinite, but the enormous amount of complexity that's under every footstep that we take, and we get so intoxicated by our new invention that we think this is the brightest object in the Christmas tree. I think AI is going to be fantastic for medicine. It's going to be fantastic for so many things. But I don't think AI will be able to capture intentionality or generosity or the emotional indebtedness we have when you find somebody who's at a disadvantage, who needs help. You reach out your hand in kindness. It's not a one-to-one transactional exchange. The fact that you, Joe, helped somebody else when you didn't need to, and there's no obligation, circumstantial or otherwise, you voluntarily helped somebody. You've created a reciprocal debt of gratitude that cannot fall into any metric, I believe. That person's going to go, Joe helped me. That guy's good. I owe it to myself and to him to pass it forward. And that's what I think is also happening. I'm going to segue back to psilocybin. When you look at psilocybin, a person's in turmoil, they're angry. There's a great example here in Austin with a police chief and a police force. There's one bad actor And other law enforcement officers were very worried this person's going to take the department down. And he was should not be in law enforcement. He was angry. He acted out. And they encouraged him to go to a weekend church. And he recognized he had problems. He did a high dose of psilocybin. He came back the next day, over the weekend on Monday, and people did not recognize him. He fundamentally changed into a new person. He lost his anger issues. He was polite, considerate. He asked for forgiveness. Think about that. We don't want to talk about negative things because we're embarrassed and we share the shame of a family member. But when something positive happens, I'm talking to you about it. It's like a pebble in the pond that emanates out echoes of goodness and goodwill.
Yeah.
And that's where I don't think AI is going to be able to cover and quantify. It might try to. It might have higher predictive outcomes based on the data sets. But I just feel like, we need to train AI for our benefit. We need to learn from AI. But the art of humanity and who we are and our intentionality and friendship and love for each other, I think will always be the super force that governs the universe.
Well, that's a beautiful sentiment. I think our ability to be kind to each other is very important to us. I don't know if it's very important to the sun. I wonder if what we are and the things that are so valuable to us exist because it sort of motivates us and pushes us in the direction that we currently find ourselves in, where we're in a constant state of technological evolution and innovation, and that this is what motivates us to do these things. And I wonder if these life forms that we are creating, and I think we are, and I think we've probably already done it to a certain extent, that these don't have all of these same values because they're not us, but they'll also be free of all the things that do cause depression, and do cause anger, and do cause irrationality, and do cause harmful thoughts and feelings and painful memories and all those things. But these are remnants of our ancient primate DNA that is necessary to us because we are trapped in it, but might not be necessary to whatever this next stage of existence is.
Yeah, I can see that. But, families matter.
Yeah, it matters to the families.
Yeah,
and they do, but they're finite. These are experiences that we're having currently, and it is important currently. It's important. So not diminishing it, but I'm saying if I had to take an overall perspective, is this the only way to do it? No, it's not the only way to do it. Is our emotions and our desires and needs, the things that have motivated us to get us to this position that we're currently in, are those riddled with side effects like war and murder and thievery and all the things that we know that exist in the world that are part of the human condition? If you ask any rational person today, what are the odds of no war in 3 years? Fucking zero. Humans have always engaged in war. Well, what is that? Why is that? Well, it's because of the motivations. They're all the same. They're the same motivations that Napoleon had. The same motivations.
I think people who are abused when they're a child have a tendency to become abusers when they're adults. I think that psilocybin makes nicer people.
I think so too.
More compassionate.
Yeah.
And I'd like to redefine the benefits in the theory of evolution as not the survival of the fittest, but the extension of generosity, of surplus beyond your own needs to help a neighbor or a friend.
I think we're talking about different things because I do agree with that wholeheartedly. And I think for human beings, they're extraordinarily beneficial, and they have been for me. My concern is that we're like Homo sapien version 1, and that this new thing that we become, whether we integrate or whether we just die off, is another thing.
I agree with you. I think we're at the crossroads. Not crossroads. One leads to an extinction path, and the other one is sustainable. Because ultimately we cannot continue in destroying the biosphere and expect it to support us.
Right. Yeah, and just our way of living is kind of unsustainable long term. It's the positive hope is that AI and science itself and technological innovation will mitigate all the negative side effects. That we will concentrate on using intelligence to clean up the air, and clean up the ocean, and do all this, and sort of fix all the problems that we've personally created. But what I wonder is that we are so attached to us, to the idea of us with all of our flaws. Are we any different than Australopithecus? If you told Australopithecus, hey, brother, in the future, everyone's going to have a phone in their pocket and no one's going to need all these muscles and fucking hair all over your face and back. This is like, you're going to die off. Like, you're not going to be you anymore. Australopithecus, like, get the fuck out of here. I got to go gather food. Get away from me. You're an idiot. I don't want to be you. I want to be me. If no more Australopithecus, we all die off, that would suck because that's all you know. And I think that Homo sapiens are not long.
You asked very, very good questions for which there's very few answers. But I think the very act of asking the questions to stimulate the thought creates the milieu of creativity that will come up with solutions to some of these issues.
I hope so. I would like to think that we become an enlightened species.
I
would like to think that we get our shit together.
Psychedelics is the best potential last hope.
Yeah, it really is. And it's funny that it's the most undermined. It's the most maligned publicly, the most dismissed as being nonsense. Usually, and almost entirely, by people who haven't experienced it, which is really fascinating. When you see people that have not had psychedelic experiences dismiss psychedelic experiences, that is a wild thing to do. Like, boy, you are so silly, and you don't even know you're silly, and you're the majority, which is wild.
Yeah, we represent less than the 1% of those who are psychedelically experienced who understand. Many of the studies, like at Johns Hopkins.
What are the numbers? Do we know? Like publicly, like if you have just the United States, what percentage of people have had like legitimate breakthrough psychedelic experiences?
Less than 1%.
Less than 1%.
Yeah. How many people have experimented with psychedelics? I think depending on the age group, it actually is quite high now. It's up to 10-20%. But how do you explain the ineffable? How do you explain something that you cannot put to words? And this is where it's just like, oh, you people are crazy because you can't articulate it. And then every person that I know of who's gone through one of these heroic doses come back and say, oh my God, I can't even explain it.
Exactly.
It's like we have a thin sliver of reality right now, Joe.
Right.
We're you and Jamie, we have just a thin sliver. And when you're under these experiences, the entire universe opens up. And you see that my consciousness has been so limited, and now I understand that I'm in relationship with everything in the universe.
And it's also not just a feeling; it's just an intense visual experience.
It's a feeling of being, with a capital B.
Right.
And then you feel like, oh, my mortality, that's okay. My birth, that's a good part of the continuum. I demolecularize and I reassemble into a different form, or my molecules and the atoms reassemble. I think this is the continuum of existence. It expands the dawn of time to the end of time and even now beyond. I think that it gives me great solace in my own life to realize that I'm part of something much larger. I want to share with you my Billy Graham story.
Oh, boy.
I've never mentioned this publicly. I've taught over 3,000 students in vitro propagation, how to grow mycelium, edible mushrooms, gourmet mushrooms. I did these workshops for a long time. And I had this one very nice man came in, young 40s, mid-40s. He waited till everybody was out of the room. And this is about 1995, 1996. And he waited and said, Paul, I was sent here.
Oh, boy.
And I go, okay. I said, well, who sent you? He said, I'm with a council of 12 with Billy Graham, the charismatic Christian leader. And he said, many of the council of 12 have come to their Christian beliefs through psilocybin.
Wow.
I have come to thank you for all your work, for helping us have a better relationship with Jesus and our religious faith.
Wow.
Now, my mother was a charismatic Christian. I grew up in that environment. I was like, of course, blown away.
What is a charismatic Christian?
They speak in tongues, they do healings, they have their own culture for sure. But I've heard this now with Jewish people, Islamic people, with the Buddhist people. It seems that psilocybin doesn't create a conflict in religions. It supports you in your religious beliefs of dedication to what you want and hope to become as a religious practitioner or a follower. But it doesn't throw the other religions under the bus. It just makes you more dedicated to your purpose, to walk with kindness and goodness and reciprocity to be a better person.
Do you think that the psilocybin was what the host was made out of?
I don't know.
Have you ever heard that speculation?
Yes, I have. Yeah. And I think that it's so rich in history. I just came back from Egypt a few months ago, and I went to 10 pyramids. On every pyramid, we found mushroom hieroglyphics, every one of them. Now, I sent this to Graham Hancock, some of these hieroglyphs, and Egyptologists said, no, they're shovels. And Jamie, it'd be a challenge for you to find this, but and whenever one shovels would be pointed down, and it's a perfect example. Well, scientists don't look at Egypt in the context of the ecosystem 4,000 years ago.
Right.
And in Africa, the plateau of running rivers, the Sicilian and Jar Plateau, has fantastic the bee-man figure. That plateau is called the plateau of running rivers. There's no mushrooms growing there. It's a desert. Same with the Nile. It was the breadbasket of the world. And the Greeks were the Eleusinian mysteries. Caesar was a lover of Cleopatra. Then Mark Antony, 20 years younger than Caesar, became a lover of Cleopatra. You would think that these people at the highest strata of society, being lovers, would share the most intimate secrets and potions and all of that. I think that happened. So we have two other scientists that published this before me. That hieroglyphs on these temples are of psilocybin mushrooms.
So those look like mushrooms.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Boy, they still look like mushrooms.
But there's better ones. Okay, now let's pause on this one. So I want to give a shout out to Abdel Azim. He published this in 2016. This is the goddess Hathor, the Dendera temple. If you look this up, it gets less than 1 millimeter of rain a year. That's how dry it is. That's the vase there with these mushroom-like figures coming out, and the lower part is the blue lotus, a water lily associated with a mushroom. Now, he published this in 2016. I'm not the only one. Stephen Berlant in 2005 published this, and a fantastic individual, African-American, who died from COVID. His name was Kandiri. And from Detroit, he also believed from his African ancestry that the African Egyptians used psilocybin mushrooms. So we go. Isn't it amazing?
What did they try to say that is? You can't say that's a bunch of shovels.
No, but there's other ones.
So what is the conventional explanation for what you're looking for?
They said they didn't know what it was. Now,
how do they not know what it is?
This is it. Hiding. It's not hiding.
But it's not hiding.
It's not hiding.
So they're not willing to talk about it. Is that what it is?
Exactly. This is philosophy conventions on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as a cultivator, and many of your listeners are cultivators, they know what I'm going to say is true. You can pick up cow patties with philosophy cubensis, put it into a vase, just like that. It collects it. You can put water in it. It limits evaporation. The mycelium seeks light and air. So it would pop out of these orifices. And that is a taxonomically correct image drawing of psilocybin cubensis, and down below is the blue water lily, and there's psilocybin cubensis. The Egyptians' royal colors were gold and blue. The blue lily, water lily, the blue lotus is blue. Psilocybin cubensis is golden. It bruises bluish. And Jamie, if you could humor me with just two more slides. There's the blue lotus. There's another example of the mushrooms associated with the falcon. I mean, there's dozens of these images. Look at that one on the left.
That's not so obviously mushrooms.
They're not a shovel.
No,
the shovel would be upside down.
It's so obviously mushrooms. But it's also like the way the cap is formed.
and the cuspidate cap, the shape of this, and here's a painting on papyrus, the Temple of Osiris. It also has very similar. And this next image, I think it's the next image. No, there's a blooming of Philosophy Cubensis. Again, and the next one we'll just get this on. And okay, I was looking for blue juice. I don't know if we have blue juice on there.
That one's wild. What is those little figurines?
Those are mushroom stones, Mesoamerican mushroom stones from Guatemala. And they persisted for 1500 BCE to 500 AD, 1,000 years before the conquistadors came. And they were representative, we think, of a mushroom cult. And they could have been a family like, heirlooms.
How silly is it that the conventional archaeologists won't acknowledge that those are mushrooms?
Well, we actually have a reward out, and this is great that I'm speaking about it. Is that we have a reward of $1,000 for anyone who can find Philosophy Cubensis DNA in the ruins. And because we can amplify the DNA, we can prove that they were either in the vases, in the ponds, or near the ponds and doing core samples.
Sort of like they've done with the Eleusinian mysteries with ergot.
With the ergot, yeah. Jamie, can you see the blue juice image? You don't see it? It's just it's a hand with a vessel of blue liquid in it. Two images. So more than one thing can be true. When you're looking at the Eleusinian mysteries, oh, there we go. So this is something that blew me away. Have you seen Dune 2?
I have not. I heard it's awesome.
Amazing. Frank Herbert was a friend of mine who wrote Dune. Frank Herbert lived in Port Townsend, Washington. And Frank Herbert came to visit me. And Frank told me he was growing chanterelles in Christmas trees that were just 5 years old. I go, that's impossible. I go, how are you doing it? And he goes, well, I take chanterelles and I put them into water and I pour it at the base of the trees and it comes up. So there's the blue juice. And so if you take Philosophy Cubensis or any psilocybin mushroom that's potent, you put it in the water, you create blue juice. And this is in Dune 2, where they drink it. And so I asked Frank, the eyes are blue. The Ben Gesserit are these shamanic women who have this high ascended cult. Is it based on Maria Sabina? I said, and maggots grow through mushrooms. And I said, everything, the spice seems like it's spores, and your blue eyes and this blue juice. And he goes, you're the first person that's noticed this.
Oh, wow.
He said he was tripping on psilocybin mushrooms. He was laying on his deck, and he saw worms coming out of the mushrooms that he ate, psilocybin mushrooms. And that was the dawn of the idea.
Wow.
Now, this is absolutely true. And I haven't met Frank Herbert's son. I really want to meet him to tell him this because he did say something about he had two sons. My memory's foggy on this. But he said, I'm keeping this secret from my sons. And I said, why? He goes, well, they're illegal, and they're just at the age right now that I don't want them to tell other people about this.
Oh, no.
So, but it all makes perfect sense. The spice, the spores, the blue juice from the blue juice you saw that was made there.
Yeah.
It all ties together. And look at that beautiful color. Okay, so this is from the Church of Ambrosia. I think David Hodges, and this is Philosophy Cubensis on the right, and this is Philosophy Azurescens on the left. And psilocybin is a prodrug for psilocin. Psilocin degrades enzymatically into indigo, the indigo molecule complex, and it's actually reversible. Though I haven't seen it happen, but theoretically it's reversible. But this is the blue juice, and so. Well, we discovered this. Several people discovered this independently. Well, would the Egyptians discover it? Yes. Would the Mazatecs and the Aztecs, the Mayans discover this? Yes. This is very simple. You put the mushrooms in the water, and you dilutes into the water the next day, and you end up with this potent blue psilocybin-packed elixir. And so this also speaks that, I think.
Amazing. Greatest shit of all.
go through the average.
Believers and non-believers alike. There's a 7497,000 watch line too. And today only the special Neil Armstrong hotline. No one but Neil Armstrong. You call 749-3700. Boom. 3 lines there. Neil and only Neil. The reason I'm here in your studio right now is to try to communicate Neil Armstrong using the 50,000 watts of your station. Playing for I tell you, Mr. Armstrong, come out of your shell. This is your opportunity. It was perhaps the most documented event, but did we really know that the core
last week was frozen as well.
What do you think? Does it look real to you?
Kamala Harris met with the donors or had a call with them Friday afternoon. But it was enough for Joe Biden.
I was 8 years old in 1969 and had no doubt about this television. But now, more than 30 years later, I wonder, is there any proof that it really happened? I began a journey across America to gather evidence and at the same time see what every day is. Excuse me. Do you think we actually went to the moon in 1969 or do you think it was a hoax? First time I ever heard about it. Really? There is a possibility it could have been a hoax. Yeah.
When the shadows realized and where the moon was, and just think about it, it didn't look real enough.
There wasn't that much dust. Nothing was blown away. It's got a lot of little things that happen. My journey begins in science. I just type in Thunder Landing Test it. I discover a class and published in New Jersey. It goes by the name. I convinced the business to come out of isolation. I have this holiday package. Nice to meet you, Renee is the author of expensive fancy super high activity. The site is for them to take a controversial stance. I shared foreground and background go like this. No, it's a backdrop. This lens weighs 30 pounds. Do you have a name for it yet, or did we? Kamala Harris would do a good job as president. 2 in 10 said they don't believe she would. 2 in 10 said they don't know enough to say one or the other.
We've seen what Kamala Harris can do. And unfortunately, it has not been what we thought she could do.
That's the other thing about this. One of the things that Biden has been saying repeatedly, and Biden supporters repeatedly, is that Joe Biden, to use Gavin Newsom's term, has given us a master class on passing legislation. And there are things that he's been able to get through. But Kamala Harris has never given credit for any of that. Because there's no math to show. There's nothing. She has jumped from job to job with no math to show. So the idea has no clothes. Well, the idea that she's going to be a good president, how would anybody know that yet? Yes, she's in the House. Yes, she's in the room. I mean, yes, she knows what it is. She knows what the job is. Does that automatically mean that she's going to be a good president? I don't know. I mean, for some people, they think that's enough. Just being
she doesn't have the gravitas. Just say it like it is. We all know it. And the thing is I get so much heat about going after Kamala Harris. Well, sometimes we are most critical of the people that we expect the most out of. And I expected a lot out of her as a woman.
In 1902, French filmmaker Georges Méliès created a visionary film that seemed to participate in missions to the moon of the 1960s. Méliès' film, of course, was just a fantasy. And the Apollo missions, were they real, or were they just a modern, more sophisticated version of the same fantasy? The story of the Apollo missions began in 1961 when President Kennedy announced before the war that the United States intended to land a man on the moon before the end of the decade or before 1970. This caused a flash because up to that point, the United States had only been able to launch an astronaut, Alan Shepard, in a short suborbital flight of only 15 minutes. They even sent a man in Earth orbit, setting the goal of reaching the moon in less than 9 years sounded like a far-fetched idea, to say the least. But it is at this point that the United States set in motion a powerful technological machine that would actually established by Kennedy a few months before the end of the decade, in July 1960. Those who went to the moon instead maintained that the United States did Let's see now more in detail what happened during the history books that in 1960 the so-called race to the moon took place. It refers to the competition between the United States and the Soviet Union about who could reach the moon first. If we take a look at the realize that it was actually a one-sided race without a real opponent. It was only the United States not so much by the competition There is
Oh. Yo. Yo.
What the fuck?
James Webb retired from NASA and returned to private life. NASA's deputy director, Robert Siemens, had also inexplicably resigned in January of the same year. When the Washington Post asked him, there must be some reason why you're leaving right now, why not stay until you get to the moon? Siemens sternly replied, look, I've been down here 7 years. I only intended to stay 2. But it's clear that his resignation must have had something to do with the catastrophic situation in which the Apollo program found itself at that point. Possibly even more surprising was the resignation of astronaut Walter Schirra, which came only 4 days after James Webb's resignation. Schirra was one of the legendary Mercury 7, the original group of astronauts that had started the entire space program back in the 50s. Fire TV or anywhere you use Alexa as your smart assistant. Your favorite AM/FM stations, artist radio stations, podcasts, all from iHeartRadio, and all you have to do is ask Alexa, play the Stuff You Should Know podcast on iHeartRadio. Make sure you open up your Alexa app and sync up your iHeartRadio account so you can pick up podcasts where you left off, listening in the app or on your smart speakers. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Amazon Echo, Dot, Show, and any device that uses Alexa. iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there. Our homes have experienced more of us, more dishes, and more shower time concerts. And with those drains don't drain as they should, call Mr. Rooter Plumbing at the Early Company. Visit mrrooter.com.
Board for Schedule 1 substances in California, which most states don't have. And that governing board is a stop-go board for progress of research on Schedule 1s. And they have dictated essentially no research on psychedelics in
Is that
California.
a funding issue?
No, I think it's a political science issue. You get physicians or other people who are not experienced with these substances making decisions about these substances, just ill-informed decisions from inexperienced people for the most part.
And so they have a distorted perception of what these things do, and they don't feel that there's any value in studies
It's
because
like
they haven't experienced them.
It's like somebody who's never flown an airplane, who then thinks they know how to fly an airplane, telling you, giving you advice on how and why you should not fly an airplane because they're just inexperienced. They're out of their ken of experiences. So
well, that's not good, especially for a progressive state or supposedly progressive state.
Well, the initiatives, the public ballot initiatives, is 70-80%. In Canada recently, a survey, 80% of the citizens of Canada want psychedelics approved for therapeutic use and decriminalized. 80%. So when the states that have ballots, this is how these big changes are occurring. And then citizens paid with public funds, public officers, public employees, then have to follow the will of the people. And so I think the ballot initiatives gets politicians out of the hot seat. They have to say, oh, we have to follow the will of the people. I did not stick my neck out on that. It's the ballot initiative the people have spoke. So I think this is this people's revolution movement. So I think this is a revolution for the freedom of consciousness, for the groundswelling that's occurring not in the United States and Canada, but all over the world. It's so desperately needed.
Well said. Paul Stamets, you're the fucking man. I appreciate you very much. Thank you very much for being here. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Your company that you sell these wonderful mushrooms at is called Host Defense. It's fungi.com. You get that. And thank you for everything you do, my friend. I really, really, really appreciate it.
I want to thank you, Joe, and I want to thank you for having this opportunity. I want to thank all the JRE listeners for contributing to these observational studies, because you can help inform scientists to make good decisions and create validated studies that help lead the medical science community forward. We need all of you, so.
Here, get at it, freaks.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye,
Take
everybody.
care.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan. Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Brent, what's up?
Joe, how you doing?
It is my goal before the end of the world to talk to as many interesting people as possible. And it feels like that's kind of ramped up lately. So I saw you in trigonometry and I was introduced to your stuff through that. And then I watched a bunch of your conversations online. So I'm excited to talk to you, man. Thanks for being here.
I'm so happy to be here. You wouldn't believe it. So thank you for having me, Joe.
My pleasure. Yeah, because it does seem like I really do want to talk to as many people as I can before you can't talk to anybody anymore.
Yeah, well, exactly. Who knows, how long before talking to people is outlawed, or certainly talking to people like me and people like you.
Well, I don't think that's going to happen likely anytime in the future. I think too many people push back against it, but I think it certainly could make it increasingly more difficult. And my real fear is that we do something so stupid that we lose all communication, period. I have a real fear of World War III that I haven't had since I was a kid. When I was a kid, I was growing up in the 80s, we were legitimately worried that we were going to get into a nuclear war with Russia.
Yeah.
It was a real fear. And I remember when the fall of the Soviet Union, it was like a weight had been lifted off the shoulders of the earth.
Yeah.
Like we were like, oh my God, thank God it's over.
I remember those days in the 80s. We watched a film at school called The Day After. Did you see that? Which is a film about...
I think we've talked about that. Did we talk about that before? A film about after nuclear war?
Yeah, it's a film about Russia bombing America. It's very depressing. But we watched it at school and we had numerous discussions about what would we do in the event of a nuclear holocaust? How would we try to survive it? But it was on our minds all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And there was also other apocalyptic scenarios, if you recall, like acid rain was a big one. The ozone layer was another one.
Yep.
My childhood was full of fears that the end of the world was nigh. And I think people feel that again today for different reasons. And my approach to it is always to think, well, where are the real problems in terms of civilization really grinding to a halt? And what are the unreal problems that are just designed to whip up fear and make us panic and make us fret about the future? So I think distinguishing between those two things is probably quite important.
It is very important. It's also very important to recognize that when there's a thing that is getting people whipped up and is in the news constantly, for sure, someone's making money. That's why it's doing it. I used to think they were warning us about the real dangers of this or that. I don't think that anymore. Now I think they can justify the fear mongering by saying it's a legitimate concern because it has the opinions of a few people attached to it. But ultimately what they're doing is they're somehow or another using it to make money.
Yeah, well, they're either making money or they're making moral mileage, or both. So if you look at global warming is a perfect example, right? The climate change catastrophe, or the climate catastrophe as we now have to call it. There are a lot of people invested in this end of the world scenario who are making a lot of money from alternative sources of energy. But just as important as that, I think, they're making moral mileage. It's the issue through which they can pose as the saviors of humanity.
Right.
And it gives them a real sense of purpose. I mean, Al Gore is a classic example. He both makes money from climate change fear-mongering, and he also positions himself as a global authority on how to save humankind from the next apocalypse. So I think it's a combination of financial reward and moral reward that draws people to these apocalyptic scenarios.
Absolutely. And also audience capture in the case of like Greta Thunberg.
Yeah.
Right. Here's this young lady who's become a celebrity by saying, how dare you? That was it. That's all it took.
That's all it took.
We're in the Cash Me Outside girl phase of all you need is like a good slogan. Let's get ready to rumble, whatever it is.
She's the green version of the Catch Me Outside girl. That's what she is. It's like with someone like Greta, I think it was funny for a while that you had this 16-year-old kid saying, how dare you, having a temper tantrum in public, essentially.
Yeah.
And all these politicians in America and Britain and across Europe were falling at her feet and staring at her in this wide-eyed fashion like she was some messianic figure come to deliver humanity from the end of the world. But more recently, I think the Greta Thunberg cult is just not funny anymore because she's now going around Europe and telling governments to stop investing in energy production, to stop investing in fossil fuel companies during an energy crisis.
And how old is she?
She's 21 now. She should know far better.
Just imagine. Just imagine being 21 and having the president listening to you. I can imagine how dumb I was when I was 21. was shockingly stupid. Shockingly stupid.
When she started and she was 16, 17, she was very young, I often think to myself, if when I was 16 and 17, the thought of being in public and saying things, I would have said the craziest stuff, but that's exactly what she did. And I think the problem is that there were so many people in the adult world who were willing to listen to her and who engaged in her hysteria about the end of the world. And so I often see the Greta phenomenon as a perfect example of how, on the one side, you have these cranks who are talking nonsense and pushing ideas that are just not true. But the bigger problem is the political world and the media world who really buy into it and give it meaning and give it emphasis. And I think there's that kind of two-way relationship between these things.
I'm not saying that like Greta Thunberg is not an intelligent person, because she clearly is, and she's very young. And again, I was way younger than her when I was her age. But what she said was not this extraordinary message of wisdom that would merit the kind of attention that she got. And that's why, and it's also, it's not within her power as a 16-year-old to get in front of all these people. So it's kind of like a form of exploitation.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a willing exploitation, but it's you're using her as a political pawn for like sort of cementing an opinion that you must have on this subject.
That's absolutely what happened. Like every other teenager, she was narcissistic, self-involved, panicking about the adult world and how crazy it is. That's what every teenager's like. We all went through that.
I did it. Yeah, we all do it.
We all did it. We screamed, "How dare you!" at our parents. You know, we thought, they're oppressing me. They won't let me go out. They won't let me do this. We all have these kind of oppression complexes when we're teenagers.
Yes.
The problem with hers is that it became this public spectacle, and it became a public spectacle precisely as a consequence of the political class who said, give us more, really sock it to us. It was almost like a kind of sadomasochistic relationship between these self-hating elites and this teenage girl who was more than willing to whip them in public. And you had this kind of, it was mutually beneficial. She got to feel like she was saving the world. They got to feel like they were being told off for being, the rulers of the world. And it was beneficial for both sides. But it was, when you look back on it, it was creepy as hell.
It's very creepy. And here's something to consider too. At what level are people immune to the bullshit that they're talking about? Like, here's like an example about Hollywood. These people, when I would talk to people that didn't work in like television, and they have these ideas of what they're doing with television shows, they're pushing this or they're creating that. They're trying to sedate America with nonsense, and they're being told to do it by the government. I'm like, no. Listen, the people making these shows watch these shows. Yeah. They like making them. This is what they're trying to do. They like watching sitcoms. They like making game shows. So they're as trapped in it as you. Yeah, it is dumbing down the world, 100%. Reality shows are dumbing down the world. But the people watching the reality shows are the same as the people making them. They all watch them. Like they're making dumb shit because people consume dumb shit, and that's not a conspiracy. That's just a market decision. And I wonder, when it gets to like climate change, when it gets to some of these like contentious issues, particularly the climate is a big one, because any scientist, regardless of how wise they are and how well-read they are and how much they understand about their field of study, if they have anything that deviates from the narrative, they're like automatically dismissed. Even ones that will talk about long-term temperatures of the earth. It's almost like they don't want you to talk about long-term temperatures of the earth. No. Yeah. But there has never been a time in our lifetime, but all these things are true. But if you look at long-term, you recognize, it's never static. Even when humans didn't exist, it does all this. There's a lot of factors going on constantly. And to not consider that, and to only consider what's happening during our lifetime, not take into account volcanic activity, not take into account, you're blaming cow farts, and you know what I mean? There's so many weird things that we do when we attach an ideology to a science. So the science of climate change is fascinating, right? It really is. It's like taking into account all these factors, CO2 in the atmosphere and solar flares and what's going on with volcanic activity and cloud cover and pollution and all these different factors. But if you don't like toe the line and say this is a catastrophe, if you just want to look at it objectively, you're a heretic.
Yeah.
You're cast out of the kingdom.
Yeah. That's precisely the problem. I think there are probably more climate change skeptics out there than we realize, but there is a cost to saying what you think.
Yes.
There is a social cost. There is a professional cost.
No.
If you say, listen,
How you
climate
living?
change might well be happening, there may be a human contributory factor, but it's not the...
How you doing, pimp? LFG, how you doing, my man?
I orienté en Opiard. You know Opiard?
What are you saying?
Opiard. You know Opiard, bro?
No, what is that?
Opiard is a French streamer, but he's a pedophile.
He's a French what?
Streamer. Streamer.
He's a streamer. Oh, okay, cool.
Yes, man.
Excellent. Well, hello. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. Let's go. Tell everyone you know. I love you too. What a nice person. I don't even know what that was. Make a Mad Libs that is essentially like when someone's attacking you, the way that you attack them is by calling them a theorist or a skeptic or a pseudo or a semi whatever and put the blanks in it.
That way she has the mantle. She goes into this as the sitting interim president, and she gets to have some gravitas. That's the best thing for her. It would be the best thing for her, but then I think as stubborn as he was to get to this point, but that's the way to avoid an open convention, right? Not necessarily. I mean, you're right, it does gives her a certain amount of, well, obviously, it would be harder to have an open convention and to challenge her if she's the president. Yes. Yeah. The letter that he wrote, by the way, from this morning, said, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. While it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down, to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." That specific line, like he's digging in. He's digging in. But listen, he dug in for the last 3 weeks, and finally, there were questions about your dog, by the way. Peter the puppy is a big hit on social media. I mentioned that the campaign aides were out, were literally whipping delegates when he dropped out. I mean, phone calls making sure that they were going to vote for him. In the state of Delaware, the issues now are, when did he know? I mean, I agree with you. I think this was a decision that was made a while ago. I don't know how long ago, but I'd be amazed if all of a sudden he woke up this morning and no way it was made this morning over poached eggs said, you know what, on second thought. And the people, by the way, who take this stuff, they eat it up and they regurgitate it he knows that first of all, he knows that makes the boss happy. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the reasons why he's doing it. But wasn't that kind of funny? Yeah. I mean, it is when campaigns turn them into politicians, regardless if they may fight against it, they become politicians with the big capital P. And it was like, oh, it's so crazy that President Trump is calling me to be vice president. That's just so crazy that I got this call. And then all of a sudden it's like, I know better than everybody else. The campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, we played a piece of sound from her, I believe, on Friday, who had said that he was all in back on Friday. She had a full staff call just a short time ago and said to the top leadership of the campaign, this is the team that will beat Donald Trump, according to one person on the call. She said the campaign will operate in compliance with Democratic National Committee rules, which of course is now faced with whether to move forward with a virtual roll call or to an open convention. She, again, this is the chair of the Biden campaign, reassured them that their jobs were safe, but suggested that they could also expect to see some new faces in the mix. We've been talking about Joe Biden's legacy in the last couple weeks and saying that it's hanging by a thread, it's in jeopardy. I think that this puts it back together. It's stepping up. Yes, it's late. Yes, the Democrats could have used more time. But I think that it showed where we were talking about things like narcissism. He's kind of become more Trump-esque in recent years. I think this restores Joe Biden's legacy, and I think you'll hear a lot about that coming up this week. Well, Chuck Schumer said it was a very patriotic thing. Right. Barack Obama also said it was a very patriotic thing. And you can't, you said this earlier, there's not a lot of people who hate the person that is Joe Biden. I mean, he's not a hateable person. You can hate a politician. Sure. You can hate the fact that he's been a politician for, the majority of his life. Yeah, or his position, all that. So you can hate all that stuff. But you can't deny that the guy got into the job and served the people for 50 years. Did he serve himself too? Sure, that's what politicians do. That's what happens. But there is something to be said about a guy whose longevity. I said the same thing about Dianne Feinstein when she passed away, which was, yes, I didn't agree with Dianne Feinstein on hardly anything. But you respected her. I respected her. Yeah. When you rise to that much power, especially coming from where we came from, California, yeah. But that said, I was in Twitter over the weekend, and I was going through my conspiracy theories, because that's where they live, right? It's on X. And I saw an interview with Joe Biden from 3 years ago. Completely different person. Well, remember the campaign, even from 2020, that whole campaign. People made fun of him for campaigning from his basement because of COVID. We were stuck in the middle of it at the time. But he was a very different, full of energy. The stuttering that has kind of re-emerged in him was not as prevalent 4 years ago. have now 6 months remaining. ABC Stephen Portnoy says Biden can focus on foreign policy. He can focus on whatever he's going to do from a clemency standpoint, but there's not much more he can accomplish in terms of getting new laws passed. News brought to you by 1-800-GOT-JUNK. Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle is expected to testify before Congress tomorrow. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Cheadle needs to resign, or President Biden needs to fire her for the assassination attempt on former President Trump.
We absolutely must ensure accountability so the American people can trust that this job will be done and will protect our presidents and former presidents.
He says Director Cheadle has shown the world that she has different priorities and she needs to go. A woman has been stabbed and killed in Wilmington, allegedly by her own son. A man was also stabbed during the attack last night. The 20-year-old man who stabbed the man and woman has been arrested. 6 people are facing federal charges for an alleged gun-stealing spree across Southern California.
The guys are accused of stealing more than 300 guns from 9 stores. Federal prosecutors say the thefts date back to October. The guys will allegedly crash stolen cars into storefronts, load up on guns, and take off. Denise Gertrude, Chaparral pointed gun in Marietta, says all 43 guns stolen from her business were handguns.
I mean, they grab guns around, like higher, more expensive guns.
The guys were allegedly selling the stolen guns on the black market. Prosecutors say the guns turned up in other criminal cases. Blake Trolling, KFI News.
LA Metro is getting nearly $80 million for electric buses and charging infrastructure.
Federal funds were welcomed by local officials as U.S. Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg visited L.A. to tout the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Buttigieg says L.A.'s car-centric reputation is changing just in time for the 2028 Olympics.
Angelinos and Olympians are going to know just how efficient this region's public transit can be. This is an investment in the future.
The Secretary said the Biden administration's infrastructure bill has led to 54,000 projects across the country, including hundreds of millions of dollars in investment in L.A. County. In downtown L.A., Michael Monks, KFI News.
Check it out, crashing going up pass on the 101.
The last hour or so on the Hollywood Freeway, South 101 and Highland Avenue, cars and SUVs crash together. This accident's in lanes. Up ahead in the heart of Hollywood, 101 southbound before Gower Street, a car broke down and being cleared out of the middle lanes. South 101 is down to go from Lankership Boulevard to the downtown LA 4 level. Both directions of the 14 Antelope Valley Freeway between Agua-Dulce Canyon Road and Escondido Canyon Road. All lanes are closed while firefighters battle Keep Rights and fire. If you want to get around the closure, you can take Soledad and Canyon Road instead. The Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Mike Barnes.
It's almost here. Team USA is headed to Paris, and iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. It's the only way to listen to exclusive NBC play-by-play action of the games, plus NBC's top Olympic moments and live hourly updates from Paris. Bring the summer games with you everywhere you go. Download the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio, the
maybe some donors feel that way, but the campaign definitely not. I think the campaign is fully in it. I mean, they were blind and gaga for Joe Biden. And let's talk with Amy from News Nation. Amy Barnes is joining us to talk more about all of these crazy developments that have happened in Delaware and D.C. and all around the country. Amy, what's going on?
So basically what I'm hearing, and I've done some reporting with top strategists and donors, I mean, the basic thing I'm hearing right now is that there is relief among Democrats because they felt like they were in stalemate, a never-ending stalemate. It was horrible for their party. It was horrible for the morale. People were feeling just very weak in the last 3 weeks, and now they feel like at least there is some hope. But I don't know if this goes away. You saw what President Obama did. He didn't get behind Kamala Harris, and this is further fracture of the party, so to speak, until they figure out what's happening. I think people were looking for an exclusive answer today, and they're not getting it.
We talked about voter enthusiasm and how it was non-existent with Joe Biden at the top of the ticket, and how now talking about the possibility of an open convention and just anybody but Joe Biden, and like you said, the relief that we don't have to cringe when we watch him anymore. I mean, I know he says he's going to continue the term, but there seems to be some sort of enthusiasm of uncertainty, or what are we going to have when we go to the convention in Chicago?
That's what remains to be seen. If people if Pelosi comes out and doesn't wholeheartedly support the vice president, if other people like President Obama don't come forward and wholeheartedly support her, I think it's going to lead to further fraction, and the convention will be chaotic, and that's what Democrats are telling me. So they're hoping in the coming days they can reach some kind of consensus. That's what they want right now more than anything. To get behind the candidate and to focus and train their sights on former President Trump.
This, I assume, is going to be a great fundraising tool, not just for Harris' campaign, but also for Republicans.
Yes, definitely. I mean, they've already been, also turning to her. You saw the former president's campaign preparing. They kind of knew that something was coming, so they have done their research on her. But, on the other hand, a lot of Democrats are saying he is a convicted felon and she is the prosecutor, and they feel like she can prosecute the case against him better than anyone, and she's prepared her whole life to do this. And people are saying, I heard what you said earlier, that she couldn't even get into the general election last year. Last cycle, but a lot of people feel like she is a better candidate now. She's been tested. She knows exactly what's going to happen. And so they think that she's prepared to take on Trump.
You retweeted a stat that Trump's favorability rose to its highest level in years to 40%. Is this a foregone conclusion that Trump wins in November?
I mean, what remains to be seen is what that 40% means. Has he hit a ceiling? And a lot of Democrats feel like he has. And this is what the problem is with Kamala Harris is. If she can galvanize the state, and she can get the base excited about her, but can she reach out to independent voters in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, the places where Democrats really need to convince independent voters that they are
an orderly process, he said, as we figure out what to do this week. But he did not mention Kamala Harris in his statement.
The Obamas, Barack Obama did not. I mean, that's calculated. What does that mean?
Yeah, and there is a lot of hesitation about her, and that's what you're seeing. That's why even the former president come out and not wholeheartedly endorse her. And so I think, we talk about fracture, but I think the party will continue to be fractured until they figure out the path forward here.
Amy, thank you so much. Appreciate you taking some time on a Sunday for us.
Thank you.
Any brass there with News Station.
I keep thinking you guys are talking to me. Oh, sorry. Like, wait.
Amy, we're glad you're here too.
Yes.
No?
Me too.
Okay, no, you don't have to say that.
Is Chris really going to make you stay till 6? That's too long. You've got to do discussions right now.
Yeah,
Let me know if you need me to get in those negotiations. Okay.
Should only take 10%.
I'll burn the whole place down. Who's buying lunch? That's what I want. No food zone, so.
The DPK is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
After weeks of rejecting calls to step down, President Biden has reversed course and this morning announced he will not run for re-election in 2024. About half an hour later, he endorsed Kamala Harris to take his place at the top of the ticket. Several prominent Democrats besides the vice president have been discussed as possible presidential hopefuls. They include Governor Newsom, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Colorado Governor Jared Polis, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, all backed Biden even after the shaky debate performance. Southland elected leaders have been weighing in on President Biden's announcement that he's pulling out of the race. LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn thanked him for his decades of public service and, in her words, joining with all of us as we make sure our democratic values win in November. Got a brush fire on the 14th. We'll tell you about that next.
It's almost here. Team USA is headed to Paris, and iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. It's the only way to listen to exclusive NBC play-by-play action of the games, plus NBC's top Olympic moments and live hourly updates from Paris. Bring the summer games with you everywhere you go. Download the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Excuse me, pardon? Getting lost in a city you've always wanted to visit. What up, madam? Pardon? Excuse me. Char restaurant? Merci. Thinking back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. This is so cool. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. Discover one of the CIA's illicit Cold War initiatives on the iHeartRadio original podcast, Operation Midnight Climax, an undercover brothel dosing unwitting Americans with LSD, a mind control experiment gone horribly wrong back in the 50s. The government let you watch Elvis Presley shake his hips on TV, but the same government was running a brothel in broad daylight. Listen to Operation Midnight Climax on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. The Hollywood Reporter posted a list of potential top CEO salaries for 2023, and like in most corporations, it's a whole lot of green going to the top. Co-CEOs of Netflix each snagged over $40 million, plus another $11 million for its president. Warner Brothers Discovery's head was at $50 million. Comcast's big boss got a big payout of over $35 million, with its president pocketing nearly $30 million. And Paramount Global's head took home over $31 million. Heads of theater chains AMC and Cinemark cashed checks for $25 million and $8 million respectively. And Amazon's number 2 behind owner Jeff Bezos was paid $1.4 million. Though a stock ranking got in 2021 is now worth close to $250 million dollars. At least one analyst noted that these pay levels seem excessive, and especially compared with each company's performance. Outside of entertainment, overall wages rose 4.3% in 2023, most in over 2 decades, while CEO pay jumped an average of 11.3%, or around $2 to $5 million more per company. No wonder everyone's raising their prices. The big dogs need more millions. All right, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku Smart Soundbar speaker, or Roku players. And with Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with simple voice request. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts, but now on your big screen TV with Roku. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
The films, the stars, the milestones, the awards. Here's the big zoo with the week in Hollywood history. July 15th, 1988. Die Hard, one of the classic action films of the 80s, opens in limited release. Adapted from the 1979 novel Nothing Lasts Forever, it grosses $83 million on an estimated production budget of $40 million. Movie star out of Bruce Willis and spawns a handful of sequels. July 16th, 1954. Construction begins on Disneyland in Anaheim, California. 1 year and 1 day later, the $17 million project opens to great interest and robust ticket sales. July 18th, 1967. Actor, writer, and producer Vin Diesel is born Mark Sinclair in Alameda County, California. He staged in the UK when he was 7, though his breakthrough role was as Dominic Toretto from 2001's The Fast and the Furious and many of its follow-ups. July 19th, 1961. The first regularly scheduled in-flight movie, the 1961 drama 5 Months Possessed, starring Lana Turner and Ephraim Zimbalist Jr., is shown on a TWA flight from New York to Los Angeles. July 20th, 1973. Lee Jun-fan, known to U.S. audiences as Bruce Lee, passes away at age 32. Actor, director, and philosopher became an icon with his martial arts films, helping to introduce the fighting style to America. That's the week in Hollywood history on iHeartRadio. Cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Almost here. Team USA is headed to Paris, and iHeartRadio is the exclusive audio home of NBC's
It says the Democratic Party essentially created its own political version of the 25th Amendment, enforcing Biden off the ticket. This decision was about as voluntary as leaving a building by way of the window on the 46th floor. True. That is particularly the case when you are thrown out of that window by your closest friends. Yes, it's a Korean drama, is what it is. But we saw the writing on the wall. And like I said, it hasn't been shocking, it hasn't been unexpected. But there is some sense of gravity that it's actually happened in our lifetime. Yeah, I think it is a once-in-a-generation thing. It is unclear whether Harris will become the nominee at this point, despite the fact that the president has thrown his support and endorsed her. There is going to be a process that the DNC, that the party takes to select an alternative, either during a virtual roll call, which is tentatively planned for early August, or at the convention in Chicago, which is August 19th. Delegates will select a candidate to be the party's nominee, and I can't imagine the jockeying that's going on today in Blood in the Water Center. So you asked when we would see a Kamala Harris event, yes, whether it's just addressing the issues or a campaign event where she is the candidate, something like that. She has been making phone calls. We know that. She's been making calls to party heads, governors, other members of Congress, etc., to try to make sure that she has their support. I don't know if all of them are going to give it to her right away, but I think the majority of them would. So we know that. The other thing is,